Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. So today we're going to be starting the hell leg of our solo self-found run. But before we get into that, let me make sure you guys know about my new t-shirt, which is on ggmentor.com, by the way. ggmentor.com. That's right, I got my own. I got my own doujang. I got the Kubus t-shirt, the Kubus the monster dog, and then also you can get a hoodie if you want to. You got a hoodie in different colors. There's a green, there's a light blue. The light blue, I particularly like the light blue. The light blue looks really, it's very pretty. It's a very pretty color. You can pick that up. That's up on the shop now. And let's get into the rules of solo self-found. So for those of you who are joining this is your first episode. This is not the first episode of the series. This is the first episode of the hell version of the series. So we always separate it out into normal, nightmare, and hell difficulty. So episode, 1, 2, 3 normal, episode 1, 2, 3 nightmare, episode 1, 2, 3 hell, etc. So this is the first episode of hell. We actually might start with some nightmare, actually. I know as silly as it sounds, because it's supposed to be hell, but it makes sense. I'll explain it. So first off, the first rule is, number 1, you cannot change the difficulty at any time. It must remain player's 8 always throughout the run. Number 2, you cannot use any item from any other character at all. Number 3, trading is off limits because you can only use items that you find yourself or that you specifically see fall on the ground. Number 4, you cannot specifically target farm any specific item, except for Uber keys, which Uber keys have to be target farmed. There's no alternative. Target farming is defined as farming an item when you farm a target until it drops the specific item that you are looking for. This is the MacGyver rule, which forces you to use what it is that you find as opposed to trying to find what it is that you know you need. Yes. Rule number 5, the solo self-run is over after killing Hell Bale. We are currently level 74. We are on Northwind. And honestly, we probably still need to do a little bit of farming in Nightmare difficulty. Our gear is awful. In fact, let's do a gear check real quick. What's up, Aggro? What's up, BG Eel? What's up, Teddy? So gear check. We are currently using a Insight Stag Bow. It's a really low level, and yes, not very good. The roll on it was kind of nice. The 17 meditation aura, that was decent, and the ED was middling. A lore great helm. It's like the only 2-socket helmet I've found so far. A piece mesh armor, which we actually need to change out to something like a smoke for hell difficulty, so we need to find a decent 2-socket base. We do have a lum rune, which we can use for that. We also do have a co-rune right now, and 2 IOs. We're also looking for a 3-socket base for a bulwark for my merc. I found goblin toes out of all the boots in the world and crafted a pair of blood gloves with 10% increased attack speed and 9% CB, so I'm actually running close to 35% with a 34% CB. 29% Nagel, a pretty decent belt that we found early on, 24% fast rate recovery with 2 reses, not bad. A all res ring here, which is pretty sweet. We also have a blood ring, which we swap back and forth. We might end up using this for hell difficulty though, but I'm using it right now for magic find because it's got 15% magic find on it. So combined together with the 29% on the ring and the 15% there, and the 23% from the amulet, which, by the way, we have a better amulet. Where is my Eye of Etlich? My Eye of Etlich. I put it up because I'm not using it right now. Yeah, I got an Eye of Etlich for +1 skills. But I'm using this for magic find at the moment. The other bow on the other side, it's not used at all. I don't even know why I have it there. Merc is using an Impaler War Spear, a Ice Blink Russet Armor, and a Worm Skull for the Life Leech, because it's a Life Leech helmet. Until I can get him a Bulwark, it's the best Life Leech helmet I have at the moment. And his weapon is terrible, I know. All in all, though, the character is doing pretty good in Nightmare. I don't have any trouble whatsoever. I have level 19 base Valkyrie. I'm going to put 1 more point in that and cap it off. I've got level 9 base Pierce, 1 point in pretty much everything in this tree. Then I also have 20 points in Freezing Arrow, 20 points in Cold Arrow, and I have 1 point in Guided. So I could use that versus the Cold Immunes. For the most part, though, the character is pretty well put together. I just need to farm some better pieces of equipment. I'm not exactly sure what I should farm. I was farming Pindle before I logged off last night, and Pindle was dropping me nothing. I mean, nothing.
I can't carry anymore.
You know what might be a decent farm for me, and I was just thinking about this. In Hell difficulty, Rakanishu might be a decent farm for me. Oh, a superior Grim size. What's that? Let's check that. I don't want that tall wire. Let's check that Grim size. 3 sockets. Meh. 2 shockwave. Got a mesh armor. That's worth some doojanks. Got a plate mail. That's worth some doojanks. Check the jewel. You never know. Could get lucky. Stay up all night to get lucky. Stay up all night to get lucky. Stay up all night to get lucky. I was actually thinking maybe Rakanishu might actually be a good farm for me. He's always fire immune, he's always lightning immune.
Salutations.
So he's not cold immune. He can't be cold immune. I mean, my resistances are going to be pretty terrible in Hell difficulty, but Rakanishu has the chance to drop some pretty amazing items. Obviously, Harlequin Crest Shaco. He can basically drop just about everything from like Harlequin Crest down. He's a level, I think he's level 71. I did my super unique video the other day if you guys haven't checked that out. I'm thinking maybe Rak. I think Rakanishu might be my farm. Just farm him over and over and over again.
Oh, Neelathok's home away from home.
Raka-naka-naka-naka-nishu. Raka-naka-naka-naka-boo. Raka-naka-naka-naka-nishu. Raka-naka-naka-naka-naka. Oh, Raka-naka-nishu, pee-shoo-pee. Raka-naka-nee-nee-nee-nee-nee. Kubus the monster dog. Ethereal shark skin. I could roll it, see if I could make something decent for the mercenary. I mean, he's currently using the ice blink, which is making him freeze everything. I'm not really sure if it's worth rolling the nightmare ethereal item. Might not be worth it.
I am overburdened.
I think I'll skip it. Alright, I think I've decided. Rakanishu it is. We're gonna see if we can kill Rakanishu. If we can't kill Rakanishu, we'll go back to Nightmare. We'll hang our head in shame. For shame. For shame. Well, seeds reset now.
Good day.
All right, let's go get our +1 skill point. And see if we can find a 2-socket base.
I shall purge this land of the shadow.
I shall purge this land of the shadow.
I shall purge this land of the fallen. Because you guys are all immune to fire and you can go die in a ball of fire. I mean a ball of ice. I think Rockinishu is my go-to in this one. I think that for this particular build, I'm thinking about like immunities, difficulty to kill, etc., etc., etc. I'm pretty sure Rockinishu is gonna be my man. I'm gonna farm him for a little while. He's gonna give me a Harlequin Crest Shaco. Harlequin Crest Shaco. Yeah, yeah. I'm not delusional. Shut up. I'm not talking to myself. Shush.
Hi.
Gotta sell these Doojanks. Doojanks. Put some of these Doojanks in here. Put some of them Doojanks in there. All the Doojanks. 2.5 million Doojanks, actually. Stay up all night to get lucky. Get out of there before you die, Mert. Of course you died anyway. How much Magic Find is good to have on a character, BGU? The general consensus is between 100 to 200%. 200% seems to be the amount that you can get that doesn't really require too much effort and gives you pretty much the most benefit per point. Anything higher than 200% is kind of just like extra. You don't necessarily need anything higher than 200%. Oh my god, if you die... I couldn't even finish if you die. He died before I could... I think we might be switching mercs. I think we might be switching mercs. Did you beat it? Dredge is really fun. I had a lot of fun with Dredge. Which one's she attacking? I need to focus. I ain't gonna be able to kill these stupid zombies. I already know that much.
I need a key.
Stupid immune to cold zombies, and I ain't got... I'm still using a normal difficulty bow. I don't have any physical damage whatsoever. I probably have better luck with magic arrow, to be honest. My main issue right now is that the insight bow that I'm using isn't a stag bow. These bases, the Amazon only bases, have particularly low physical damage already. Comparatively to other bows, they don't even really have good physical damage. I'm also using a normal difficulty bow. It's not even a nightmare difficulty bow. It's a normal difficulty bow. I need a better bow. The physical damage aspect of this character is just severely lacking. What that arrows? Arrows. I'll scroll down for. Let's see if we can get our skill point though at the very least. I don't think we can. I think we might have trouble. Not without farming a better bow. As silly as it might sound, I think I might have to skip the Den of Evil. just go straight to my boy Rockanishu and do some do farming on him. I mean, the EXP will be good. I'll get levels. He should be able to drop me some decent items too. Man, my sound is way off. I don't know if you guys can tell, but it doesn't seem right. Let me deactivate this real quick. Deactivate the sound. A lot of the times that'll help resync everything if I deactivate it and reactivate it. There we go. Now the sound's synced up. Don't even know why it does that. Alright, I don't want to give up on my +1 skill point, but yeah, I'm not sure. Unless I can keep my Merc alive, I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna work.
Hello.
I got this little crappy Basque I could do a bulwark in, but I really don't want to do a bulwark in a 25 defense mask. Oh yeah. Alright, Merc. Let's give you another try. Slowly but surely killing the zombies take 10 years, but we do, yes. Slowly but surely killing the zombies, kill all the bombies, zomboloms. Hey look, we got one, it was so cool. I got a zombie, he was a tool. With no change to Mosaic, best wealth ladder reset, still going to be finding bases early. I mean, I think the excitement of Mosaics has finished. I mean, yeah, we'll still have Mosaic sins, but it won't be like super crazy like some of the other seasons. I also think a lot of people probably became disenchanted with the Mosaic sin when they realized how ineffective it was in certain situations, how easily they could die if they lost their charges, and also the pacing sometimes is just not for everybody, so there might be a lot less people running the Mosaics in this season. And when I say less, I mean a lot less than last season. In other words, a normal amount. I gotta get rid of this piece armor as fast as I can. It's messing with my high level Valkyrie. I actually recommended to some people some ideas on how to use mosaics where you weren't using them for the elemental side of things. Could be interesting to design a mosaic kick sin, like just do kicks and physical damage, and do like full tiger strike, so like 100% tiger, like 20 level tiger strike, and then maybe even just for the fun of it, 20 level cobra strike just for lulz, but you'd have plenty of extra points to put in other places, like claw block. You could do max out claw block. You could max out fade or burst of speed, whichever one you wanted to do. You could also max out one of the minions, so you could max out like the Shadow Master or something, which could be interesting. And a pure physical mosaic kicker could be very powerful. I mean, with maximum Tiger Strike. I mean, you wouldn't use any of the elemental skills, so you just wouldn't even touch those. You'd probably max out Claw Mastery. I don't know if that even affects kicks. I can't even remember off the top of my head. I don't think it does. Yeah, if you did max fade and a physical sunder, you'd have absolutely no trouble countering the physical sunder. What's up, JDN? Okay, now that's not going to happen. Let's back that right on up. Let's use a distraction, shall we? And let's drag back as much as we can. Alright, then we gotta go around the other side. Honestly, if you go max shadow, the Cloak of Shadows? Cloak of Shadows actually does a really good job reducing the defense of monsters. Try to save the merc and he dies anyway. Try to save the merc and he dies anyway. I don't know what to do. The merc always dies and I can't keep him the freak alive. Oh, 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 oh. Mercenary, mercenary, mercenary dies. Holy crap, 72 to life with all resistances 15. Scintillating Amulet of the Squid, okay. That there is a simulating Amulet of the Squid. That's a squid, squid, squid. A squiddy, squid, squid. Squid, 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 squiddy, squid, squid. Squid, 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 squiddy, squid, squid. That's a big old giant monster squid. One day there was a monster squid, and the squid did say, I'm a monster squid, and nobody knows where he came from, but he's a big old giant monster squid. Deep down in the ocean blue, the monster squid, he took a poo, and we don't know exactly why he did, but the monster squid, he did. deep down deep in the ocean blue. The monster squid, he fought with a whale, and deep down doo in the ocean pool. The mean old squid, he took a poo. Come on, get over here, Ilzan. Don't get your butt kicked for no reason. Oh. Oh, deep down the ocean blue, there was a monster squid. He took a poo. We don't really know why he was there. A monster squid, he had no hair, and a mean old fisherman karate chopped him and killed that monster squid dead. Oh, my mercenary got hit on the head. He fell in the water and he was dead. Oh, the monster squid, he came for me. I told him no, I got to pee. He said I respect a good urination. 'Cause I just peed on that whale over there. That's right, peed on the whale over there. He's a very bad squid. He's a mean squid. He's what you call a rotten squid. Sexy Squidward approves. Deep down deep in the ocean blue, there was a whale and he didn't like you. He came up to the surface, yes, and he looked straight at you in your eyes and said, I don't like you, as he started to rise. And then he went down back into the deep. He just came up to give you a peep. He said, I don't like you, sucker son. I heard about you from all the fun, and everyone said you're a douche. So I came up just to tell you, I don't like you, sir. You're a douche. And now I'm going back and I'm taking a squoosh. I like the idea that a whale came all the way up from the deep just to tell you he doesn't like you and then go back down. It's like, you. I don't like you. And then just dives back under the water. It's like, yes. Then he goes and fights with the monster squid. That's right. That's what we do in the deep blue. Boom, 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 boom. Da doo, dum, ding, da doo, da da dee. Da 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 dum, dum. You like my Monster Squid song? Well, I'm glad you like it, Rockaberry. Oh, deep down deep in the ocean blue, there was a monster fish for you. He had big teeth and an orange skull, translucent skin, and he looked like a jack-o'-lantern that's on your porch. But that's okay, 'cause he started to scorch. A big old mean whale spotted him, and he came over to tell him, I don't like you, sir. You're way too bright. You look like a jack-o'-lantern, and it's a fright. And I'm really scared of your glowing orange. So go back down where you belong. Oh, the monster squid came up too and said, you can't talk to my friend like that. I'm gonna hit you with a baseball bat I stole from a man who was sitting in a vat of oil. Oh, man. I lost my pace. That's right. Hit him with a baseball bat. And now you know why the whale and the squid fought deep down in the ocean blue, because the whale was afraid of a fish, and the fish just wanted to live, and the squid didn't like bullies, you see. So the squid and the whale fought for me. That's right, I'm the weird fish that lived in the sea. I like to sing just for me, and I go deep down in the ocean blue, and I take a big old poo. uh, 10 years late town, 10 years late town. I might finally kill some of these guys. 10 years late town, coming for you. Oh, come on, my old tricks don't work. Come on. Come on, come on, do the lock on. Do the lock on. It does the lock on, or else it gets the hose again. Perfect. See? Look, Ma, no hands.
Lock on, lock on. Gotta do the freaking lock on. Maybe they die, maybe they don't. But with the lock on, your hands free.
Ain't nothing wrong with the monster squid. Ain't nothing wrong with the monster squid. Who doesn't like a monster squid? Who doesn't like a monster squid? Monster squids come up and they play with you. Monster squids got the big mean tentacles. Tentacles, tentacles. Tentacles, tentacles. Where's the one that's almost dead? There he is. Haha. The one that's almost dead. The one that's almost dead. 10 years late town, the one that's almost dead. Taking a long time to kill the one that's dead. Almost, he's almost frickin' dead.
Pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew.
One day they will die. I will tell you why. 'Cause I have persistence, yes I do. I will keep on firing, I will never stop. I will keep on firing until they're dead. One day they will fall, and I will be all powerful. Powerful. 10 trillion arrows later, they look like a frickin' pincushion, but that's okay. Because they're dead. Because they're dead. I don't really care. I will keep on firing. I don't need arrows, 'cause they are magical. I will shoot the magical arrows at your face. Arrows at your face. Fall down already. Dang. Now you're next. Fall down, Mr. Zombo. Yeah, the pierce when there's multiple targets. Also, the fact that it converts fizz to magical damage, and most monsters don't have any physical resistance whatsoever, or magical damage whatsoever, but they have physical resistance. So it allows the meager amount of physical damage that I do have to bypass their immunities. Or at least a portion of it anyway. 15% of it will bypass their immunities. Pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew. Yay! We did it. Now where's corpse fire? Oh, corpse fire! What's up, buddy? How you doing? What's up, man?
Because you're a horrid magic arrow that does like 2 damage.
Hey, hey, hey! I'm in here having fun singing. Okay, this is a good beat. This is a good metronome. All right. So yeah, it's like doom 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 doom. You get a beat going.
It's terrible.
Deep down in the ocean, monster squids gonna come and get you in your bed. Evil monster squids that crawl across the land. Monster squids, take your hand. See, got a nice metronome-like beat to it.
I'm guessing your bird died.
He can't take more than like one zombie at a time. The zombies hit too hard. You know the zombies hit like Mac trucks in hell difficulty. So, I mean, he can't really take the damage. And Corpse Fire's spectral hit, too. I really doubt he would even live. He probably just gonna walk right up to him and smack him in the face.
Your best bet is to try and save for a good bulwark.
Oh, I have a plan. So my plan is Rakanishu. That's my plan. So Rakanishu is always lightning immune because he's lightning enchanted, and he's always fire immune because he's fire because he's a fallen, which means he cannot be cold immune. So I should be able to reliably farm Rakanishu for a while for some gear. Obviously, he can drop pretty much everything, including like Harlequin Crest Shaco. He can drop a lot of the decent unique items. Yeah, I don't think he can drop like Arachnid Smash or anything, or like Wind Force, but most of the good items, I think, like Witch Wild String, things that I could definitely use for this character, he can drop. And he's always in a nice little cluster. He's always in the same place, right? So I should be able to reliably farm him pretty easy.
Yes, Jacob, we will be doing ladder.
Yes, we already have a ladder sign-up sheet and everything. I think I did an announcement today to remind everybody to sign up for the kinship.
We've got a decent amount so far.
Also, to make sure that you put in whether or not you're going to be here on launch day, so I can assign you a team.
I'm sure I did. I'm always here on launch anyway. Yeah, I did.
I mean, in general, we're always going to be flipping back and forth between seasons. Diablo 2 always has dead zones. Always.
Oh yeah.
There, toward the end of a season, Diablo 2 just dies. So.
Same with PD2 and all of it. It's all the same. Like the start of the season, really busy. Halfway through the season, starts to die out a bit.
I mean, I know a lot of people don't want to hear this, but I'm also probably going to go back and check out Diablo 4 on Season 2. I need to see. Yeah. There's almost like a morbid curiosity here now, where it's like we need to know. We gotta know how bad this train wreck is. Is this like a train wreck that just keeps going for days, or is this or are they gonna be able to avert disaster? I don't know.
I want to know.
Join us next time on Dragon Ball Z, where we need the DBZ announcer voice. Hold on. Will the developers be able to avert the tragedy that has been Diablo 4? Will they finally patch out such obvious flaws as terrible inventory mechanics and horrible bugs that cause millions amounts of gold to make it into the hands of bots and gold sellers? Find out next time on Season 2.
Really? Greek? You only play... Wow. I think we play quite a bit.
My D2 life is basically a new character at ladder. beat hell and maybe MF for a few hours before I getting bored and then piecing out until the next ladder. That's right. Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, I'll be checking out D4 as well because I want to see if they've actually lived up to what they said they would.
I want to see if they learned anything.
And if they haven't, then at least we see, you know.
Have you learned? What did you learn?
Because there's no point waiting, seeing what other people say. You may as well experience it yourself and check it yourself, because then you know 100% if you're enjoying it or not.
Well, I have to, right?
Yeah,
I have
it's
to.
the same for everyone. It's like, you know, people just wait for, well, streamers and videos and that, and it's like, why not try it yourself? Get your own perspective also.
Pew 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 pew.
Oh, there's some cold monsters up there. Yeah, we take care of some not cold immune monsters up there. We can take care of those.
At least your Valk's nice and happy. That's all that matters.
Take care of all the non-cold immunes real quick. The gargantuan beasts actually are a lot easier than I thought. The zombos,
seem to have more
the
life.
zombies though, they just have massive amounts of HP, and it's a pain in my butt. And they hit way too hard. They literally look at my my merc and they're just like, piece of candy. My merc can't take more than a couple hits of the zombie train before he frickin' falls down. I try and get them focused on the Valkyrie. I'm really just trying to get my skill point. I want my skill
Yeah,
point.
the merc definitely needs upgrades eventually, but it just takes time.
There we go. Another zombie. All of the zombos you see. Look at all the zombos for me. Merc's about to bite it. Telling you, it's like two. He can handle one monster. He can't handle two. I could go res him, but it's like it's getting to the point where now it's like 50k a pop. I really kind of need his physical damage to take out these cold immunes, though. Honestly, this is a pain in the butt, but I'm just trying to get my +1 skill point from Den of Evil, and then I'm gonna move on. I wouldn't normally fight these cold immunes. I would just kind of pass by them in most situations.
I think once you get Stony, you'll be fine, because then you can start farming for some bits.
Yeah.
I am
Barb shield.
overburdened.
Those are worth some money.
Impossible.
Hopefully you can get a nice map layout where the waypoint's right next to the issue.
Oh yeah, that would be nice. You know, I could always, I mean, it's not like I've really explored much in this particular world. I could always flip back and forth in single player and see if I could find one where it's, like, get the waypoint, obviously, and then just redo the seed
Reset.
3 or 4 times until I do get one that's right next to the waypoint, and then I can just farm him over and over again.
Yep.
Sounds like a good plan. As you can see, though, I have absolutely no problem whatsoever with the Fallen, which is honestly they're plentiful all over the place. In P8, I can't imagine that they wouldn't be like good farming, because P8 they have the best, you know, no drop rolls.
Did your Rock just do a Hydra?
Yeah, you can. She has equipment, just rare equipment. All her equipment is rare, so like you can get a chance to cast Hydra on an amulet. So if she gets chance to cast Hydra on the amulet, she gets that ability. She'll also sometimes get a chance to cast Nova, a chance to cast Frost Nova, Chain Lightning, all sorts of stuff. Anything that can roll on equipment, she can potentially get.
I always wish they'd let us equip our Valks.
I just want to see the equipment. I think that would be a fine compromise.
Yeah, I think
Just
they
let me-
did that in PD2, but
Just let me see it. I just want to see it. That way I know whether she's wearing just absolutely garbage and I could resummon her.
quite a lot of times it is garbage.
I mean, it's basically just random rares that you pick up off the ground, right? I mean, how many times have you picked up a rare and it's just like, oh, wow, this is amazing. Oh, 50% extra gold from monsters, plus 1 max damage. Oh, wow, oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
that would be a nice update that you can view Valks and stuff. I think that'd be pretty cool.
What do I think about Rogue's Bow for leveling? It's very fast. It has relatively no physical damage whatsoever, so it makes a very poor bow for physical damage characters. The fast nature of it means that you could fire off a lot of shots relatively quickly. The only problem with that is where you're getting your damage from. If you were stack up on like charms or something like that, like say you got a whole bunch of like elemental damage charms early on and you just held on to them early for leveling, Rogue's Bow could be rather interesting for that. Just like get a bunch of low level, you know, Ellie charms and then take those Ellie charms, combine them with the Rogue's Bow, and then you have like a halfway decent little doojank. Wish I had a Witch Wild String. Wish I had a friggin' negative cold resistance bow. The Wisdom Draw. I haven't found either one.
Maybe Raku will be nice to you.
What more monsters do I got?
Well, there's 2 zombies over there after this beast. And I don't know what's down that last passage.
Gargantuan beasts are mean. They took my frickin' spleen.
What?
That's right. Spleen takers.
Terrible.
Boom, 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 boom.
Poor mouse.
Smack that mouse. Beat that mouse. One day this gargantuan beast will fall. Oh, yes, he will. Maybe I come over here so I can hit 2 for 1, you'll see. 2 for 1 discount. Oh, the gargantuan beast is the butt. Are you getting hit or not? I can't tell whether he's getting hit.
Because you can see that the zombie's poisoned. So you're hitting both. And here comes the other zombie.
Ow. I'm thinking. Physical damage, I don't really have. And I don't really have a physical damage bow that I could use either. I mean, I might find one, but... if I get lucky and find a 6-socket bow, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the 6-socket bow and just, like, fill it with freaking, I don't know, towel runes or something. Specifically to use against the immune to colds.
This is kind of painful.
Oh yeah, this is very painful. It's exactly what I expected. Do I prefer D2R over D4? And as of right now, definitely yes. D2R is way better than D4.
I think D4 will be good eventually, but D2R is always going to have that special D2 to us. You know, it's.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
That'll ever change.
I'll be perfectly honest. If they don't fix the Dance Dance Revolution stuff, I might just fall off that game entirely.
Yep.
There's just something about being a content creator and having a game that requires your attention 100% of the time. It's very difficult to balance. I cannot even express to people the extent that Diablo 4 just wants your attention 100% of the time. Like, I can't even respond to people's like chats and you know, comments in chat and while I'm playing Diablo 4 without dying. Like, good luck.
Push my little kitty.
Good luck.
Hello, kitty cat.
So what's left is 4 zombies. Yay. I mean, Diablo 1 is a very, very good game, but at the same time, Diablo 1 has almost no replay value whatsoever, and no online to really speak of, and I mean, that's really the issue with Diablo 1 is yes, you could say that functionally it's a better game than even. I would even say that I would even argue that functionally Diablo 1 is a more fun game and a more interesting game than even Diablo 2. But it lacks so much in terms of everything. Like, it lacks the ability to play online with your friends, really. It lacks large group counts. It lacks the anti-cheat functions that most games have built into them now. I mean, there's a lot that Diablo 1 is lacking, as well as content-wise. There's content there. The content that exists within that particular game is in that game, right? But once you exhaust that content, there is no more content. And you can literally beat Diablo 1 in like a day, 2 days, maybe, if you really try. And even if you like do like a strict solo self-found run where you promise not to cheat, it still might only take you like a week, and then once you're finished, like, you're done. That's it. Yeah, it's fun to beat like once or twice a year. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a few games out there like that.
Pew, pew, pew.
That's sort of how I felt about D4. So once I beat the game, I was like, oh, I've just got to sit in dungeons all this. It just felt very me.
Morning, Irene.
Morning, Irene. Will you stop scratching my chat? Hey.
I mean, well, one thing about Diablo 4 that we all knew was coming is the infinite content updates, and they pretty much told us that from the beginning. They're like, oh, well, yeah, we're just gonna keep adding stuff.
But that's a good thing. It's just they need to add the right things.
Well, I mean, the problem is there really wasn't enough there at the start,
No.
right? So like
They released way too early.
we're like, it'd be like an artist showing you like a quarter of a painting, and you're like, yeah, I mean, I guess it looks okay. You're like, but where's the rest of the painting? And
the higher ups wanted it out to make money, and it wasn't ready at all. Wasn't even close to ready. That's upsetting. Meow meow. What are you meowing about?
Meow meow meow. Meow 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 meow.
She always is meowing. She was laid on. I woke up with her snoring on top of me, meowing in her sleep. It woke me up. She's an odd one. It's like Kubis when he sits there whining to himself. My cat does that bit in her sleep.
Oh my god, he does that so often. He's also gotten a bad habit of showing off when he's in the presence of his beautiful lady. So
Yeah.
whenever the beautiful lady is present, like he
then
shows
he
off
gets
and
in
he
trouble.
barks and he does things he doesn't normally do. And she's like, I don't know why you say he does that, only 'cause I'm here. And I'm like, 'cause he does. Like, if you could see how
Because he
he
misses
behaves.
her.
I'm like, no, it's not even that. So when he's with her and not me, he acts differently as well. It's only when we're both in the same room together, and that's he's like jealous
But then
of
maybe
us,
you both
basically.
treat him different, so it's like he likes certain different treatments from both. I don't know, strange.
In general, though, he acts completely differently when we're both in the same room. Completely jealous. Like you can go to like if I put my hand on her shoulder, he like loses it. How many arrows does it take to clear the den of evil? Well, we're almost done.
Luckily, the magic arrows, he would have been out of them a long time ago.
Zombies just have so much HP and hell difficulty, and this is players 8 hell difficulty. So it's not really necessarily that I'm having a huge amount of trouble with the zombies. It's that zombies just have a massive amount of HP and hell difficulty in players 8. And it's kind of insane. Even if I was doing an element, really, that's not like the one that they're immune to, I would still be having trouble. Like, even if they weren't immune to cold. Like, let me put it that way. Even if they weren't immune to cold, I would still take quite a few arrows to be able to kill them. Finally, we have cleansed the Den of Evil. That was one of the longest Den of Evils I've ever done. Not the longest one, though, but one of the longest.
I've had some pretty bad Den of Evils, to be honest.
Good evening.
My longest was actually, believe it or not, on a Hurricane Druid.
Oh, yeah.
So, Hurricane Druids have physical and cold. That's what they do, right? Corpse Fire was immune to physical and cold.
Well, that's not a lucky one, is it?
Good luck.
Yeah.
I think I eventually killed him after a really long fight. I don't know how long it took me. I don't know how long it took me, but it was a long time. That's all I remember. Alright, let's get to Stonety Field. Let's get to Stonety Field. Let's ignore the zombos.
It's locked.
I swear, everything that's been dropping for me has been one socket. I'm in like the one socket cursed zone. I'm like, ooh, piece of candy, and that's one socket. Ooh, piece of candy, it's one socket. Ooh, piece of candy, it's one socket.
But it's still a piece of candy.
Good. I'm glad you're looking for items that aren't yours. I'm glad. Ooh, yeah. Let me drop some items deliberately just so you be looking for them. Oh, it's a ring drop. Oh, you hear that? There was a ring. You better. Oh, look, there's an amulet. Look at the amulet. Oh, some armor dropped. Check that. Oh, there's a bow. That's right. Ginger Evil Mentor.
Yeah, Rakinishu is amazing to farm.
You've never seen a Rakinishu farm in your 20 years of play? Well, let me educate you as to some of the ridiculous items that Rakinishu can drop. So let's take a look really quickly at Silo's pen. And let me show you which monster has the highest drop table, or the highest drop odds for a Harlequin Crest Shaco. Not that I'm farming a Harlequin Crest Shaco, mind you. I don't really care what I get, as long as I get something good. But let's just pretend I have 100% Magic Find, and we go to Super Uniques, and you go find. Look who's at the top of the list for farms. Rakinishu. Bishy Bosh, right here. For Harlequin Crest Shaco, they're literally at the top of the farms for super uniques. Who the hell came over here while I'm trying to show off something? Excuse me. As you can see, Cow King is pretty high, but obviously you don't have access to the Cow King at the beginning of Hell, right? So that's out. Unless you kill Hell Bale, you can't get access to Hell Cow King, or unless you have somebody else that can get it for you, right? Neelathak is a good choice too, but guess what? Neelathak is also in Act 5, and you're not getting access to him early. Radamant is pretty high on the list, but Radamant is in Sewers level 3, and he's a pain in the butt to get to. Summoner is pretty high on the list, but again, Summoner is in Act 2, and Summoner is actually a pain in the butt to get to, right? So then you have the Countess, right? Countess is okay to get to, and she is in Act 1, so that's a decent choice. But look who's right below the Countess. Bishibosh, Rakanishu, Treehead Woodfist, and Bone Ash. Four monsters that are ridiculously easy to get to in Act 1 difficulty, which means you can literally farm for your Harlequin Crest Shaco in Act 1 difficulty right there. And of course, if you have higher Magic Find, like if you're running 200%, or if you're running Players 8, for instance, let's try Players 8, and then put that back up here. Now we're looking at, what, 1 in 9,547, which isn't bad at all. Rakanishu is easy to get to. He's a quick farm, just like Pindleskin. There's really no difference. If you're on single player, you can even, the way we were talking about earlier is just redo the seed a couple times until you get one where he's right next to the waypoint.
Ooh. You should kill Bishibosh if you find him, because he's always fire immune.
I got the cold immune demons. I do not like the cold immune demons. The demon fighters. Ugh, fanaticism beasts. Honestly, I just want to get through this area to Stony Field. I'm just gonna follow the pathway and just go for it. I think it's better that I do the Stony Field farm than messing around with these guys.
Yeah, you got no chance here. There's too many golden moons.
This is Burial Grounds. This is not where I meant to go. Man, this girl is fast, and she is not giving up on me. She's like, come here, I'll stab you in the eye. Stab, stab, stab. A stab, stab, stab. A stab, stab, stabby, stabby, stab you in the eye. Stab, stab you in the eye. Ow. I will die, Charles. Don't tell me what to do. I'll die right now.
Ginger dying Manta.
Ginger Gaming dead.
Mine was better.
When I die, just stuff me and put me back in the chair, and then just do like a 24-hour, 7-day a week, 365-day a year live stream of just me in the chair.
Ginger's converted to not talking.
Man, I love watching Ginger Gaming dead. Ginger Gaming dead is amazing.
Thanks.
Such a work of art. Who knew being dead could be so good? I put on Ginger Gaming Dead when I go to sleep. The calm sereneness of the of the gaming. It soothes my soul. Then there'll be people that swear that I move. They're like, yeah, timestamp 12:02:75. Look, his hand twitched.
That'd just be Kubus nudging you.
Yeah, we'll stuff Kubus too, and we'll put him next to me.
Sure, otherwise he'd eat you.
Good to see you.
The Ginger dead mentor. Y'all's rude. Bone Ash waypoint doesn't move. You're absolutely right. But Bone Ash can be freaking spicy sometimes. All them tainted. Get the tainted in there. There's some spice on that. They put a little jalapenos on there.
I think you got the wrong bow under you.
No, I do. Why is it a shale ruin? I mean, I'm certainly not doing bad here.
A lot better than goblins.
I mean, the zombies here are eminently killable. The only ones I think that spawn immune to cold, if I do get them... Actually, I can't remember which one it is. Is it the Lancers?
Yes,
One of the ones
They
here are immune to cold. I know.
No, the goatmen's are lightning immune.
Well, the zombies here are lightning. The Rockinishu just funked my Merc. Of course, he's got Holy Freeze. That does make things a little difficult. Ooh, a Scarab Husk.
I'm not sure what one gets cold immune here.
I can't carry anymore.
I was just looking for a lore base. Oh, 388. Well, the frickin'... That's terrible. Like, it's sub 400 and on an elite base is just... bleh. Why? Why sub 400? Well, now I am capped on Valkyrie, and I am capped on all my damage skills. So I have points to spend, and I don't know where I want to spend them. I could beef up the Valkyrie even more. I really need her to tank. I don't really need more
Dodge,
than...
avoid, and evades.
I don't really know if I really need that. I mean, Critical Strike could help me with the physical portion of things. If I can find a good bow, so I can burn through some of the cold immunes easier.
True.
But then, I don't really know. I'm not really sure. I'm definitely not going to use Penetrate no matter what, because if I do a physical attack on a target, I'm probably just going to use Guided Arrow, so I won't have to worry about attack rating. So Penetrates is not even really an option. Critical Strike also helps the Valkyrie, so I think at this point Critical Strike is the play. Because this way the Valkyrie's damage goes up, my physical damage goes up, and I can work on maybe HP later if I need it, but yeah, I think Critical Strike is the play at this point. Alright, let's find the waypoint, and then let's refresh this until we can get one next to Rockinishu, and then we're going to farm Rack-a-nack-a-nack-a-nack.
Archers on me, I agree with that.
Oh, he cold enchanted. Duke Venom the Raft. He's highly resistant to cold, but not immune. Like I said, see how the Hungry Dead are just, like, they take a lot of hits, even when they're not immune to cold? It's just, they have a lot of HP. It take me quite a few hits to kill these guys. Oh, he teleported. Oh, he's cute. You cute. You stay over there. And die over there. Do I think Mist is good? I don't think
I am
Mist is good for
overburdened.
on Amazon.
I can't.
Mist was designed for the Mist was designed specifically for the Merc. It was not designed for the Amazon. It goes good as a Merc armor or a Merc weapon. It is not really that good as a Merc or a player weapon. It's How do I explain this? First off, the 100% Pierce, absolutely useless to the Amazon because obviously you can just 1-point wonder Pierce and you can get a pretty good level of Pierce. Combination with something like Razor Tail, bam, you're sitting at 100% Pierce. So the 100% Pierce that's on the Mist Bow is absolutely useless for the Amazon. Concentration Aura. Okay, Concentration Aura is not superior to Fanaticism in most regards. So in that case, you would be much better off with a Faith Bow than the Mist Bow, because the Faith Bow has Fanaticism and Mist has Concentration. The other buffs that are specifically on the Mist Bow are really kind of targeted directly at the frickin' Merc. It's a Merc item. The all resistances 40 is certainly nice. The high amount of physical damage is certainly nice, but most elemental damage characters that need plus to skills, and it has +3 to all skills, don't care about the physical damage of something. It's specifically set up for the Act 1 mercenary, and that's really all there is to it. There may be a couple Amazon builds that could utilize it, but it's never going to be best in slot. It's never going to be the item that you're going to use over other items.
Halthol Perfect Topaz. So even if you're a Fizz on, you do Mist on your Merc and then Faith on yourself, or Faith on your Merc and Wind Force on yourself. It all depends. Hey, Mist is still nice, Zachary.
Can't afford a Faith Bow, you're a budget player. Well, for the same exact runes that you would use to make a Faith Bow, or sorry, a Mist Bow, you could probably just get yourself a Wind Force, which would be a better choice.
Oh, he's a Zoo Druid, so he's using it as an aura on his Merc. Why are you putting in?
Why wouldn't you just use? I'm just spitballing here. Why wouldn't you just use a Might Merc?
True.
I mean, Might and Concentration are basically the same thing, and you get Might for free. If you use the Mist Bow on the Act 1 Merc, you're basically going to forego using the Might Merc, which means you're just trading Might for Concentration in that case. So you're going to spend a whole lot of runes on a bow that you might not necessarily even get good use out of. I mean, one thing about having the Act 1 is that she won't run in there and die. I guess if you're having trouble keeping your Merc alive, that could be a thing.
But with them runes, you could put it towards making Pride and stuff like that. And then you could have a Might Merc with Pride.
I mean, if you're doing a Summon Druid, you're probably also better off with, 4-socket. You're probably also better off, in general, with a, what is it called, Bramble for the Thorns. That way you can have Might, Thorns at the same time, and then you could put a Hustle on your Mercenary. So you could do Hustle, which is Fanaticism. Then you could do the... Dang it, I was trying to type that all at one time.
Zachary, I would have done a low-level Hustle on yourself.
So Hustle plus Bramble plus... you could even do... let's see here. Maybe even like Cure for the Cleansing Aura. So you would have Fanaticism plus might plus cleansing plus thorns, which would be a pretty powerful combo for your summons.
And you could even go more expensive, do Pride, and then do Beast on yourself. Wear your own Beast, and then do Pride on the Merc. And get even more auras.
Pooey pride.
Yeah, but still, more damage.
I think fanaticism would be more damage than pride anyway.
You'd have both, because you'd have Beast on yourself for fanaticism, and then Pride from concentration from Pride.
Hmm.
So you'd double up.
Mm.
But obviously that's more expensive.
I missed it. I missed the do-jank there too. When I typed that all out and still. Oh no, I put thorns. Okay, good. Well, let's make this real quick. I make myself a magic find armor for farming Rakanishu.
Oh, it's gonna be pretty hobo yellow armor.
Well, at least the scarab husk actually looks like armor.
Yeah, that's true.
Like the scarab husk is like one step up from the quilted, and it's not just shoulder pads, so it actually puts armor on your character.
A little yellow. Hey, waypoint man. Yeah, Bramble's good, Zachary. It gives thorns.
I mean, when you're doing a summon class, having thorns is definitely useful.
Yep, I think that hits them big bears. Take a lot of damage from it. Yeah, that's true, aggro.
Yes.
No, it's all pretty and yellow.
We're off to find the waypoint of Stonyfield. Because. Honestly, another interesting choice for a summon druid, in my opinion, is going another route, which is the enchant merc. So if you grab the enchant merc, you can potentially make a more interesting do-jank, which is basically 83. That's not bad. So what you do is you set up the enchant merc with high levels of skills, of course, but he enchants your entire army, which is what he'll do. So he gives them lots of attack rating. Then you can throw like a plague sword on, so you get like the cleansing aura. You can throw the bramble on him, so you get the thorns. Thorns plus enchant plus bramble. It's less physical damage and more AR/fire damage. The fire damage actually adds up over the entire army. It's not bad. I ran an entire necromancer with the enchant setup, and I was actually surprised with how well it performed. It didn't do very well versus fire immunes, though, which, yeah, as expected.
Nice stuff, Stalker. Hopefully you're having fun.
Farming some super uniques. Get anything good yet?
Yeah, you need the Merce to be a higher level. On that one, Zachary. Because obviously they're enchant levels with them.
The fire damage is never going to be a large amount of fire damage, but you have to look at it differently. It's not a matter of how much fire damage is the enchant spell doing, it's how many minions do I have.
I still wish they'd make an Act 4 merc that has some sort of cool aura or something.
Let me give you an example of how this works. So let's say, for instance, you have an enchant merc, and your enchant merc gives you 300 additional fire damage. Whoop-a-doo-doo, right? Well, that's what you would think, but that's not actually the case. So let's use a necromancer as an example. Let's say the necromancer has 15 skeletons, right? 15 skeleton warriors. He also has one golem. He also has, well, depending on how many he has summoned at the moment, he also has revives. The revives can also be enchanted. So let's say he's running an average of 20 revives. That's 36 total physical melee fighters that can potentially be enchanted. Times 300 is 10,800 damage. Now, every single one of those is going to attack in a cycle, depending on how many times they attack per second. You may be looking at anywhere to like 2 to 3 times per second. But let's just, for pity's sake, let's just say 2 times per second, which means you're looking at a total of 21,600 fire damage per cycle. Also, the enchant aura at a high level adds literally like 450% to attack rating. So let's say your poor little skeletons have like 2,000 attack rating, and then you throw enchant on them. Now they have 11,000 attack rating. It's kind of insane just how amazing enchant is. So not only is enchant giving your entire army basically 21,600 damage per rotation, you're also getting a huge additional bonus to attack rating, depending on like each individual's monster's ability to attack. Now, your druid, on the other hand, is a little less useful in that category because he has less minions than a necromancer. But your wolves all have attack rating concerns as well, and so you get, a huge attack rating bonus, which means they hit more often. It's one of the reasons why fanaticism is so good, is because it also has attack rating on it. It's not as much as enchant, though. I think like level 15 fanaticism that you get from like a beast is like 100% increased attack rating. Enchant is like 450%. So, you do the math on that. Enchant is definitely going to help your minions hit a lot harder, a lot more often than the other abilities.
Hello, kitty cat. You got a bogey. Come here. You poor little thing. Who's that bet? Who's that bet? Come here.
Well, now that we no longer have that armor interfering, we can actually try and cast a decent Valkyrie. You could sit there and cast spam caster and see what we get. What we really want is dark blue or dark red with a black spear. However, she just got a black spear, so black spear is cruel. Let's see how she does with the black spear. Physical damage alone, she should be hitting like a Mack truck at this point.
I still want an ability that lets you summon extra Valks.
Yeah. See how hard she hits? This is P8. She's taking out the skeleton all by herself. That black spear is a huge buff for her. If I can get her a little bit more plus the skills, maybe like some pre-buff stuff, like specifically for using to pre-buff her. Like Mav's armor, which is pretty common. I usually get a Mav armor at least at some point. That's like plus 2 or 3 to passive. I could also find a pair of passive gloves relatively easily. That's another like plus 2 to 3, depending on which ones I find. Obviously any plus the skills I get, but before too long she'd actually be pretty high. She's already high enough now that she can tank most things with relative ease.
It would be very cool if you could summon more than one Valk. Like if you max it, you get to summon 2 or something. Because then you'd actually have summons-ons. That'd be cool.
Oh dear lord now. Amp and might? No, thank you. He'll one-shot me. Amp and might? I only have like 800 HP. He'll one-shot me. Merc, frickin' Valk is hanging in there like a champ though, ain't she?
She's having fun. Your amp means nothing to me.
She's like, these pathetic fools. Do they not know the extent of my power?
True, Zach. I agree. It'd be nice if you could make her attack speed go up.
You can increase her attack speed with things like fanaticism and stuff.
Oh no, we mean like with the actual leveling her.
I mean,
Nice.
technically it does, because she gets access to rare equipment, and then the
Yeah,
rare
true.
equipment can roll with increased attack speed on it. I mean, she's basically wearing equipment just like we are. It's just we don't know what it is she has on. And you have to think about, like, in rare items, what rolls increased attack speed, right? So, gloves, her gloves can roll increased attack speed. Her weapon can roll increased attack speed. And with that exception of those two, I'm not really sure there's any other rare items that she has on that can roll with increased attack speed. So if she does roll with an increased attack speed weapon, 40%, and an increased attack speed pair of gloves, 20%, she could be sitting at 60% IAS. And that actually does increase with level. So the thing is that when she's a really low level character, she only gets like magic equipment and it's all garbage. And then once she gets rare equipment, they have more modifiers, and it's more likely that she'll end up with decent rolls on her equipment. Because when she's using a blue spear, like back in the early levels, she does use blue spears. Even if she rolls increased attack speed, what does it matter if it doesn't have, like, enhanced damage on it? I mean, okay, yeah, it's fast, but it does no damage.
Yeah,
Well-
I like that, Raj, that you're able to view your Valk in PD2 and that you get an extra Valk at level 10 and 20. So you can have 3 Valks. So cool. Because you actually, if people actually play pure summons on, it's so funny. Because they changed the way the decoy works, where decoys actually shoot at enemies and do strafe. So it's like you summon multiple decoys and then you've got your 3 Valks. It's just so fun to watch. Not that I know of, Ragnar. But if they could, I'm sure Ginger would play it.
You want to know where the best place to find an Oculus is? This man wants to commit suicide. Nah, I can help you with that. Give me a second.
I hate Oculus. It's like, it's such a good item, but at the same time, I absolutely despise it. Because I've died so many times from that damn thing. It's like you're doing fine, yeah, you're getting hit a bit, but you're surviving, and then boom, it teleports you into the middle of a load of souls.
Yeah, I thought you liked souls. You put it on the list. You said love souls.
I do love souls, but not on certain characters.
You said you love them. You said you love souls. Alright, so let's assume that you have at least 200% magic find, Taro Katano. And you are looking for the Oculus, which I don't know if it's got a "the" in it. They always arrange it differently, whether it's got a "the" in the front of it.
I think it's just Oculus.
I don't think it
Is it?
No, it's the
Oh,
Oculus.
okay.
It's the Oculus. Alright, so first we're going to take a look at bosses. Alright, so we're going to go to Silas Pen, we're going to find. And sort by probability, and we're going to ignore the quest flags. Don't look at the quest flags. Except for Andy, you can look at the quest flags on Andy. So it looks like Bale and Nightmare difficulty is your highest percent chance. But of course, Bale's not exactly easy to get to. However, Diablo and Nightmare has a very good chance as well at 1 in 1,377. So it looks like your best bet is probably either Nightmare Diablo, or it looks like Quest Andariel, which Andariel is always quest flagged, is actually a pretty good option too. Hell Mephisto is not bad. Hell Diablo. But if you're looking for ease of access, it definitely does look like Nightmare Diablo is probably one of your easiest there. Nightmare Mephisto is not too shy either there. That's not terrible. Then we take a look.
Mephi drops a lot of other nice stuff too.
Then we take a look at super uniques, and for super uniques, it looks like Hell Cow has a pretty good. Hell Cow King has a pretty good chance, 1 in 3,551. And then most of the super uniques apparently don't really have very good chances. Neelathak and Nightmares 1 in 9,861, etc., etc., etc. Anyway, I hope that helps. There you go.
Nightmare Diablo and Nightmare Mephi.
Diablo's obviously the easiest to get to. You don't have to worry about finding him.
Teleporting.
You know exactly where he is, obviously, every single time, so that's not an issue, right? But if you are a sorceress and you can teleport, then you can obviously get to Nightmare Mephisto relatively easily. If you're in single player also, here in your map is static, Nightmare Mephisto is pretty easy to get to as well.
I am overburdened.
What gem
Impossible.
Yeah, I'm trying not to click on it by accident.
I know, right?
Did you get any new gear from last night? I made a gemmed scarab husk. Spot it. Gemmy husk. It's a gemmed husk. It's a husk of the gems. It's a gemmed husk.
What you got these eye bogies for? You've been sleeping.
Eye bogies.
Yeah, she gets eye bogies. Always clean her eyes. I have to pick her nose too because she gets bogies on her nose, and cats, you know, they can't exactly get rid of their own bogies.
And do you eat them? Yeah.
God, no, they're black. They are pitch black bogies.
Do you
They
eat
look
them? Yeah.
horrible.
Are they delicious?
I wouldn't know. I don't think
Are
I'll
they?
ever know.
Are they tasty?
No idea. You should try and roll that Grimhelm.
I'm thinking about it. We'll see what it requires. Using up all my dang soul runes. Oh.
How many you got?
Using up all my dang thulls.
You'll still have one left.
Using up all my dang thulls. Using up all my dang thull runes. Using up all my dang thull runes. Oh, 2 sockets. Well, I guess that's better than the piece of crap I'm wearing.
Yep. Looks so much better too. I still like the old look of the bone helmets though. Like, I guess they've made them actually look like a bone helmet, but it was a demon. Like it looked like a demony helmet beforehand, not like a human skull. It's very weird.
Oh wow,
I can't
superior
carry
legend
anymore.
sword. 1 socket.
Ugh. Very nice Lordbringer base from there.
Can't find a waypoint to save my life. I can't find the waypoint. I have some strife. I don't know why. I just want a waypoint. There it is. Hey, that's not bad. That's not bad. It's right here, and Stonyfield's right here, and the thing is right there. It's not. I mean, it's not like directly next to it. It looks like I'll have to go
It's still
through.
not bad.
That's not bad at all, actually. Yeah, let's farm that.
Because you'll get a couple of monsters in the middle to kill.
Oh yeah, get one of these little camps. These camps are actually fine. They're fine. We could just murder everything in the camp relatively easily. Should be fine. An ogre. An ogler XCD. We'll take a look at the number of sockets in the next game. Good luck on my way. Safe travels, my friend. Safe travels. Alright, now comes the ritualistic casting of the Valkyrie. Dark red armor, but not black spear. Black spear, but no dark red armor. I'll take the black spear. The preference is black spear and dark red armor. That's the preference.
Yep, because then it's health, hopefully.
Not to be confused with the dark orange armor, which the dark orange armor is not. That's actually attacker takes damage of.
But it looks so pretty. I always liked the way the blue armor looked on the Valk sword.
Hey, what's up, Vidine?
I need mana.
Lots of elites on the way. Ow.
More chance to drop stuff.
I'm still technically working, so
Ooh. Wait, you work?
yes.
What are these shenanigans?
Oh no, the moon clans are immune to cold.
Ah, that's the ones. Okay. I don't remember whether it was them or the bow ladies.
I don't know why, but I heard bow-legged.
Because you're weird, Ginger.
Am I weird? Am I? Am I weird?
We're all a bit weird.
Or are you guys just way too normal? Or maybe I'm the normal one and you guys are the weird ones. You ever think about that?
I don't believe you.
Oh god. Wraith Eater. Conviction Aura. Okay.
Enemy to go.
I think my merc's about to die. Oh, and he's amp damage too? Let's run over here and not fight that.
It's just an amp and guaranteed chance to get.
Yeah, merc dead. Knew that was coming. Ow, 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 ow. Yeah, I might have to abandon this one.
Oof.
Yeah. This is if I was a hardcore character, by the way, before anybody says, "Oh man, if you were a hardcore character," if I was a hardcore character, I would have noped out as soon as I saw a conviction. That's what would have happened there. I would have been nope, nope. I would have said, "Oh look, conviction aura." Nope.
Conviction means you have no defense, you don't have a shield to block, and amp damage.
Oh, and all negative resistances, because I'm already at negative resistances already. But why not be at 100% negative resistances? Because that is the true nature of all. Yeah, we're just gonna abandon this one. I will move on to the next one. Conviction aura plus amp damage. No, thank you.
Isn't like a level 1 conviction like already like 70% defense?
Oh, I need to turn you down a little bit.
Not sure.
It's pretty rough. It's the amount of negative defense that it conveys is well, I mean, I don't really have very good defense anyway.
The bad thing is that run was going to drop a bury.
Oh yeah.
A bury bow.
What about a burr rune? What?
No, the burr bow. Bury, barista, buru.
Oh,
Bury do canyon.
the Buriza do Canyon.
Amazing crossbow.
Is that's white? What was that? Fool's Mod? That's a Fool's Mod spear. We'll try that out.
Hello.
White is Fool's Mod. Black is Cruel. Ideally, you would want Cruel Fool's Mod, but the chances of you being able to get that is pretty slim, and also you would never be able to tell, because I'm pretty sure that the black color overwrites the
Yes.
the white Fool's Mod color, so it will just be black, and it won't show you. It won't show you that it's Fool's Mod.
And that's why we wish we could see what she was wearing.
Well, it just had to be that the Conviction Aura monster with the amp damage was a cold immune goat as well. So, I mean, that was just like cursed. Like everything that could have went wrong did go wrong on that run.
Does sound better.
Oh, I had already
Switch
turned you.
mine out.
I had already turned you down. Let me just turn you back up. Let me wait until I'm not in a situation where I'm gonna die.
Well, I'm not playing. I think the headset off. Speakers and camera.
Ah. Makes sense.
I mean, it's a hell of a lot better than whatever mic you were using yesterday, because yesterday I could barely hear you. I mean, that's why we got individual volumes, right? So we can fix things as we need.
You got an evil one just there.
Yeah, I see him.
Oh, lightning.
He hits hard.
Only half your health in one shot.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
His name is
Not like you're
Moonpox,
playing hardcore.
and he seems to be completely ignoring my Valkyrie and going directly after me, which is always great.
Oh, there we go. That decoy doing its job.
Impossible.
Oh, I'm out of arrows.
Is that 2 lightning enchants?
Yeah.
You got arrows on switch.
I am overburdened.
I'm sure you added some arrows to your other.
Short siege bow.
I am overburdened.
Linked mail. Ethereal one socket. Why is that the frickin' theme of the run? I'm gonna call this the one socket run. Every time you pick up an item, it's gonna be one socket. You might as well not even look. Every time you pick up an item, it's gonna be one socket, so don't even bother, sucker. We heard about your blessed run and we didn't like it, so we gave you a run with all one socket items.
I think they fixed multiple shot lightning enchant, did they?
All right, guys. Yeah. Well, Cow King still does it.
A decent leveling source build, you could go Orb Hydra, Orb Firewall, or Fireball. Like, really you want dual element if you're doing an offline
Orb
sword.
Firewall is much better for
Yep.
solo self-found than Orb Fireball.
No, that's what I said, like Orb Firewall, Fireball, different ones, depending.
Freaking, that's a interesting find.
Fine.
That doesn't help me at all.
I can't help.
But it's showing that stuff's dropping. That, come on.
I'm pretty sure that dropped from Rakanishi.
At least you can make an Act 5 merc now. With some MF on his IK helm.
I mean, you're not wrong. It actually, like, if I wanted to do an Act 5 merc, I could probably swing that. I'm not sure MF an MF Act 5 Merc would necessarily be bad.
Depending what weapons you put on him, you know. You could easily get yourself a Lawbringer pretty easily now.
Good to
If
see
you find a you've got a Crescent Moon, or is it a Mal? Can't remember.
Oh, I don't know exactly. The items to put on the Act 5 Merc are kind of hard to come by. The weapons.
Sisterhood welcomes you.
Prophecy, you need to look up the exact amount of levels you need in Firewall compared to like Mastery and stuff, because there's a certain amount that is. It's a weird one, isn't it, Ginger?
Firewall is easy. You just max out warmth, and then maxing out warmth is a synergy for firewall. So then you just start maxing out firewall, and then you obviously make sure you put at least 1 point into fire mastery, and then you start maxing out the 2. I can't remember the exact formula if you wanted to have like optimal do jank, but it doesn't really.
He's gonna have to
It
max
doesn't.
orb and
It doesn't really matter. You can just like alternate points between them and still get pretty good effect. I mean, if you want to look it up, I'm sure there's some guy out there who's calculated the exact math of the right order to put the points in, but I always go warmth first because warmth obviously has the advantage of like completely fixing your mana for the most part, which obviously makes frozen orb very easy to spam, and firewall very easy to spam because you have a constant, never-ending source of
I can't carry
of
it.
mana.
get you out.
Yeah, no, I did too.
Yeah, I'd definitely go warmth first, just because then the mana's so good. I never knew your bow was green.
My bow is green.
Oh, you were poisoned. Okay. Well, there you go, Black Spear.
I actually did orb wall on my Solo Self-Found Sorceress playthrough, Prophecy, so if you want to check out my Solo Self-Found Sorceress playthrough, that's probably the easiest way for you to check out a leveling up orb wall build. Obviously, it's not best in slot equipment. Solo Self-Found runs are never best in slot equipment.
Well, he said he's playing offline anyway, so I'm guessing that's why he wants something that'll work for a bit of both to get through the game.
Yeah,
Obviously, there's better builds once you get Infinity and stuff, but if you're offline, it's like, highly doubt you're going to get that sort of stuff straight away, or ever. Who knows? Yeah, Orb Firewall's brilliant. Firewall used to obviously be a lot better when it was a bit buggy, but it still works well. The only reason I choose Hydra a lot of the times is because it auto-targets, where Firewall, if the monster's moving, it's so annoying.
Yeah, you need a good mercenary to make sure the monster stays
yeah.
still.
Yeah.
It's important. It's important with Firewall to get a good merc so that your mercenary's not constantly running around, or so the monster's not constantly running around.
Yeah, because you want it to stand in that wall, and that's why at the start I normally go Hydra, and then I'll change later once I've got a good merc.
Alright.
What's up, Chromatic?
Yes, that's true, Zachary, but
I'm thinking about playing throw barb this season. A little bit of Horkin action on the side.
that sounds good.
How does late game throw do? Like
It's good. You just need some really good javelins. What's that? That ethereal unique one, Ginger? Ghost Wraith? Like?
There's Lacerator, War Strike, Gimmer
I can't
Shred,
carry anymore.
No,
Demon Arch.
Don't go with axes. Go with javelins. They go twice as far.
So you're gonna have two setups. You're gonna have your single target setup, which is basically where you're just throwing axes at one monster. So like when you kill Diablo or something like that, and your axes or daggers work fine for that, but they don't really work very good for like say if you're doing cows, for instance. You want something that's gonna go further and it's gonna get you the range that you need to actually like hit multiple targets. The problem with the throwing axes is they only go like half the distance of everything else. It's actually less than half. So when you talk about, like one of the things they added to the throwing barb is the piercing, right? Well,
Yep.
the axes and the daggers don't pierce nothing, because they literally, you throw them and they're like gone before they even get like 10 feet from you. The javelins, on the other hand, like the spears and stuff like that, you throw those and they go like all the way across the screen.
Yeah.
And they'll hit multiple targets. So if you build up your 100% pierce, which is probably what you want to do, or get as close to 100% as you can, like maybe razor tail plus your mastery gets you, I think, to what, 66% bare minimum. So when you throw that spear and it pierces through like 10 cows, you're going to get a hell of a lot more damage than when you throw an axe and it disappears right in front of you and hits like one cow.
I'd say your best bet is to or flights, because they always drop ethereal. Yes, they're a bit slow, but they've got mana and life leech.
So basically, what you want is you want a set. You're gonna want the lacerator for the amp, but you're gonna want a set of them. One for the, like, when you're actually fighting large groups of monsters, which is the javelins, and then one when you're fighting like that one tough monster, like, you know, like when you're doing like Hephaestus or something, and he's all by himself.
So you have a set for, so you just have a swap set up.
Yeah. So, and you're gonna swap back and forth all the time. So every single time you come across big packs, you're gonna swap to the javelins, and every time
I
you
do
come
wish
across
they'd fix that.
the little teeny monsters, you're gonna switch back to the axes. But also, you're gonna need the lacerator to break the physical immunities. But
You could always
Flight.
Yep.
Wraith flight.
WRAITH flight. Yep.
H. Meow.
But you could even do Wraith Flight and Demon Arch if, like, you find an ethereal Demon Arch. There is nothing amazing, but it's got a bit of fire and lightning, you know, attack speed, life leech, ED.
H's. Don't worry about them H's now.
But Rough Flight's probably your better one.
Your main issue with the spears is attack speed. You're gonna need
Yes.
You're gonna need more attack speed to get the best out of the spears.
But they hit harder, and they go further. I do wish they would fix the throwing axes and stuff, because they really don't go very far. Because lacerators are just amazing.
There's a lot of good ethereal like spears though. There's
Oh, yeah, you
there's
can
Demon
find them
Arch
amazing.
that you can get ethereal. There's Wraith
Yep.
Flight always spawns ethereal, and it has really high physical damage.
Gargoyle's Bite.
Gargoyle's Bite kind of sucks. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
lie.
it's a bit
That
of an
one,
odd one.
that one's pretty garbo. I wouldn't recommend that one to my best friend.
But I'd
Unless
definitely
I was
say
just
Demon's Arch. if
unless
you
I was
find
just
it.
trying to troll him.
Even a normal Demon's Arch would be nice for leveling until you find an ethereal one.
Ugh.
Yeah, I'm playing like non-ladder single player, just non-ladder, and just to kind of see what the leveling is like.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll be with
It's easy.
We'll be with the it's really not bad, honestly. I was kind of pleasantly surprised.
You can even start with dual throwing potions, and as soon as you get your throwing mastery and stuff up, it replenishes them.
Yeah, so if you actually put your points into, instead of putting your points into the like the throw skill early on,
Yeah, I
just stack your
mastery.
throwing mastery early, and you can actually spam throwing potions.
Oh
Yep.
yeah, dude, it's super.
You
it's
can
super
just
awesome.
you can just get like the oil potions and like the exploding potions and stuff, and just spam those in the beginning. It's pretty
And then
hilarious.
as soon as ethereal javelins drop, just imbue them.
But yeah, I didn't know.
You can go and test it. It's like, I think the best place to really get a good feel for it is like Canyon of the Magi, and there's like all those pillars around the waypoint, and just stand next to one of the pillars and then throw your axes, and then stand and then do the same thing, but this time throw your
Javelins.
javelins, and just look at the crazy distance that the javelins have comparatively.
Javelins are like
Yeah.
2.5 more distance or something.
Yeah, it's like it's almost like 2.5. It's nuts. And unfortunately, what happens, and this is something that you'll notice when you play the throw barb, is that there's this really weird kind of situation that goes on with the distance and then your character moving into range. So, like, say for instance, you're standing next to a monster and you click on a monster to throw your your axes at the monster. Your character or your actual like AI of the game will just simply move you within range of the barest minimum that is, allowable, like, to hit them with the axe. So So what ends up happening, because the range on the axis is so short and it doesn't go off the screen or anywhere even near close, your barbarian will just simply move within range to hit that one monster, and it pierces and goes nowhere. So it just hits that one monster and that's it. So you have to actually physically, if you want to use the axes and you actually want to pierce, you basically have to be in melee range. Like, you got to be in melee range so that your axe pierces through the target and then goes through that target and hits other targets. Like, if you're not in melee range with the axes and the daggers, you're basically not piercing anything and you're not getting any additional damage. It's rather unfortunate.
Right now, I just have I have a 75 offline. I've been playing it the last couple days, and all I've got are spears. Just 'cause it's the best like I found for damage. But
It's a very fun character to level though, because you just throw them, and because you get your mastery, they're constantly replenishing. It's so fun.
Yeah,
It's
when
a
you find
different play
you
style.
find ethereal ones, you can just throw those on because they just infinitely replenish, right? So.
Yep. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Definitely a different playstyle to a lot of other characters. Oh, that's a nice charm.
but I totally forgot about the Wraith flight. I
It's
totally
just an
forgot about
easy
that
one
weapon.
because it always drops ethereal. It doesn't drop non-ethereal, so it's a high damage.
Yep, bunch
Like
of damage.
obviously you could find like an ethereal Fool's Mod
What can I do
ED
for you?
one that would be amazing, but finding that compared, you know,
I just wanted to make sure that like when I get to the late game, right? Because the kinship will be there for like, you know,
it'll
I'll
do
be-
damage.
yeah, like walking through chaos. I just want to like walk through chaos and walk through Travancore and just make sure that those are at least those two zones are really easy to do.
As long as you've got a good merc, you'll do fine.
Yeah.
I'd probably say the Frenzy Merc would be a good one because they're very tanky. And they also cast the battle thing, so it lowers the monster's immunity, Fizz immune. So that'd be a very good merc. And then you could do Crescent Moon and Lawbringer on the Frenzy Merc, and then you wouldn't need a Lacerator because you'd have your Merc proccing Decrep and Static.
Honestly, Grim Totem is like your best friend.
And yet, Grim Totem is amazing. So you've got multiple ways to not need a Lacerator.
It's locked.
I like Grim Totem. I used
I
Grim
do.
Totem on my solo Self-Found run, and that
Totem's
that
amazing.
ability is just, not only does it make everything run away, it also slows them down. You have to actually put a couple points into it, so you can't just 1 point wonder it. But the slow effect that it has, combined with the physical damage reduction, is massive. And it basically completely makes most monsters 100% useless. So like you when you cast it, they're running away. Yeah, sure, they're running away, but they're also at the same time that they're running away slowed by like 70%. So they're running away in slow motion.
Oh, sorry, bruv. See. Yeah, Grim Ward's brilliant. Yeah, you'll have a lot of fun with it. Especially once you get better weapons and that. And it just takes time.
Yeah, I'm not worried about like the early or mid game. I just want to make sure the late game is really good and I can just
Oh,
kind
yeah,
of fly
'cause-
through content.
Once you get a fortitude and all that lot, you'll be doing more than enough damage.
Well, no burrs, because like I haven't dropped a burr in the last 3 seasons. So I dropped a burr the first season, and like after that I haven't seen one.
Well, you could do like Ariat's Face because it's just cheap, simple, easy.
Yep,
Or you
yep.
can do Glilms if you want a bit more crush and blow. But I like Ariat's because of all the AR it has on it.
Yeah, that's what I'm building the Maxwell
And it's cheap and
character,
easy,
That's what
yeah.
I'm planning. So
Cheap and easy. High Lord's Amulet because you obviously get the extra crit and the IES. IES gloves, probably what are them set ones.
So would I just run dual Wraith flights?
If you can get enough IES, yes. Until you find like an ethereal, you know, cruel, you know,
Yeah,
Fool's
fools of the quickness, like
yeah. Until you find some godly
ridiculousness.
ethereal throwing weapons, yes, for flight. And if you do that like with with the Grim Totem and your Merce with Lawbringer and stuff, you will have no issues.
It's not a weaker amp damage, it's actually a stronger amp damage, Vidine. It's 120%, amp damage is only 100.
Wait, so I use Act 4 Merc, I use the Frenzy Merc
Act
with...
5 Frenzy Merc with Crescent Moon and Lawbringer. And then probably Bulwark for his helmet, and then 40 if you really want, but pretty much any armor.
The only negative thing about Grimoire is it doesn't work on elites, because you can't fear elites.
And that's what I'd say.
But it's also
the Merc will help.
But it's also a positive too at the same time, which is kind of interesting. So
yeah, because they won't run away.
So well, yeah, they won't run away, and the minions will. So like, say you're farming Shank or Eldritch or something like that, you can literally pop a Grim Totem, and then they all run, all the monsters run away, except for like Eldritch or Shank or whatever. So what you can do is you can literally just like target farm specifically the monster itself, and you can just run in, kill one monster, totem, and then murder Shank or murder Eldritch, and you don't have to worry about anything else around you. It's actually really effective for killing bosses or like target farming specifically a monster that you don't want to have to fight all his minions on. Like especially for say D-keys when you're farming Neelathak. So you go in there, you kill one corpse, you immediately obviously use a your Grim Totem on the corpse to prevent him from being able to corpse explode it, and then all of his minions are now forced to run to the edges of the screen, and they can no longer help Neelathak. And anything that he summons also is immediately made to run to the edge of the screen. So you basically just sit there and kill Neelathak, and you don't even have to worry about his stupid little minion crowd.
Good day.
That's easy to get though, Zachary. You know, gauze or whatever, goblin toes, and then some crafted IAS blood gloves. Crushing blow. Like, yes, you can. Guillaume's helm probably will be best, but it just depends. If he's struggling on AR and like res and stuff, then yes, he could use Ariats.
Well, the beauty of that build is that you can be a pseudo melee character as well if you want to. Double swing is actually surprisingly good. It has, of course, the added benefit of being a 0 mana cost ability as well, which means you don't necessarily have to worry about mana cost or anything with it. The only downside is you don't get the actual damage bonus from the ability, because the damage bonus comes from bash, and you probably won't be building bash. But you still have to cap out double swing anyway to get access to the damage bonus on throwing mastery, or your double swing. So one way or another, you're gonna like put 20 points into double swing. So if you're in a situation where you're fighting a boss or something like that, and you feel like you can go in there and just swing your weapons, you can do that instead, and get like the full crushing blow, you know, instead of like the half crushing blow and stuff like that. So you have the option to do both melee and range.
G-face is probably better,
which is not terrible.
And you could also put 1 point in frenzy, have some like normal axes on your offhand, hit with frenzy, get your frenzy stacks, and then switch to your throwing so that you get the added attack speed for frenzy.
It's a very versatile class because you basically have access to like all the forms of damage. You've got the melee, you've got the ranged, you know, you've got like the freaking Grim Totem to make things run away. You can also, of course, hork the bodies for potions. Grim Ward and Find Potion or Find Item are basically the same synergy too, so it works out very easily. You put 20 points into Find Potion for the synergy for Find Item, and Find Item is also the synergy for Grim Ward. So when you max out the synergy for your Find Item, you also max out the synergy for Grim Ward.
I'd definitely say either Goblin Toes or Gore Riders, G-Face, and then some 20 IAS crafted Crushing Blow gloves.
Well, I mean, honestly though, for the like when he's fighting a boss or something like that, CB is important. But for his mainly when he's clearing things, Laying of Hands is probably still going to be better with with the 350% demon damage.
Yeah, Melee in the hands might just be your best in slot if you get enough crushing blow with just your boots and your helm.
Yeah. Oh, we'll get there. That's super late game though.
But yeah, there's so many options.
Just want to make sure that I'm gonna get there and
Oh,
not
it'll
worth
do a lot of damage. They do a lot of damage.
I don't think you'll have any trouble on that character.
They're fun characters and they hit hard.
I don't think I've ever played a barb, but I was looking at builds and I was like orc is fucking ridiculous. I'm ranged, so I don't have to be in melee. The shouts are, everyone loves shouts, and so I was just like, it seems really strong. Just gotta make sure that the
Yeah, Duress is a really nice budget armor to start off with.
Yeah, that's what I have on right now.
Yep.
Yeah. And what
Yep,
you're gonna
Gloom's
what you're
is
gonna
very
end up
easy.
doing is you're gonna end up looking at basically like every throwing item that falls on the
Yeah,
ground.
and it's cool. Like I'm like picking up shit I've never picked up before because I always play a Sork, and I'm just like, oh, what does this shit do? I actually have to pay attention.
Man.
As a Sork, I know exactly what the fuck I'm looking for.
What can I do for you?
But no, you'll have fun with it. It's definitely a fun build, and it's such a different feeling to a lot of other ones. Then obviously Ravenfroster's Rum Ring, your other ring probably life like a dual leech ring.
Yep.
Belt is pretty much up to you. I would probably go for either Nos Coil or what's the other one? The Pierce one?
Razor Tail. That's probably
Razor
what
Tail.
That's probably what I'm gonna go with.
I don't know if you'll need it because I'm sure that your mastery gives you Pierce,
Yeah, the mastery does, but it's
but I can't remember how much.
at level 20. It's 46.
Yeah, so yeah, probably use the Razor Tail then, because that'll cap you out. Fair enough. And then with javelins, you just literally throw it and it goes straight through the whole pack. So good.
Yeah, it's like triple, quadruple.
Yep.
The damage.
Yeah, you'll enjoy it. But yeah, you'll be picking up every single javelin. Like even throwing axes and that, but obviously their range is just their one downside. Because Lacerate is a lot of fun, but the range is just terrible.
I don't like the flea. That sounds really annoying.
It can be.
That's
yeah,
why.
that's true, Zachary. String of ears if you do a Sunder, but he's better with. He doesn't really need the Sunder if he goes for the Merc with.
That's why
Auburn,
that's why I recommend Grimoire, because Grimoire has a flea on it, but they're so
They're
slow.
so slow, yeah.
Yeah, they can't go anywhere. They basically just sit there
Yeah.
and they just let you kill them. It's amazing.
Like,
Even
war
as
strikes are
even on
fun.
my melee character, I ran it on my melee barb from the solo Self-Found because I needed a reliable way to break resistances, and it was super easy. It's freaking just like you cast it, and the duration on the higher level ones, you literally cast it and it just stays up for a really long time.
Oh yeah, definitely
mo-
save your imbues for when you find like ethereal Hyperion spears and stuff, or whatever it's called.
Yeah, I don't remember which base is the best for the.
I can't carry
That's
No,
right.
I can't
items.
remember. Not sure.
And you never know, you might get a surprise buff in the patch 2.8.
Patch 2.8.
Yeah,
Y'all
fun
so
character.
funny.
Throw barbs are funny.
They still have time.
Greetings.
I'll be back in a minute.
See, this is the orange color, but she did roll with the black spear, so she's got the cool mod. But that's attacker takes damage of mod, not the health mod.
And no one's gonna play a barb or a throw barb, so I get all of it.
All of it.
Give me the loot.
Well, it's really cool when we drop some of the more rare items like Gimmer Shreds. Those are pretty nice.
I'll take those.
A ballista. Terrible.
We have 12 barbarians signed up.
What?
How many barbarians?
Three, 6, 7, 8.
8 barbalarbs?
8. Well, 8, 9. Well,
5 to 12.
What is this, the season of the
Yeah.
barb?
it's the well. Everyone's like slash barb, or like slash something else.
The season of the barbarian. That's it. I'm making my crushing blows on. I need 2 burr runes and a witch wad string, please.
Let's see, Wraith Flight. God, really only fucking Diablo and Bale fucking drop it.
Come on with the language.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Dropping F and S bombs like left and right.
I am overburdened.
My bad.
I try to be patient with it. I really do. But then like
Call
if
me out.
then
anytime.
I be patient with it, and it's just like, oh, okay, I'll just keep on going for like an hour and a half.
Call me out. Oh, it's all good.
You are playing the only throw bar.
Let's see.
I'm playing the only lightning barb.
So, Soundwave is throw horking.
He's on PlayStation.
Yeah, Soundwave is PlayStation. Unless he finally got a PC.
The sisterhood welcomes you.
Hello.
Oh, I missed one. There is one slash possible throw.
Not too bad.
What you need?
Honestly, when it comes to throw barb, you're gonna end up getting like all the throwing items. I always check the throwing items when they drop to see if they're ethereal. It's like the main qualification. Is it ethereal? Oh, okay, it's not ethereal. All right, well, it's probably not gonna.
Make the cut.
Probably not gonna make the cut if it's not ethereal. I don't know about that. And then if it's ethereal, then you pick it up and you identify it and see if it's any good.
I saw I forgot who I watched, but they had like two spears that are like +3 each to war cries. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think you can get even higher than that. Those are pre-buff spears.
Yeah.
That's a pretty common thing. You go to the shop and shop for pre-buff stuff.
I watched like 3 or 4 videos about it, and no one mentioned Wraith Flight. I was surprised.
That's because
everyone's
everybody's
like Lacerator War Strike. That's like everybody's saying.
because everybody uses the amp. Yeah, I mean it's something that a lot of throw barbs just don't take into account. They don't take into account the range issue.
Yeah.
But you take if you take a Lacerator throw barb into the cow level, and you take like a Wraith Flight throw barb into the cow level, you're going to kill cows at a much faster rate with the Wraith Flight than the Lacerator. You might kill 1 cow faster with the Lacerator, but you're going to kill like 30 cows faster with the Wraith Flight. It's a density versus single target issue.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's not that difficult for you to have a swap to, right? So you just swap back and forth as necessary.
Yep. Yep.
I don't know. It's kind of crazy, like the distance. I like the sound effect too. I'm not gonna lie. The sound effect of the oh, okay, Conviction Moon Clan. Oh, no, thank you. Go moving on. It's kind of crazy the sound effect too. I love the sound effect. It's like I love it. I'm not exactly sure how bad, though, Atmoscarab would be. I was actually thinking about that.
It could work, but if he's got the Merc giving him decrep all the time, he probably wouldn't need it.
Well, I mean, think about it like this. If you're using the Wraith Flights and you're hitting, you know, like 30, 40 cows with your pierced attacks, which is probably
Yeah,
going to be the
true.
case when you're, like, double throwing and you got, like, 2 spears and it's, like, 5 pierces per with, like, a total, a last hit of, like, 6. So it's,
Be
like,
nice.
12. It's, like, 12 hits per double throw.
I guess it just depends what breakpoint he's hitting without the IES off Island.
I know it's not exactly the highest chance in the world, but it would probably be much
It'd be
better,
decent.
much better when you're in big giant groups, right?
Yeah, I agree.
I
Zachary.
finally found the belt. Is it better than what I'm using? That's the question. I think it's, what is it, 50% for the 2-piece? Oh, no, it's 40%. So unfortunately, at this point, it's not going to be superior.
But what does it give you when you add your gloves?
I don't have the Arctic gloves.
I thought you did.
I mean, if I socketed the armor, which I don't know if I want to burn a socket quest on that, but if I socketed the armor, turned it into
You also have to upgrade them both.
1 topaz, that would give me 24 there, which is 40, so 50, 60, 64. So this is still technically better with the 96. If only I had found that earlier. If I had found it earlier, I mean, that would have been worth it, but...
Cold res is nice, and the all res as well. Oh, you put the wrong belt on.
The Order welcomes you.
Yeah, it's a shame. It's a nice set.
Well, I saved the armor specifically for the magic find, and then by the time I found the belt, I didn't need the magic find anymore.
That's how it goes.
All these dead rogues by the frickin' Dujang. Hey, look, a sacred tires. I bet it's 45 all rest too.
You're gonna have to have a look
It's
at it.
22.
Wow, so better than your whole pally run.
Mhm.
Wow. That's just...
Has anyone ever horked anything really cool?
Oh yeah,
Talk
working
to Burr.
is very, very highly lucrative.
Yep, you can...
There's whole characters that literally all they do is they just follow around other members as they kill stuff and just work everything.
Yeah, I feel like that's what I'm gonna end up doing. Like during chaos runs and bale runs, I'm just gonna be horking everything.
Yeah, I've fought Burrs and other stuff.
I mean, it's early on if you're a horker too, like you end up getting fed a bunch of magic find equipment too. But like, oh, here's
Oh,
a
yeah.
gold dagger, and here's the dolly blade of Alibaba,
It's a cheeseburger.
a cheeseburger in paradise.
You're getting kind of hungry.
I mean, if we're really that over flooded with barbarians, maybe I'll do the Procazon instead. I don't know.
Like he said, only 4 have confirmed. Everybody is slash barb, slash barb, slash barb.
Well, I'm one of the ones
Yeah.
that's slash barb slash Amazon.
So we don't actually know.
Yes.
And we'd never have full Juve issues with a block of barb.
All the
Because-
juvies in the world. The juvies
Well, it's
in the
them.
world.
What are they called? The little bugs, like the maggots. Mate, they can't drop items. Tiny bugs. So you just use fine potion on them and get loads of full juice.
All the potions in the
And it's just
world.
great.
The potions in the world. All the potions in the world. Actually
Nice,
got my
bro.
merc. Amp multi-shot.
It's got your Valk.
Amp multi-shot Dark Rangers up here.
I'm going with Fire Druid. Give it a bit
You
of
have
fun.
chosen pain.
I'll try it.
Your cat's gonna hate you this season.
Yeah, because I won't have a hand to cuddle her with.
Yep.
But why won't you pet me? Because I'm spamming skills.
I need to spam all my buttons, please. Spamming all my buttons. Spam, spam, spam. Spammy, 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 spam, spammy, spammy, spam. Got to spam my buttons, so shammy, shammy, spam.
Well, that could be fun.
Where's my Harlequin Crest Choco, please? I would like a Harlequin Crest Choco, please. Where's my Harlequin Crest Choco?
My cat ate it.
Articulated male. Hawaiians?
Oh yeah, that is Hawaba ones. And you've got the weapon as well for your merc, haven't you?
I do have the weapon.
I don't know what the two-piece gives though. But static when struck.
Can't remember, but it could be interesting to see how that turns out on the mercenary.
Yes?
Sadly, you can't use the full set because it's got a belt to it.
Put that
But
to good use. I'll put that to good use.
100 defense, that's all it gives him.
still, that static might be worth it though.
Yeah, the level 3 static field when struck could be really interesting. We'll
I
play
can't
around with
carry
that and see how
anymore.
that goes.
I am overburdened.
Yeah, because I know there's a helmet to it. I just can't remember what the helmet gives.
I would say the static field when struck is really the only reason I'm giving it a try.
We all like static field.
Ashwood bow. Let's see how terrible this is. +2 bow and crossbow. Hit causes monster to flee. No enhanced damage. It's yucky. It's yuck. It's yuck. It do the yuck. We do the yucky. Yuck, yuck, yucky, yucky, yuck, 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 yuck.
It's like 4 to 6 groups, depending on who shows up.
It should be fun.
Everybody do the yuck, yuck. Yuck, 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 yuck. Yes.
Switch and PlayStation can't play together, right?
No, we can trade items between them, but we can't give them anything.
There's 4 on PlayStation and
Like we
one's
can't play
only-
together. We can. The only way it works is if somebody else also has. Like I have Nintendo Switch, so I can help trade items between the consoles.
There's 4 PlayStation and 1 lonely Switch player.
Oh man. Poor guy.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that they can't play with us.
Then if he's got a Switch, maybe, maybe mail him and just see if he's got a PlayStation or a PC or something to play on.
Your mom's a PC.
Your mum's a Switch.
The appropriate insult would have been your mom's a Mac.
Oh yeah, true, but I didn't want to insult her that bad, you see. Because Macs aren't considered anything, they're just downright.
Have you guys seen that YouTube video with I can't remember the name of the guys that do like the skits at like the repair shop, and the guy comes in and he says he wants a gaming computer, and the guy asks him what's he wants in it, and he says, well, he said I'd like a Mac, and he's like, and the guy he has like a laptop or whatever that's broken, and he tells the guy that he's gaming on it, and they take it out back and they beat it relentlessly with a freaking like baseball bat. And then the
That's what
boss,
Mac's good for.
then the boss comes out, and
Overwhelmed.
the boss is like, "You've been gaming on this? You game on this?" He goes, "Yeah. Sometimes, yeah." And then he takes a frickin' a 9-iron and he starts wailing on it. Oh man, I was frickin' dying. A
Worst
+2
leg is to make
Amazon
cows.
ghoul steak ethereal. It's a pike alike.
BG eel, you make cow levels with worst leg.
Yes. You make cow levels. Oh wait, we spoiled it. Don't spoil it.
I didn't think that was a spoil after the game's been out for 20 odd years.
He's never played the game before. He's never played the game before. This is his first time. This is his first time rolling through. We just spoiled it for him. Way to go, meow.
Just find some moo-moos. Yeah, but we didn't tell him how you make it. All he knows is it involves a worst leg.
This stone serves some magical
luck.
purpose.
But I'm not saying anymore.
Yeah, you
Good luck,
didn't tell me.
BG.
You didn't tell them the ingredients or what to use.
But
No,
you
I
said,
just said it's a worst leg.
but you
that's
said
it.
burning a hole in my inventory. So let me address that without spoiling anything for you. You don't have to hold on to it. You can always go back to Tristram at any point and reobtain the leg. So you don't have to hold on to it. Although that is your first Wurt's leg, so it might be special. You might want to give it, like, lick it and kiss it.
Don't do what our guys do and
And-
put jar runes in one.
And put
That's-
some burr runes in
What can I
there.
do for you?
Our guys do it every season. They put a jar and a bloody burr in there, and they just laugh at it.
That's only if you get a socketed one, okay?
Because you can't make rune words in a words leg, which really sucks. I'd love to have a plague words leg. Because it'd be like plagued words leg.
Well, there was always a rumor that you would put P topazes in it and it would make for a better, but it doesn't.
It's such a shame. Yes, you stroke that works leg. Tell it it's special.
I just came up with an idea for a very silly rune word. What if there was a rune word that you could add into the game, and the entire purpose of the rune word was to give you more sockets?
That'd be very weird.
So it doesn't even give you any additional effects, it just gives you more sockets. So you make the whole rune word. Of course you get the effects from the runes that you would use to create the rune word, right? But you wouldn't get any other additional effects, except for,
Would
like...
the runes disappear afterwards?
No, you would just stay in there and you'd get the effect of the runes, but you wouldn't get the effect of the, there wouldn't be any, like, actual rune word effect, other than just giving you additional sockets.
But could you make another rune word with them additional sockets?
No.
Damn me.
But think about the repercussions, though. So, alright, so the rune word always gives you 6 sockets. And you could potentially even put it in something that doesn't have 6 sockets. So then you get like a helmet with 6 sockets.
Funny.
Put like 6 P topazes in a helmet for magic time.
That would be interesting.
Or 6 facets for damage.
I run around with a six socket works leg with facets. Just for the meat. Finally, works leg is useful.
You could dual wield them on a barbarian.
Finally, Wurt's leg is useful. I don't think it is. I think it's still not useful.
I still wish we could do like sockets on throwing weapons, and I still think they need to make a throwing weapon rune word as well.
Yeah, I need one for my
I
javelin.
think it's obvious why there's no sockets on throwing weapons, okay?
Because they break, and then, yeah.
Because you could just take the ethereal ones and just make them indestructible. And then you'd have infinite indestructible throwing weapons.
Well, they still need to do what we said with arrows and that. Do like a unique one that's like level 75 minimum to use, and it just gives you unlimited arrows. It don't give you anything else, just unlimited arrows. because that's the only thing that I hate about the boson. Absolutely love the character, but running out of arrows is horrible.
You just gotta get used to picking them up off the ground. They're literally everywhere.
I don't want
Except
to.
for that one time where literally the kinship decided they were gonna troll me by picking up all the arrows. For an entire run, I just couldn't find any arrows, and they were like, "Oh, you need arrows?" And then finally, like after I was like dying for arrows, they dropped like 20 stacks of arrows on the ground.
That's why we love the kinship.
Because they trolls.
Only against you, Ginger.
Because they're trolls.
I am overburdened.
Shield sell. Bunny.
Before they increased the size, I used to walk around with like 4 quivers. Way back in 1.08.
Oh yeah, the size increase is great. 500 arrows is a lot of arrows.
Yeah, it's definitely better, but I still wish they'd done some sort of either rare or unique arrow. Just because it's like a slot that you're wearing something, but it gives you no bonus. It's kind of weird.
Now they just need to do durability too.
Yep.
I want to see durability doubled. Across the board.
Not fussed on armors, but weapons.
Across the
my
board
God.
on all items, I want to see durability doubled.
It's just so bad when you go in as like a melee druid or barbarian. Your weapon breaks more times than you kill monsters. The main reason why everyone uses Grief Faceblade, because it's just easy. Like, if they did the durability stuff, people would start using other things. Bad Matt.
A rondelle? You shouldn't have. No, really, you shouldn't have.
Might be like the best rondel you've ever seen.
Plus 2 necro. It's worth like 35k in the bank.
What's happened?
I am
Hello.
overburdened.
What's up? How's it
Bank.
going? That's right, 35k in the bank.
Just watching Ginger get his cheeks clapped.
Favorite pastime.
Hey. Hey. Favorite pastime. Get a bowl of popcorn and watch Ginger get his cheeks clapped.
That's what we're all doing here. What do you think we were doing here?
I don't know.
I started just like a solo self-found Zon, and I found a topaz right away. And I'm dropping all of the goodies. Found an
Nice.
cranium.
You found a what?
Infernal cranium.
Oh, nice. Those are
10 auras.
those are great.
What's wrong with that? Yeah,
Yeah.
they're nice.
And the damage taken goes to mana. That's nice too.
Yeah. Dude.
Irene loves a good clapping.
Dang.
Boom.
Why are you always picking on Irene?
Because she's ace and she's always here.
Meow's
She's
picking
a
on you.
regular.
Irene. You want me to ban Meow? I can ban him.
We get to pick on Irene because she's a regular.
I can ban him. If you want me to, Irene.
That's just mean. I thought I was loved.
A siege crossbow.
Not long, holy.
Three-socket siege crossbow, of course.
I can't remember what time it actually starts.
5 p.m. Eastern.
What, on Thursday?
Yep.
Very soon. Soon and very soon. That's right, soon. I like that.
71 hours and 18 minutes.
Meow is a laugh and a half. Did you hear that? Irene has given you a pardon. You've been pardoned.
Ah, see, I'm loved. Yay.
I
Have to
mean,
buy a load
who
of
else are we
energy
gonna
drinks,
make fun of for saying things like H and taco?
Don't have a go at my taco.
Yeah.
Watch out, guys. Don't eat Meow's tacos.
Full of catnip.
Don't eat Meow's tacos.
Grand Charm.
H.
I don't know what you put in a 5-second boat.
Damn. 10 to attack ready for strength. Sick.
What's a dungeon? Dungeon? Is that like an onion? What?
A Dunyan? You never heard of the Dunyans?
No, what's a dungeon?
Oh man, there's the Dunyan rings. There's the Dunyan chips. There's the Bloomin' Dunyan.
You mean
Make you
onion?
cry.
You obviously missed that episode.
I think so. I
We
must
had-
have been sleeping.
We had a whole episode where somebody came in here and they were talking about dungeons, and instead of saying dungeons, they said Dunyans. And we had a freaking blast. We were like, "Oh man, don't forget to do your Dunyans. You know, if you do the high level Dunyans, them Dunyans they'll make you cry. The high level Dunyans." Oh man, we spent all day just literally joking about the Dunyans. I was literally dying laughing at one point. I'm like, this boy said Dunyans. It's the Dunyan rings. Welcome to the Dunyan. We got Funyun games. Dunyan and Dragons. That's the Dunyan and Dragons. You better watch out for the Dunyan and Dragons.
Aren't they layers?
I need to go clip the Dunyans. That's what I need to do. I need to clip it and put it on YouTube. I can't remember what episode it was from, though. I know it was Diablo 4. I remember that much.
Eye of the Dungeon.
That's right. Eye of the Dunyan. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Chopping hard. All of my Dunyans. Gonna kill all the monsters inside them.
Is it gonna be 100 life force socket? Is it?
Wow. My dust
Dust
shroud?
shroud.
I'm checking the dust shroud to see if it's Jmod.
Yeah.
Like I got the runes or the gems to take advantage of a Jmod dust shroud.
You just do your topazes.
There's a bone weave on the ground right there. Check
But if you
the
found one, it would be in solo self.
438.
Yeah, it would be the only time you'd find it.
Unique bone shield. Or is my color's kind of off?
Yes, that's a unique bone shield.
The color on this
Brown.
monitor is a little off. It doesn't look quite right. It's supposed to look gold, and instead it looks kind of yellowy.
Or brown.
It's not brown. We're not finding brown items.
It's not a dungeon.
Maybe you're finding brown items, but I'm not finding brown items. I got no use for a lidless or an eye level of the eyeless. Let's see. Yeah, meh.
I don't think they solve much either.
No. If I was a caster, that'd be great.
Nice for a Java zone.
Not a Java zone, though. Sacred feathers, worthless. Click on all the dead rogues.
I don't know, 5 sockets.
You know, I don't even know if I've
nothing.
seen that guy since the Dunyan episode. I think we might have embarrassed him too much. Poor guy.
He took his dungeons elsewhere.
Going home.
Oh, you know
He
what?
wouldn't make CTA in it.
You know what?
Too low base.
I think I actually I didn't clip it, but I think I chaptered it on the video. Now that I think about it, I bet you if I do a quick search for Dunyan on the thing, it'll probably pull up from being inside the video. Let's see, it would be in a live stream.
It's like a bow. I think all you can make is call to arms or mist.
Yeah, but it's too low base. It's a stag bow, so I wouldn't waste it. Waste the runes in a stag.
Can't remember how I spelled Dunyan. it's not a real word, so you know.
Onion, but with a D instead of an O.
There's that. Let's just start opening up some of these and see if I got the chapters, if I have chapters in any of them. No chapters in that one. Or was it a comment? A comment. I don't even remember. It might have been a comment. Let's try searching through the comments real quick. Yes, there it is. I always with the climb down, Jax.
The poor guy's never gonna live it down.
Here we go, guys. The dawn of the Dunyan ring for you, for your viewing enjoyment.
This is a huge dungeon.
Yeah,
Dungeon.
A dungeon?
Dungeons.
Man, you are just. We got Mendelin, we got Dunyans.
I meant dungeon.
We
That
got
puts a whole new
Dunyan,
meaning to bunions.
Bunyan Dunyans. Dunyan Bunions.
I blame the medication I'm on.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Blame it on alcohol. But alcohol.
You know, you're not supposed to mix alcohol and medications. You know that, right?
I'm not drinking.
These stones serve
You
some
should be
magical
right
purpose.
now.
Yeah,
It might help.
It might help.
A little bit. A little bit. Help get rid of those Dunyans.
Yeah, those dungeons.
Man, them Dunyans are bad.
I got Dunyans.
I got Dunyans in my hair today.
Hey, what nightmare Dunyans you want to
Oh my god, it's gonna be horrible.
Never gonna end, my friend. That's never
never
gonna
will.
end. You showed up to the Discord of Funyans. Funyan Dunyans. We are all about some Dunyans here.
It will never end.
We are all about those Dunyans. It gets worse.
Ray's just gonna have a whole list of things that we have to. It's like Dunyans, Leon. I'm just gonna build the list here.
Mendelin.
Yep, there's three, at least three right now.
I don't even know what the ring is actually supposed to be called.
It's just Mendel.
What is it?
It's like Dell computers, but it's got an N on there.
Dellin.
So it's just Dell-na. Like there's no way it's anything else unless there's a special little asterisk above it or something that we don't know about.
One-shot me.
I just want to know what these Dunyans are.
Medellin, like Magellan.
Yeah, Magellan.
I'm not gonna say anything.
That's what he says. That's what he says. Yeah, you missed it, Zan, the other day. I lost it. I was dying laughing so hard I couldn't even stop.
You can TP to me for the ledger.
The Leon part?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was here for that.
It was freaking ridiculous. Oh, man. It was just so the way he matter-of-factly answered after I said Leon. It was just like, what? I mean, it's one thing to answer and you don't know who's being talked to. You know, if I was just like, hey, anybody know where the Anybody know where the quest is for the malignant hearts? And then like, anybody can answer, right? But if I was like, hey Zan, you know where the quest is for the malignant hearts? And then somebody that's not Zan just goes, I don't know. And I think it was the I don't know that really cracked me up, because I was like, why did you even bother to answer then?
I don't know.
If you didn't know. Oh man. But he answered twice, by the way. He told me he didn't know the first time, and then when I specifically asked Leon, he said he didn't know again. He's like, look, I don't know, all right? Told you the first time.
I can't do that here.
Gosh.
What Dunyan do you get the Ring of Mandalorian and Leon?
Oh, that's good. That's good. Hey, at least you made an impression, Ray. You made an impression.
Thanks the light.
Right?
Yeah.
See, a lot of people don't make an impression, and then we just forget they exist because they just don't make an impression. So you made an impression. I mean, your name is Leon now, but you but you made an impression, and that's all that matters.
Good day.
All right, so now we what? I gotta do some dungeons.
Teleport to our new waypoint that we just got.
Yeah, it's a good thing we picked that one up.
What dungeon y'all playing in?
We're doing some of the malignant dungeons.
Oh no!
Malignant dungeons. Let's go, buddies.
I'm not speaking anymore. I will never speak another word.
Malignant dungeons.
We need more, man. I have to form this sentence to remember everything.
Oh man. If we go to the brutal malignant dungeons, or the vicious malignant dungeons, or how about the wrathful malignant dungeons?
I gotta farm me some wrathful malignant
I need some of them wrathful malignant dungeons. Oh, see, and this
malignant dungeon.
tears already, tears. This is why it doesn't matter what game we're playing, guys. It doesn't matter what game we're playing.
That have spiders in them.
Because we're just joking and laughing and cracking. Nobody likes the dungeons with the spiders. What's the matter, Boobus?
Spider dungeon.
Because then you get a dungeon full of eggs, and nobody wants eggs in their dungeons. I think Boobus has to go Peppadoodus. I like how Dunyan rhymes with other fun things like Funyuns. Would you like some Funyun Dunyans? How about some malignant Funyun Dunyans?
I'm not ready yet.
Whoa.
I'll do one dungeon and then I gotta all but asleep.
I must wait.
You gonna be on tomorrow, Ray?
Yep.
I'll run you through a bunch of dungeons tomorrow.
Oh no!
Oh man. Oh
Never
Lord.
again.
You say that every time.
Oh, I teleported out. Give me a second.
I must wait. I'm not ready yet.
Alright, I'm in.
I'm not ready yet.
It
It'll take me a while. I'm slow. And I could very well die in here. There's a lot of poison.
I think we need
I just stay at the entrance, right?
Yeah.
I think we need a server emoji.
Yeah, these will definitely one tap you. They're my level.
We need a Dunyan emoji.
What's the highest tier Nightmare Dungeon have you?
Welcome to the dungeon. We got lots of.
That's the best one yet.
We got fun games. Gonna give you all the dungeons except that they're lame.
In the dungeon.
In the dungeon. We got Funyuns. Yeah, that's everything will kick you in the face. Uh-oh, now we gotta pull in some Ron Tater Salad White. But I wasn't drunk in the dungeon. They threw me into the dungeon.
I need time to do that.
I hope you guys are entertained. Are you not entertained? This is grade A material right here. It's 100% USDA certified dungeon.
No. Suppressor. My damage.
Oh yeah, your damage takes a huge hit. Where's the suppressor?
Sad take.
An 818 totem with actually decent stats.
Wow.
Nice.
Congrats.
I must wait.
So
What
now
did-
we need to leave and do the other one.
Yeah. What dungeon did that drop in?
Well, we completed one dungeon. But you guys remember, dungeons have layers, okay? So we gotta do you gotta do multiple dungeons. Can't just do one dungeon. You gotta do all the layers of the dungeon.
I got it from spiders because they drop offhands.
This is a very fast way of leveling.
Oh yeah? In the dungeon?
In the dungeon.
That's right. Alright, hope you guys enjoyed the dungeons. I need to clip that and put it on YouTube. I'll have to make sure I do that later. Really? Dawn of the Dungeon. That's the Dungeon Dawn. We're going to put it right down here so I don't forget. Dawn of the Dungeon. The Dungeon can never be forgotten. Sorry, I had myself muted for the Dungeons.
Dungeons were fun.
The Dungeons. Hey. The Malignant Dungeons are the best.
I don't know, I think Welcome to the Dungeon was pretty good.
Welcome to the Dungeon. We've got fun in Dungeons.
These stones serve some magical purpose.
Dungeons. Well, Rakanishu isn't dropping you much, is he? He's been a bit mean.
I mean, I got some items. I got a freaking. I mean, he gave me a IK helm and some other weird stuff, and I've been getting some sets and some various items, just not like specifically what I need.
Yeah.
He certainly hasn't been like stingy. He dropped me quite a few bows that just were terrible, like ashwood bows and stuff like that. I mean, I don't necessarily care about the Harlem crest. I hate to say it. Despite the fact that he has a really good chance of dropping that, I couldn't care less whether he drops them. +2 skills would be nice, don't get me wrong, but I'd be just as happy with a Valkwing or something like that.
Maybe he'll drop a Dungeon.
don't know. I don't know.
You're not utilizing your Valk?
I got it. I get into a habit of not summoning him, and I start forgetting.
So what's going to be the big issue this year or this season?
Oh, a CB just dropped on the ground. It's not F. 3 socket. Put a malice in it. What do you mean big issue this season?
Oh, we had the White Monarch, we had the Juvie incident, we had
Oh man, I have no clue.
Dude, fill me in on those.
The White Monarch, or I wasn't there for the Juvie incident. Some guy was getting upset because people were stealing his Juvies.
He died on Bale Wave 3, I think, and I just picked up 3 of his Juves, and he got absolutely crazy over it.
In kinship?
Yep.
How?
Oh, and then to make it matters even worse, the barbarian showed up with his infinite supply of Juvies. So
2 of us
basically just filled the screen with Juvies.
That's what 2 of us did. We said we have an entire stash tab of Juves. Do you want them? But he wanted his Juvies, not.
My monarch, my turkey sandwich. My turkey sandwich.
Because I was playing as a Necro, and as a Necro you get Juvies all the time. I don't use them. It never comes up.
Yeah, some characters just tend not to use those items.
UV gate, huh? Interesting.
The Monarch incident was
oh yeah, what's the Monarch incident?
I wasn't there for that one.
So early on in one of the seasons, we were, doing our ladder start like we normally do, and a frickin' a White Monarch drops, and this one guy picks it up, and he's holding it in his item slot, the item slot that you have access to.
Oh, that's so dumb. I know it's supposed to work.
So for those of you who aren't aware of this, you can hold an item in your item slot. This is a hand slot. In your hand slot, you can save and exit with the item in your hand slot. But the problem with this is that when you join a game, it is then in your hand slot, and you have to do something with it. If you can't put it in your inventory, and you can't put it in your cube, then the only thing you could do is drop it, right? So he had a White Monarch, and it's not like White Monarchs are really all that rare. In fact, most of the time we don't even pick them up after a certain point, because everybody usually has their spirit shields. And so we have these swap games that we do on a regular basis, right? And when the swap game is opened up by by the kinship, it is then a public swap game. Okay.
See what happened.
And so what happened was, and it was a really strange incident, is basically the swap game opened up to public. It finished completely. So we opened the swap game to public. It finished. There was no longer a swap game at that point. And then one of the community members that was not part of the kinship decided that he wanted to open up a swap game. He then proceeded to open up the same exact game name and password that we had created earlier for the swap game.
Clever.
And, basically said, okay, I'm dropping a bunch of items on the ground. Right, but he put it into public chat. He didn't put it into the kinship chat. It was never posted in kinship chat, right? So I immediately took the game name and password and put it into the kinship chat with the disclaimer that it was a public swap game and it was not private, and to be careful what you drop inside the game. He then immediately joins the public swap game and drops the Monarch on the ground. At which point somebody steals the White Monarch from him. Who cares, right? But, he did. He was going back on the stream looking frame by frame to see who stole his White Monarch. Within minutes of him getting his White Monarch stolen, we had already, like the kinship as a whole had already coughed up like 6 or 7 white monarchs for him to use. One of them already had 4 sockets in it and had enhanced defense. So it was a superior white monarch with 4 sockets. He didn't want any of those. He wanted the white monarch that he had. And then he started putting bounties up. Like, I'll give 10,000 gold for the person who brings me his ear. And I'm like, 10,000 gold? Woo! Wow, that is definitely going to bring in the bounty hunters.
Very
Let me tell you what. So anyway, I started to talk to him about it in kinship chat, and he wouldn't drop it. And then I talked to him offline, trying to convince him that it was something that really wasn't all that important, and that he shouldn't be so upset about it. And he's like, "You don't understand how valuable a white monarch is at the beginning of a ladder season."
Yeah, it's like a limp.
And I'm like, I do understand. They're basically garbage. Like, we find them left and right, and we hand them out like candy to anybody who wants them.
Yeah. It's like 30 minutes of work, not less.
And then,
Which one was I involved?
Then we started making fun because there was that whole episode where on Friends where Ross gets his turkey sandwich stolen, remember, by his boss? And he goes, "My sandwich! You threw away my sandwich!" I mean, in his defense, it was actually a special sandwich. You know, the sandwich that he had was like, it was like the bread was soaked in gravy or something, and then like toasted. Right. And then, like the turkey was like specially made by his sister, and like this, it was like the most delicious sandwich in the whole world. But like in this guy's case, it was just a white monarch.
What did he call it? God, the moist maker.
The moist maker. The moist maker sandwich.
We now have someone in Discord in the kinship that is named White Monarch.
Yeah, his character's name is White Monarch.
He should have to play as moist maker this ladder.
Then we had the Leech. That's the only way I can call him, the Leech.
Yeah, I remember that guy.
The Leech was an interesting one. So we had this guy that joined the kinship, and he had this goal of making like a level 93 character of every class. And
nice.
And an admirable goal, but apparently the way that he wanted to achieve the goal was not so admirable. So as it turned out, he was more than willing to just simply mooch all of these characters, all of the characters that he was playing, to level 90, like without lifting a finger. So he was basically just abusing the kinship and never actually contributing whatsoever to any of the the content. And when I mean not contributing, what I mean is imagine you have a character that you're getting G-rushed, right? At some point or another, you would put some equipment on that character, right? Like something. Something to cover your naked flesh. You maybe put a couple skill points in, right? If you were on an Amazon, you'd probably go ahead and throw 1 point in all the dodges, right? The dodge, avoid, and evade. Yeah. He was on an Amazon that day, the day that we found out about his mooching, and he hadn't even put a single point in any of the dodge, avoid, and evade. Boy was dying left and right. And this is how we actually found out. So he was with us, and he was like level 83 or something. He was really high level, but he was dying over and over and over again. And of course, naturally, we were kind of worried. We're wondering why the hell he's dying over and over again. And we start to inquire, like, hey, do you have like a point in each one of the, the evades? And he's like, what are those?
Teachable moment.
And I'm like, yeah, teachable moment. So I'm like, so I start to tell him about the evades and how good they are, right? This boy dies to Grand Visor of Chaos. Look, as far as I'm concerned, if you've ever died to Grand Visor of Chaos on a character that's actually like the appropriate level for the zone, you should be ashamed of yourself, because he literally doesn't even do any damage. He's one of like the least threatening bosses that has ever existed in Diablo. I think the only other boss that's literally even less threatening than Grand Visor of Chaos is Kalenzo the Annihilator. But at least Kalenzo the Annihilator like fires a fireball now and then. So if you had like really low fire resistance, I could maybe even understand you dying to like one of his fireballs or something. But Grand Visor of Chaos does like nothing to actually kill you. So anyway, as it turned out, this was basically what he was doing. Let me bring up a notepad and actually put this, like, write this down so you guys can understand this in order. So what he was doing is he would get a character G-rushed all the way to level 90. Okay?
Dang.
So once his character hit level 90, he would then equip the character, finally at level 90. He would equip the character, he would put the skill points in, and then he would actually level the character from 90 to 93. That's the only time he would actually play the character, is these 3 levels, right? He would not do any quests. He would not go get his his tome, like the 5 stat point tomes. He wouldn't go get his 10 resistance scrolls. He wouldn't go get his skill points. He didn't have any of his skill points. He wouldn't put any of his skill points in. And he wouldn't put any equipment on the characters either. I'm pretty sure the only equipment he was actually using on any of the characters was stuff he accidentally clicked on while getting G-rushed that, like, automatically equipped to his character. So he was basically like a level 85 character or whatever, but was absolutely useless. He couldn't kill anything. He couldn't tank anything. He couldn't do anything. He was basically just 100% useless. Even when he played his paladin, he didn't even put points into the aura, so that at least you could be like an aura bot
Help out.
in the chaos run. He did absolutely nothing until he was level 90. And I tried to explain to him how absolutely stupid it was, and how basically he wasn't allowed in the kinship if he was going to continue doing that. And he's like, well, my method may not be the best method, but it's my method and it works. And I'm like, it works because you're in the kinship.
Yeah, if you're getting carried.
I'm like, you're literally getting carried and you're mooching off the kinship and you're just basically taking all of our items. Like, he would go into the swap games and he would just scoop up every single item that he possibly could. Because, of course, if you're leveling up like freaking 10 different characters to level 90 and you have no intention of actually playing any of them, you're still going to need a massive amount of equipment to actually kit them all out.
Yeah. Yeah, that ain't cool.
We had a whole conversation with each other, and I remember at one point I came up with an analogy, and I was like, dude, it's like your house is on fire, and you're just choosing not to put it out. You're just like, I'll let it burn down.
Or you're asking everybody else to put out your house while you're eating your moist maker sandwich. I can't remember what drama. I don't remember. I think it was like season 2. I think Meow might have been there. We were in bail runs, and there was like kinship, but like one dude who was like a friend of a friend. And I can't remember what rune dropped. I mean, I want to say Vex, but I think it was lower than a Vex. I think it was literally a Limb. And somebody picked it up, and we couldn't figure out who. It was just like a whole thing for a Limb, and it just kept going around and around. I don't know. Were you there, Meow? Do you remember that?
I think so.
I had the cursed.
Go frame by frame.
I had the cursed Ohm rune.
What is that one?
So early on, I think this might have been season 1 or season 2. We had a Ohm rune drop while we were farming. We were doing split MF farming. So we had a kinship only run set up, and in the kinship only run, we were all separated out into wherever we wanted to go to farm whatever we wanted to farm. Didn't matter. Like, we're just go farm whatever you want to farm. I was down in the Countess Tower going to the Countess, and I killed a pack of ghosts. And the pack of ghosts drops an Ohm rune. And there was one other person there with me besides this random guy, and he was a kinship member. And we both kind of just stood there and looked at the Ohm rune, and we're like, oh, sweet, an Ohm rune, right? Neither one of us ran over to get it because we're not puppies, and we were in a kinship only game, so we weren't even really thinking about it. Well, unbeknownst to us, there was a non-kinship member in the run. Somebody who was in chat who just decided that they wanted to join at some point. And he runs over and he grabs the Ohm rune. Now, morally, obviously, it's not correct for him to grab the Ohm rune because he's in a kinship-only game. He wasn't actually even contributing. He was like, I don't even think he was high enough level to even really kill anything. But so we basically just tell him to keep the Ohm rune. We don't want drama, and it's not really a big deal. We'll find more Ohm runes later, right?
Yeah.
he starts throwing a big fit about it, about how we need to roll for the Ohm Rune and how it's only fair that we should roll for it. And I'm like, dude, just keep the Ohm Rune. It's not a big deal. We don't care. So he's dedicated to this we need to roll for it thing, right? And I'm like, we're not rolling for it. I was like, there's 7 of us and there's 1 of you. I was like, we're probably going to win it anyway. Like, if you want to give it to us, you can give it to us, but we're telling you to keep it. We're like, just keep it. It's not that big of a deal, right? He then proceeds to throw a really big fit about it, and then eventually he just drops it on the floor and he leaves the game.
This is the puppy?
This is the puppy. He drops the Ohm Rune on the floor and leaves the game. I tell him to come back and get the Ohm Rune because we don't want it. And then if he doesn't come back and get it, I'm going to sell it to the NPC. He doesn't come back and get it, and I sell it to the NPC.
Oh my god.
The cursed Ohm Rune.
Oh. Well, before I was in Kinship, I was the one who picked up that Zod in Act 2 when we were farming Terra Zones. And there were no dramas. I gave it to you. But I had a Zod in my inventory for a while. It was awesome.
Some people are just dramatic, sadly. So we all play and we just chill, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the thing
When
about the
people
kinship
create
is
problems,
is
they're
we
not
don't
with us anymore.
we don't really care about that kind of stuff. We know we're
Yeah.
gonna get more of that stuff. Like it doesn't matter. I mean,
It's all about working as a team.
we get so many crazy things like that happen over the dumbest stuff, and we don't understand exactly why. Like one time we had this, one guy in the kinship found an Arcane's Valor, a really crappy Arcane's Valor, low ED, +1 skills, like the worst Arcane's Valor that you could ever imagine. But didn't matter because there was another guy in the kinship who really wanted the Arcane's Valor, and he was going to throw a fit about it if he didn't get it. And he did. He threw a freaking fit about not getting the crappiest Arcane's Valor that I've ever seen. And I can't remember exactly what it was that he ended up doing, but the guy who had the Arcane's Valor didn't want to give it up. And he didn't want to trade for it either because basically in his eyes it was a piece of garbage, and he didn't see like the point in ripping somebody off for what was basically the worst Arcane's Valor he'd ever seen in his life. And the guy could not understand why he wouldn't trade him the Arcane's Valor, and threw 18 million fits about it. Like, went to everyone in the kinship and, like, writhed and moaned. And it even ended up, like, coming to me. And I'm just like, dude, if he doesn't want to trade you the Arcane's Valor, he doesn't have to. Like, I'm not forcing him to trade you the Arcane's Valor. And on top of that, like, not only am I not going to force this guy to trade you the Arcane's Valor, I'm also, like, 100% sure that within several days we will come up with something better than that piece of garbage that he has. Like, it's literally so bad that I wouldn't even put that on. Like, and I kind of pointed this out. I'm like, my character is literally using Arcane's Valor as a best in slot, and I wouldn't even put that on.
Yeah, I gave you an Arcane's Valor for your druid.
Then later on, literally I think it was like the same day. Later on the same day, a +2 Arcane's Valor drops, and it's handed to me to give out to someone in the kinship. And I immediately contact him to give him the Arcane's Valor, and he goes, "It's okay, I already traded for one."
So the fit was for nothing.
The whole fit, all of it was for nothing over a terrible item at that. Come to find out, the only reason he wanted it was because he really likes the way that Arcane's Valor looks.
How do we know if we're being too greedy on the Switch kinship? Well, just share with people. You know, just don't hog stuff for yourself, you know. If there's a few things that you need, let people know that you need it.
I mean, basically how it works is if you find the item, it's yours. Okay, nobody's taking items from you. If you find it, it's yours. If you find it in a kinship run and we're all together and we're magic finding together, like if we're in the middle of chaos and we're like a player's 8 and there's 8 people there and a freaking like jaw rune drops, then yeah, everybody has a claim to it because it's a freaking jaw rune. But what we usually do with it is we try and turn it into something for the kinship, so that way the whole kinship like grows as a result. in general, we're very fair with the way that we treat drops. So if a frickin' Oculus drops, it goes to the Sorceress. If a, if a Ariet's face drops, it goes to the Barbarian. Like, if there's a Barbarian present when it falls, it goes to the Barbarian. If there's no Barbarian present when it falls, then we take it and we hand it to, like, one of the other Barbarians, or we raffle it off to the other Barbarians. Depending on the rarity of the item, like, for instance, Ariet's face is not particularly rare. Titans are not particularly rare. F Titans, on the other hand, those are kind of rare, right? So
Yeah,
Titans
will go to the main Javazon.
Yeah, we're just gonna hand it to the Javazon. We're gonna hand the Ariets to the Barbarian. It's not really that big of a deal for us. Only the really highest value items usually end up getting any kind of special treatment. Like, it needs to be worth more than an Istrune, bare minimum, and also not be a class-specific item for us to even, like, lift a finger.
Normally, if it is something very rare, we'll go to the highest level character that actually has use for it.
Yeah, like the Zons is going to carry everybody cows.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it all depends.
And we prioritize people who are actually playing too. So, like, if there's two Javazons and one of them is online like every day and the other one like hops on maybe once every other day and half the time isn't even on for like a whole week, we're probably going to give the Titans to the Javazon that's on every day first. I mean, it comes down to who's actually online to get the most use out of it, because the entire purpose of ladder, like starting a ladder, is literally to prop everybody up as quickly as possible so we can get everybody geared out and capable, like hell capable, magic find capable. Because the more people that we have hell capable and the more people we have magic find capable, the more people that can obviously G-Rush if that's what you want, help you with quests, magic find, looking for other pieces of equipment that will help other people within the kinship, doing cow levels, Ubers. Ubers is definitely a big one, like declone. Like, we always want to make sure we have somebody who's capable of doing declone, like within the first couple days, because the first declone that pops up, everybody's excited to get their annies. So, having like a competent smiter or something like that that can actually handle declone is a big thing. There's a whole like kind of just dance to it where those of us who are more advanced, and we've been playing for a long time, we know exactly who the item should go to and why. Like, we don't need to ask questions. We're like, first Haas drops. First Haas drops, guess who the first Haas goes to? The first Haas goes to the Smiter. The person who's going to be our Uber Smiter. Right? Like, first Drax goes to the Uber Smiter. Like, whoever's going to be an Uber Smiter and you're going to be online to actually do Ubers, like, we're gonna kit you out with freaking Uber Smiting gear. First things first.
Wesley, it's this Thursday. Alright guys, I'm off for a nap. I need a cat nap.
See you, man.
See you all later on. It won't behave.
Death's Web is very specific to the Poison Necro. So if we have Poison Necros, it's going to go to the Poison Necro. If we don't have a Poison Necro, very likely it's going to get either traded off, or it might go to a secondary class that can utilize Death Web. If we even have one of those, like Rabies Druid is a secondary class that uses Death's Web. We don't generally have a lot of Rabies Druids, but if we did have like a fully kitted out Rabies Druid, Death's Web would be interesting. Griffins, on the other hand, is more widely available. So it's one of those things that's useful. It's more useful to a lot more classes than it is other things. So obviously with Griffins, it's useful to a Lightning Spearzon. It's useful to a Lightning Javazon. It's useful to a Lightning Sorceress. It's useful to a pure Holy Shock Zealer. It's it's like, for instance, my character, the Thor Barbarian. It would be useful to my Thor Barbarian. Those are more generically good items, and those probably end up getting raffled off. Unless someone finds it specifically for themselves. Like, if you're solo when you find it, it's yours. We're not going to take it from you. The only time that the Griffins would go up for raffle is if we find it in a player run, where everybody's magic finding together. A lot of people really underestimate the player runs, though, because when we're all together and we're in the same place and you got 8 people and then tons of magic find going on all over the place, and then you get the no-drop rolls, because players 8 with 8 players in the same place is actually the best probable chance that you're going to get drops, because you have the lowest no-drop roll chance when there are 8 people in the same place in an 8-player run. So you can't even really say that it was any specific person who deserves the item in a player 8 run, because we're all contributing to the magic find just by being there. Every single person is contributing to the magic find, basically. Oh, yeah. I body blocked that Zod rune. I did. It was completely not deliberate, though. I was... I can't remember. I think I was eating something, and I stopped in the doorway, and then the frickin' Zod rune dropped on the ground. And everybody was like, Zod rune! And I was like, oh, piece of candy. How is MF calculated in Players 8 runs? It's not Magic Find that changes, it's the no-drop rolls that change. So basically, there's a... Imagine you have a D&D dice, and on the D&D dice, there's a 0. I know dice don't have zeros on them, but imagine a dice did have a 0. Alright? When you're in Players 1, by yourself, you have the most number of zeros on the dice that you could possibly have. So you have the worst, the absolute worst no-drop roll chances. So just imagine, like, I don't know, like a 20-sided dice, and like 10 of those dice, I wasn't paying attention, and 10 of those dice are zeros. That's basically what you're looking at when you do Players 1. Most of the time when you kill a monster, it will just roll a 0. It's pretty rough. When you're in a Players 8 run and you have 8 people next to you, there's probably only 1 0 on the dice at that point. Demon hide gloves and a poleaxe. Poleaxe is probably garbage. Ooh, 20% IAS with Mana Leech. Those are nice. So, Super Uniques will always drop 2 items no matter what. Yes. However, and this is an interesting contradiction, which is, yes, although Super Uniques will drop 2 items no matter what, the minions around the Super Unique will not. So in Players 8, you get better drops from the minions. Wow, that is a really nice polearm. 20% increased attack speed, 155% enhanced damage, 197 attack rating, 50% damage to demons, 70 attack rating against demons. It even has a little bit of cold damage and also lifesteal on it. It's called the Death Scourge. That's...
Ooh.
I think I need to upgrade that. Upgrade rare weapon 1. I programmed the recipes in the other day. If I could remember how to type the commands. It's not. It shouldn't be expensive. I don't think the normal to nightmare upgrades are really all that bad. Did I type in upgrade rare weapon 1 wrong? Let's try it on Twitch just in case I didn't copy it properly. Oh, there we go. Amort Sapphire. That's cheap. Let's see what kind of damage it goes to. I think with the amount of ED that thing has on it, it probably is going to go pretty high. 86 to 191. Comparatively. What does he got?
Greetings.
He's running the bill, so 159. So yeah, this is already better damage. On top of that, it has life leech. It also has pretty good AR as well.
Put that to good use. I'll put that to good use.
It's better than the bill. It's better.
I can't carry
Probably
anymore.
sell the bill now. That one's definitely better, especially with the addition of the life leech on there. Now he's got 2 sources of life leech. All this really has is the ice blast on striking, which is not really all that amazing. Yeah, that's actually one of the reasons why the magic find in Diablo 2 is so crazy, is that nothing really affects the chance of the base item dropping. So like the base item that you want. So just because you have 10,000% magic find doesn't mean you're going to get a sacred armor, for instance. So the chances of you getting a Tyraels is increased by having magic find, but it still comes down to, can you get the base sacred armor to actually fall? There was a mod ages ago, and I talked about this the other day, but basically what the mod was is it essentially made every single item that fell on the ground be a set, rare, or unique item. And what you find out is that just because every single item that drops is a set, rare, or unique item doesn't mean you're going to get good stuff. Because 99 times out of 100, the item that falls on the ground is something stupid like arrows or like a breastplate. And honestly, even if the breastplate rolls set, what do you get? Eyes and Hearts. Even if the breastplate rolls unique, what do you get? Venom Ward. Even if the breastplate rolls as a rare item, what do you get? You get a crappy rare breastplate. It doesn't matter that every single item rolls unique or set or whatever. What it really comes down to is, are you getting the base that actually you need for that item to potentially roll? So like right now, Cedar Bow just dropped on the ground. Cedar Bow is the base for Kuko Kashaku. So that was a potential chance for Kuko Kashaku to drop, right? So, but I didn't get it. So Kuko didn't actually roll because I guess my magic find didn't decide that I was going to get a Kuko. But that would have actually been a chance for Kuko to fall. One thing you'll notice is that at P8, a lot of items fall on the ground. With that no drop roll minimized, it does make for a lot of garbage. But you notice it's not really good stuff dropping on the ground. It's like a Morning Star, javelin, like a harpoon over here, a light belt, a war staff, an Aaron shield, etc. Like it's not good equipment. It's just, yeah, they're dropping stuff. Okay, what are they dropping? I don't know. It's garbage. Ow.
It's locked.
That girl is going to kill me.
What was the resolution with the level 90 Butcher guy?
He decided that was the way he was going to play, and that we couldn't tell him that he couldn't play the way he wanted to play. So I said, well, you could play the way you want to play outside the kinship.
That's fair.
And honestly, I just don't really feel like we lost anything there.
Yeah.
The Moocher guy, I don't know. What did we lose? We lost a Moocher. Oh, okay.
Well, 100%. Like the reason I still enjoy this game is the kinship. Played, the first season as a puppy, and then it's just that's the only reason I'm still playing it. I was like, okay, that was nostalgic and fun, but I'm not going to spend my time on it. Then I joined the kinship. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so awesome.
Kinship is amazing. Kinship is life.
Kinship is life.
That's right. I think the live streams add something to it too, and not to toot
Yeah.
my own horn in that kind of a way, because it kind of does sound cocky, but I think the live streams add a certain amount of unity to being able to play within a group without actually being in a group. So like a lot of people like to do things on their own, right? Which is perfectly fine. You go do something on your own. You're like, okay, gonna go magic find, gonna go do whatever. But then being able to pull up the stream and hear everybody talk, first off, and then also see what everybody else is doing, at least within the main group, I guess, so to speak. You can sort of coordinate with the kinship without actually having to play with the kinship. Like it's
100%.
It's and honestly, if you're in the kinship and you're doing kinship related activities, you should probably pull up the stream, and then that way you can coordinate with it. So like when somebody comes in and goes, "Hey, I could really use a Titans. Does anybody got a Titans?" And then in the immediate group, the answer is no. And then you're like, "Oh man, I got like 3 Titans sitting in the stash."
Yeah.
And then you just show up and you just hand it. Like I swear that's like the mantra of my streams half the time. People will just show up and just hand people stuff. They're like, I heard you needed this. So like, how'd you hear that? Like, I'm watching the stream, obviously.
And solo MFing while on the voice chat is awesome because you're running Trav and Call, and everybody's talking about what they're finding. Fun. Especially with the Trav run drinking game.
How would a PS5 player join the kinship? We do have a console section. Soundwave is our console captain, so you get in contact with Soundwave. He is on PlayStation, so you would be running with Soundwave most of the time, and some of the other PlayStation 5 PlayStation members, not PlayStation 5 specifically. But there would be a kind of a disconnect there between the PC players and the console players. However, we do have some people who have both PC and console. So what happens is like if you want to trade something within the kinship, you just let us know, and we'll try and set up like a little thing where whoever has access to both, one of them, because the cross progression is still there. So they basically just hop onto their PlayStation 5, grab the item, give you whatever it is for the item if we're doing like a trade, and then they hop on and give the item to the person on the PC, or vice versa if like you're grabbing something from the console or from the PC world. We try and coordinate it as best we can, but it's not always as cool, I think, because you can't actually play with us. But just like we were talking about earlier, though, if you're watching the stream and you're paying attention, you know what's going on in the kinship and you see what drops on the ground, right? So if something drops on the ground that you really want, all you got to do is just be like, "Oh man, can I get that?" And then we can figure out who has a PC and a PS5, and we can like swap it over to you. I have a Nintendo Switch, so I can do that. So if one of you guys is on Nintendo Switch and you see something that drops and you want to get your hands on it, or vice versa, if you find something. I think my my best in slot freaking gloves from my or was it amulet? I can't remember was it the amulet or the gloves, or it was a ring. It was one or the other. It was amulet, gloves, or a ring. There was a freaking item that one of the freaking console players found. I think it was on Nintendo Switch, and it was amazing. It was like literally like the best in slot for my character, and I used it literally till I hit level 99. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, Lord.
Extra fast is always fun.
Oh my god, I'm so tired of running. Oh, yes. How do you join the kinship, Frostwind? You need to join the Discord first, so type in !Discord. And then once you join the Discord, what you're going to do is you're going to look for the rules and then the kinship GGM charter, which is separate from the rules. And in the kinship GGM charter are the rules for the kinship. And as long as you follow the rules for the kinship, you won't get banned. At the bottom of the kinship rules, though, it does have the how to get into the kinship, which is basically contacting one of us captains, or me specifically. Doesn't really matter who you contact as long as they're actually alive. So if you have trouble contacting one, just contact another one. Some of our captains are inactive. Elamista hasn't been on Discord in a while, so he's not going to respond. I haven't seen Jack in a bit either, so Jack probably won't respond. Although last time I thought Jack was SOL and he was never coming back. Like when the season started, he just popped up out of nowhere and was like, "All right, what am I making?"
What's Elamist up to? Is he still streaming?
He does still stream, but he doesn't do Discord anymore. I guess maybe he got burned out on Discord.
Yeah, he was doing a lot of work too. I mean,
He was the kinship bank for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys were worrying him to death is what was going on. Worrying him to death. Poor Elamist.
He did a great job. I just think it burned him out.
Oh yeah.
Worrying him to death. To death.
That's a nice little scepter for level 14.
Oh man. Oh, you think a gold roll rare could be best in slot for a merc? Oh yeah, definitely. If you found like a really, really good rare item, it definitely could be best in slot. 100%. It would have to have some pretty crazy rolls on it, but ethereal, obviously. It doesn't have to be an elite base, because you can upgrade it to an elite base. That's not really important. So it needs to be ethereal, and it needs to be the what is it called? Cruel, so 300% or higher enhanced damage. Fools, which is amazing. Also, amp proc is very, 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 very effective on a mercenary. So if you get one that has an amp proc, that's a whole nother ball of wax, and that runs you down an entire another section of how freaking amazing it can potentially be. Because you can't really get amp on any weapons for the mercenary. You can get Decrepify, but you can't get amp, which makes it very unique in the merc world. So an ethereal Fool's Cruels, preferably of the quickness, would be nice. So Fool's Cruels of the quickness, which is some various mods.
Some leech.
Fool's Cruels of the quickness. Doesn't necessarily have to have leech, but it would be nice. With amp proc. That's basically what you're looking for. And honestly, it would hit like a Mack truck. You get the amp, you get the really nice physical damage. Fast. It needs to be a particular base that would actually dish out good damage, though. What I'm saying is it doesn't have to be elite, because you can upgrade it, but it does still need to be something like a scythe would be nice, a cryptic axe, that whole line, the pole axe, etc., which is also what the partisan, so partisan, cryptic axe, pole axe. You could also potentially find one that's a scythe, which also upgrades to the thresher. The war scythe upgrades to the giant thresher, so forth and so on. It really just depends on like finding the perfect base, the perfect mods on it. And then it also needs to be ethereal, of course. That's also important. Doesn't need repairs durability, because ethereal items don't break on mercs, so that's one less mod that you would need. What's up, OMAC? Syndiquas. Honestly, a perfectly rolled, rare, like, Thresher probably would out DPS just about everything else. Probably a perfectly rolled Man-Catcher, too, would be really nice, because they're so fast.
Man-Catcher.
I would think even with the Man-Catcher, you probably wouldn't even need the increased attack speed on it, right? It'd be fine without it, because it's a -20 base. As long as you had the Cruels and the Fools with the amp proc, you'd be set.
You can Google that and see ways where I found something like that.
Let's just say, though, that they're rare. They're very rare. You can get amp proc on a Merc weapon pretty easily. All you have to do is go to, like, Act 1 normal. But obviously in Act 1 normal, you're not getting any kind of, like, high cruel mods or anything like that. But one of the things that you will find that spawns very often on low-level pole arms is that amp proc.
I found one on a bow.
Yeah, like everything pretty much spawns with an amp proc on it, like, really early on in the game. Only problem is the weapons suck, and they do, like, no damage. You can upgrade them, of course, but even upgraded, if they have no enhanced damage on them, they're not really going to do very much. You can still use them to proc amp, but that's about it.
I can't carry anymore.
Would, like, multi-shot with amp damage on a bow have a chance to proc on each individual?
Only the center
arrow?
two arrows. Only the center 2.
I can't carry anymore.
Down.
I am overburdened.
Strafe has a pretty good chance to proc it, though. Multi-shot, teleportation, extra fast. Dreadheart. Sounds like a pirate. This is one of the reasons why, and a lot of people don't do this, but it's one of the reasons why you should always check any base that can potentially be upgraded. So if you're in Hell difficulty, and let's say you kill Bale or Diablo, right? And let's say he drops a regular spear like this, right? A lot of people don't think very much of this. But because it drops from Bale and Diablo, it doesn't matter that it's a regular spear. There's no cap on the eye level for an item. Which means that if this regular spear were to roll with those mods, the Fools, Cruels, or the Quickness, you upgrade it. That's all you do. You just upgrade it to the elite tier. A lot of items like that can be upgraded, and actually some of them very specifically are actually searched for specifically because they're only obtainable if you upgrade them. Like, for instance, a crystal sword or a dimensional sword can be upgraded into a phase blade. If you find a, like, really good ethereal crystal sword that has all those mods on it, and then you upgrade it into a phase blade, it becomes indestructible. Because obviously phase blades are indestructible. And it retains its ethereal status. Which means now you have one of the very rarest items in the game, which is literally an ethereal phase blade, which cannot be broken. Because literally phase blades cannot roll the ethereal nature. They do not roll as ethereal. The only way to obtain an ethereal phase blade is to upgrade an ethereal item into the phase blade.
Yeah, like the Gunther's Rift or whatever.
Yeah, Gunther's
cool
Rift.
One.
Yeah, Gunther's Rift is ethereal, and it can be upgraded into a phase blade. So people look for those too. They look for, like, really well rolled crystal swords and dimensional swords, and then they upgrade them to phase blades, and then have, like, a freaking god sword in their hand.
Yeah, doesn't it even keep the indestructible, like, roll on it too? Or does that just disappear because it is always indestructible?
Well, phase blades aren't technically indestructible, so it can have both. It just doesn't matter. It's phase blades are not indestructible. They just don't have durability because they're
but it doesn't
they're like
roll with
quasi whatever. Yeah.
So you can get something that like has it on it.
Well, it's funny because phase
upgrade it.
blades will actually roll with repairs durability. I've seen that. I've seen that
Really?
before.
That's silly.
You're like, what durability are we repairing here? Well, I'm level 78 now. Approaching level 80. I mean, I could start working through the game. I was hoping to find something worthwhile. I guess I did find at least some magic Man of Steel gloves. I found that halfway decent pole arm for the Merc. I mean, I got some Doojanks. I just didn't get the Doojanks I wanted. I'm definitely a little bit better geared than I was before. I also managed to make the smoke armor too. Found a decent 2-socket plate for that. Really could use a better bow though.
What bow are you using?
An Insight stag bow.
Oh, not even an Amazon one.
No,
Yeah,
it's
just
a-
the
it's an
Amazon
Amaz-
base
it's an Ama-
alone.
It's an Amazon base. It's just it's the worst Amazon base. Like it's normal difficulty Amazon base. It's pretty bad. Come on, Rakanisha, give me something good. Don't give me nothing. Just suck balls. Punk face ugly. Ugly, nobody likes you. Nobody likes you, Rakanisha. I can't even say that because everybody calls his name. They literally go into battle and they call his name before they go into battle.
I need a key.
You ever watch the Dune series, the original movie back in, what was it, the 80s?
I never watched the original one. I watched the new one. It's
Oh
okay.
man, you gotta watch the new old one. The old one's the good one. That's got frickin' Patrick Stewart in it. Anyway, at one point or another, he starts training them to use the weirding way, which is the basically the ability to use sound. I mean, it's not so far-fetched. It's not like it's magic or anything. It's basically like the ability to reverberate sound through objects and cause the sound actually causes the damage, right? So, what is it called? Sympathetic vibration. Apparently, you can set up sympathetic vibration within things, which then can destroy them. Like apparently, there was some bridge at some point or another that got destroyed by sympathetic vibration. But anyway, the weirding module apparently enhances the voice and then also tunes the voice. It's almost like an auto-tune, I guess. Yeah, think about it like that. It actually makes me kind of laugh. It's kind of like an auto-tune, right? So it auto-tunes the voice to the sympathetic vibration and then amplifies it. And certain words have more effect than others. And in the movie, his name becomes a word of destruction. At one point or another, while he's training his men, one of them says his name, Muad'Dib, and the weirding module starts to go crazy, and it starts to echo the word until eventually the word itself, like, literally causes, like, a pillar nearby to explode with ridiculous force. And then he thinks to himself, he goes, "My name has become a killing word." I don't know, it kind of made me laugh.
That's funny.
Literally just saying his name. And it kind of cracks me up with Rakanisha. That's what they're doing. They're like
Rakanisha! Kill you!
And in Dune, they actually did it. They would actually say Muad'Dib, and they would, like, blow somebody up. They say Bishibosh, they say Rakanishu, and they also say Kalenzo. If you listen closely.
Kalenzo.
Kalenzo is really recognizable. Rakanishu is recognizable. It's a little harder to make out the Bishibosh. Oh wow, a 3-socket Chaos armor with 502, and it's ethereal. That's not
Nice.
terrible. That's not awful. I don't know what the hell I would put in there. I guess I could,
You got a limb?
What if I made him a piece? No, I don't have a limb. A piece wouldn't exactly be terrible for him, right? With the crit strike?
Would they make their own?
No, they won't make their own Valkyrie.
Oh, so it'll override yours. Okay.
No, he won't over mine either. He can't have a Valkyrie. He can't summon one either.
I didn't think that was a thing, but
Yeah, treachery if I had a Lemurine. I don't have a Lemurine. Yeah, you guys are jumping the gun.
what's a limb?
I think
Yeah,
Peace might be a decent choice for the crit strike. Giving him access to crit strike would double his physical damage, which is really what I need. And doubling his physical damage, I think, would probably have the greatest impact right now.
What weapon is he using? You can't make an insight. Insight has crit, right?
He's currently using a upgraded Death Scourge Partisan. No, I have not found a single good weapon to make insight in, and I'm also using insight myself. So, and I mean, I could double up the insights, but I think Peace. Let's go. I have a Hell Rune. I can rip it out of there if I don't want to do it later. So Shale, Thul, and an Am. It also has faster hit recovery on it, which I think is pretty sick for him. So now he's got faster hit recovery, he's got +2 to crit strike, and he also has the 4% chance to cast slow missiles. Slow missiles is physical damage reduction too, so that's not terrible.
That's such a good armor for how low requirements it needs.
Hustle, I actually, you know, a Ko. I do have a Ko. We could maybe make him a hustle weapon. That might be a good choice later on. Trying to think here. I don't think I'd want to make him the hustle armor, but Shelko Eld for the weapon. If I find a really decent F 3-socket base. There was a Colossus Bulge earlier that dropped. It wasn't F, but it was 3 sockets. But he can't use a CV. It's 210 strength. He's not ever gonna make that. That was like the best thing I found so far.
Can you kill stuff in the mausoleum at all? That's a level 85 area, and I think it's lightning immunes in there. Might be able to find something decent.
What do you mean, like weapon racks and stuff?
Yeah, weapon racks and just I mean, it's level 85 area. I think it's the first level 85 area you can come across in hell. And it's not that bad.
It depends on how many cold immunes are there. As it is right now, I'm completely...
I know there's a bunch of light.
I'm completely incapable of cold immunes right now. Like, that's where I'm at. So that's why I'm farming Rakanishu, because Rakanishu... He doesn't... he rarely spawns cold immune, but it's very rare. Because he's always fire immune because he's a fallen, and he also has lightning enchanted, which makes him lightning immune. So he's usually fire lightning. So so in this particular case, I usually don't have to worry about him.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
not the greatest in Mausoleum either, but there are a lot of poppables in there.
I mean, he's level 71. He can drop all the way up to like a Harlequin Crest Shaco, which isn't terrible. Honestly, there's a lot of good stuff that drops here. Obviously, I have no trouble killing anything here except for the goats when the goats spawn. I can pretty much kill everything. That's the only reason I'm really farming him is because he's just so easy to kill. He's so easy to get to too. He's right by the waypoint. I can't do Bone Ash because Bone Ash is always immune to cold.
I guess on your way to the Mausoleum, you're gonna run into a lot of cold immunes. But I'm pretty sure all of the monsters, like by Raven, Blood Raven, are lightning immunes.
Oh, poor mercenary. Oh, that's a good amount of money just fell on the ground.
I am overburdened.
Take the plate mail. Oh, the plate mail's ethereal. Take the gothic mail back to town.
I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore.
And cursed and conviction order.
I am overburdened.
F Titans with poor ED. Does it really matter? It's still an F Titans. Still got better damage than the regular.
Yeah, some of the combinations of elites and hell are fun when you find a extra fast, extra strong cursed pack beside or might pack beside a cursed fanaticism pack.
Yeah. Especially one of those packs as archers. Run away!
Hello.
Or quill rats. Spike fiends. Or my personal hatred, spear cats.
Yeah. Slingers.
It's because they pierce. That's the real reason why they're so nasty is the freaking spears pierce. Like when you're on your necromancer and you're hiding behind your army, most of the time the missiles won't go through your army, so you can stand behind your army in relative safety. Not with the spear cats. The spear cats will just throw the spears and they go right through your whole army and hit you anyway.
Well, I have to build bone wall. For bone wall.
Ooh, a circlet. Come on, plus skills. Plus 2 Amazon. Let's go. Oh, plus 1 barbarian. They're actually a pretty decent level now. If I do find a... Well, I mean, I could always do the diadems instead if I find the diadems, but... Certainly wouldn't be terrible. Imbuing a couple diadems to see what I end up with. Maybe I get something decent. A little plus 2 or something. Maybe with some sockets. I'm just dreaming now. I'm just dreaming.
can't carry anymore. These stones serve some magical purpose.
Man, that chilling effect in hell. My girl was chilled for like a minute. The monster was dead. He'd been dead for like a minute, and my girl's over there just like, yeah, I'm still cold. Broke me to my bones.
Gotta raise that cold resist. Their conviction moment.
Well, sounds like you're gonna have some fun, Rob. Better get some snacks. If you're gonna call off work and do an all nighter with us, you're gonna need some snacks. Get some beef jerky, some some pork rinds, and some drinks. Wow, what a nice charm. Amber large charm of the winter. 6 to 12 cold damage, 15% lightning resistance.
Wow, that's really good for your build, particularly. That's great.
Well, yeah, the cold damage specifically is what I need on this build. And then
Yeah,
on top of
max
that,
roll on the
max roll
res,
on the
that's
lightning
great.
res? Hell yeah, I'll take it. I like max rolls on lightning res. Yeah. Get your snacks. Can't count how many videos I've made at the beginning of each season where I'm like, get your snacks. I'm like, I got my beef jerkles. I got my. What's up, movies?
I gotta sleep.
See, there's a science behind the right snacks too. All right, you don't want to just be chowing down on like chocolate chip cookies and like candy the whole time. You got to get food that's gonna make you feel full. All right, without making you like fat. All right. Things like beef jerky and whatnot, they work for this because beef jerky is high protein, not a lot of sugar. So when you eat it, it helps you feel full. Protein helps you feel full. And that way, when you're on your long gaming session, you're not just like absolutely just shoving like just junk food in your face.
I got some trail mix last time along with beef jerky, and trail mix was really good because it gave you a little bit of sugar with the M&Ms that were in there.
He got the M&M. He got the one with the M&Ms in it.
Oh, for sure.
Hard-boiled eggs are good too.
Yeah, my
Nothing
dad
sticky.
has 6 chickens, and he's constantly like, "Do you need eggs? Do you need eggs?" I'm like, "I can only eat so many eggs." I have like 2 hard-boiled eggs in my lunch every day just to get rid of the damn things.
My favorite thing to do with hard-boiled eggs is make yourself some ramen. Get the good ramen too. Get like the Indomie, not the top ramen. And then just take like 2 or 3 hard-boiled eggs and put them in your ramen. And as you're eating your ramen,
you do the soft boil where the yolk is like still mushy in the middle, but it's hard up, but like the outside, the white part's all.
not a big
cooked.
soft boil. I usually like the hard boil.
With the ramen, I like the soft boil, but yeah, in general, like you could even hard boil an egg and throw it in a salad, that little bit, like something different, just in a salad.
Egg salad too. I like to make egg salads. Egg salad sandwich. Get an egg salad sandwich.
The moist maker.
just found it.
And before we get people coming in here telling us
that
that eggs aren't cheap. Eggs
ain't
cheap.
Like, I posted a picture in Discord of how cheap eggs are here in Virginia.
My dad has 6 chickens, so he gets a dozen eggs every 2 days, pretty much. So I get
yours
3
are
eggs.
really cheap.
Yeah, mine are cheap and they're good. A lot of times there's the double yolks, which are
You know, if
really
you let the rooster in, the eggs definitely go cheap.
Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't have a rooster.
Cheap, cheap. Cheap, 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 cheap. Cheap, cheap, cheap.
Ah, I see. That's actually.
What?
That's actually really funny.
It's true. If you let the rooster in, the eggs go cheap.
Cheap, cheap.
Bumps. I could tell dad jokes for days. Did you know there's an actual scientific term for people who stay up real late at night and can't sleep? And then they just eat instead?
Let's hear it.
It's insomnomnia. Insomnomnom.
See, my dad always tells dirty ones that are funny, but I don't think I should say them on here.
Yeah, well, no. I don't think those are considered dad jokes. Those are, that's a different brand. That's a different brand.
I don't know. I could see them being a dad joke. It's just some of the stuff, it's like, I don't know.
Let's call those Full House jokes.
Full House?
Yeah, well, who was the dad on Full House? It was,
the guy from, America's Funniest Home Videos.
Yeah, he tells absolutely.
Bob Saget.
Yeah, Bob Saget tells absolutely horrible jokes. We'll call him Bob Saget jokes. He always tells like really nasty jokes. But when he got the Full House position, he had to clean up his act.
Yeah, his stand-up is ridiculous.
It was just like Robin Williams. You ever watch his stand-up? His was so dirty as all get out.
I've seen a couple of his, yep. I'm trying to think of like the best way to tell you how raunchy Bob Saget is, but honestly, the best way I can tell you is there was a joke. There was a joke that apparently went around like to all the comedians, and the rule is that the next time the joke is told, it has to be even nastier than the first time it was told. So every time you tell it, it has to get even nastier and even raunchier. And there's a clip of Bob Saget telling this joke, and it's awful. I guess it made its rounds around a little bit, so he had to spice it up even further to achieve the raunchier than the last guy bit.
I like the dark humor where it's like it's not really funny, but it's funny. Like dark humor stuff. What's I'm trying to think of his name. Anthony something. He does really dark humor. It's quite hilarious.
I used to tell really dumb jokes. I'd be like, "What?" I'd be like, "You want to hear a clean joke?" Or you want to hear a dirty joke? I'm gonna tell you. Yeah, he already knows. You want to hear a dirty joke? A horse fell in the mud. You want to hear a clean joke? A horse got a bath. It's really dumb. It's really dumb.
I too was 5 years old once.
I too was 5 years old. Oh look, a Ripsaw Flamberger just dropped on the ground. I think I'm gonna put that on my Amazon and just run around with that. It's excellent. That's perfect for me. It's perfect. Man, this zombie, cold enchanted, fire enchanted, stone skin, immune to physical, immune to lightning, Anything he's not immune to? He's got 75% fire, 75% cold, immune to physical, and immune to lightning.
Yeah, bow mash.
Hustle should have went offline this patch, but we don't have a patch yet, so.
Now, if we follow the history, it will not. I mean, you'll be able to take the ones that you made off ladder, but... Basically what happened was, is in the past, one of the ladders came, and everybody was expecting them, rune words, to roll over to non-ladder, because that's what they said. Then Pez Radar had to come on there because everybody threw a fit because it didn't happen. And he said, what he said was, is that if new rune words are coming, then the old rune words will always roll over. He said, but if no new rune words are coming, then there will always be ladder-only rune words. So the ladder-only rune words that were the same, you know, for the previous ladder will remain ladder-only rune words for the next ladder, unless there are new ladder-only rune words to replace those ladder-only rune words. So if we're not getting any new rune words, then the hustle rune word is not making its way to non-ladder. However, if you go make one right now on ladder, when it rolls over, you can just take that with you.
That's why Spirit was stuck on a ladder only for the longest time. Remember that? Like, spirits were actually like something to bring over. Like, not D2R, but long ago.
Yeah, people got upset too because they didn't like how a lot of the build-defining items were ladder only.
Well, yeah, like single player speedruns, like when Spirit was able to be made when you're level 25, that was a huge thing.
I think we were due this patch to get, or this season to get new rune words. We just aren't getting them.
They just are trying to fix Diablo 4, make people go back to it. Diablo 4 is beautiful, and the story is pretty good. I like it. Like, everything about it is, like, pretty good, except for, like, quite a bit of stuff. I don't know. I
like everything about it, except for, like, 95% of the game.
Yeah, like,
but, like, that's not...
and
that 5%, I really enjoy that.
Yeah, the story's good, the cutscenes are amazing, like, a lot of it feels really good. Like, your first playthrough feels really good, and then once you, like, get to the end game, it's like, I don't know about this. Yeah, they definitely could have done a lot better. I don't know, if they just added, like, some of the, like, pay cosmetics or pay stuff to Diablo 2, like, they could still make their money if that's what they're looking for, is, like, the money aspect of it with, like, the skins and stuff like that. Like, they could add all kinds of that stuff to Diablo 2, like stash tabs. Yeah, there's tons of people that I've talked to. That's what I'm saying. I'd pay for stash tabs. Like, I'd pay for a lot of stuff, to be honest. A lot of quality of life stuff if I had to.
$10 a season is like a cent an hour, if not less than that.
Even skins, like, I know these are a lot less, like, I don't know, I guess graphical as D4 is, but, like, still, like, D2 looks so much better. Like, you go between old graphics and new graphics.
They need to fix the damn stash. I made that video about it, and that was like the first thing I went over was how terrible the stash is. They need to fix the damn stash. Okay.
On D4, yeah.
That stash is like anxiety inducing. I know people who literally have told me that they refuse to make like a second character, or they refuse to open up their stash anymore because their stash, like, they open it up and they just get like anxiety because they open up their stash and it's full of crap, and they can't tell what the hell's in there.
Yeah, half of my issue is like when we start off the ladder, I'm just like grabbing all this stuff, and I don't have that much time to sit and look at everything, because half the time you're gonna find something even better than what you are stashing away, but you're
But you were
just used to being a hoarder.
You were cracking me up though, because you were like, "What did you?" He's like, "Let me make it into an analogy." Okay, let's be like, all right. We're like, "Oh man, I really like that girl. I like everything about her. She's so sweet. She's such a nice girl. But I don't really like her feet. Her feet are ugly, and her legs are ugly too. They're kind of hairy, and her pelvis is kind of too wide, and also, her boobs are just way too small, and also her face is a little ugly, and she got jagged teeth. But I love everything about her. She's just so pretty." She's the prettiest girl ever. I love her so much. But she also has really wiry hair, and it's kind of gross. And also, she kind of called me a punk the other day, and I think she's got a nasty attitude. But I love everything about her. Oh, man, I was dying.
It's tough. It's tough because I want to really like it. Like, that's the bad part. Like, there's so much stuff about it that is amazing. Like, I love the dark graphics of it. Like, it's way better graphics than D3.
I mean, I tell people
even the gameplay is still better than game.
I tell people this all the time. There's three major things that Diablo 4 did right. The first one is the just crazy way that you can build characters, which is very similar to the way you build characters in Diablo 2. Like, I just pick up skill. I could just open up my panel at any point and be like, all right, I want to make a whole character around Plague Javelin, and then bam, you just make like a whole character around Plague Javelin. But you can literally just like theory craft up characters similar to Diablo 2. It's great. The rare items being king, I think, is good. I just wish they there was more of like it doesn't feel as interesting as Diablo 2's rare items, I guess. Like in Diablo 2, you pick up a rare item, and it's very specific to your specific character. What you want. Like if you're an Amazon, you're looking for like some 220 gloves with, like decent stats and resistances and things like that. And I think resistance is not working in Diablo 4 is a really big downside as well.
Yeah, that was odd to me as well.
But
that wasn't just like patched immediately, or like the first month. Mind-blowing.
I think there was issues with the shadow magic or something like that, like the shadow stuff, to where it was causing issues, so they just got rid of the resistance completely type thing or something like that. Where, like, I forget, there was one boss that was doing a ton of shadow damage, and something happened where you just couldn't compensate for it, so they were like, well, let's just make everything on an even playing field. And then they also say, too, where it's like, well, we don't want you to build up a bunch of cold immune when you fight Duriel, for example. Like, that's what you do. You put on cold stuff to compensate for Duriel, or drink a bunch of potions. So you
that is exactly what we're supposed to do.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're supposed to do, but they're saying, no, we don't want you to do that.
I mean, when you fight Lilith, you put on some freaking poison resistance. You drink a freaking poison pot. You go, you deliberately set yourself up. Maybe even grab a cleansing aura from somewhere. Like, what do you mean you don't build
You stack your lightning and get some lightning absorb. Like you do that on purpose to fight each person.
I mean, it's like an RPG thing, is making your character immune to an element, or trying to make your character immune to an element. It's up to the developers to balance it out properly, so that when we do that, we lose out on other aspects of the game, right? I mean, in this game, I could make my character practically immune to fire. But to do so, I would need to put on a dwarf star, right? I would need to put on like equipment that would bring my resistances up to 95%. So once my resistance actually hits the 95% cap, then most of the time that equipment that raises your resistance to the 95% cap doesn't actually give you the resistance to hit the cap. So then you have to put on a bunch of equipment to hit the 95% cap, along with utilizing things like dwarf star and whatnot to give you the absorption to make up the 5% difference on the other side. And then by the time you're done, yeah, you could be immune to fire, but now you've sacrificed most of your damage and like other resistances and things to achieve that goal.
Exactly. Like the Amazon, for example, like best in slot gear, you have 0 MF. Like literally 0 if you do it. Like best in slot, completely best in slot items. Maybe gloves if it rolls, you know, a little bit of MF on your gloves. But generally you're running 0 MF, so you're sacrificing the MF for kill, you know,
I mean,
being able to just murder stuff.
Yeah. And then I think magic damage is very interesting because magic damage offers the developers, or rather it was created by the developers, so it's a creation of the developers, but it offers them a way to dish out damage to us that bypasses like that particular field of thought, right? So let's say I were to create a character that was just immune to all elements, and I could do that in Diablo 2, but my character won't be able to kill anything. But let's say I do a paladin, right? I can put on Guardian Angel Templar Code. I can put in the points into the passive resistant bonuses. I can grab like an Umrune, put it on the Guardian Angel. I can grab maybe like a Kira's, put it on his head or something.
Seraph's Hymn,
I can put
give
like
you a bunch of
Ravenfrost,
absorbs,
Dwarf
tons
Star.
of stuff.
There's a couple different ways I could attain. You know, like we could do like Raven, Dwarf Star, Thunder God's Vigor,
yeah.
which would give me lightning, fire, and cold absorption. And then I could tack that off with 75% block chance, massive amounts of defense from Holy Shield, etc. Get some more physical damage reduction in there. Whatever way I can get that. Maybe I use like Storm Shield or something to give myself like a massive 35% physical damage reduction. But in doing so, the character, he's not going to be able to kill anything, but he will be literally so tanky that most monsters in the game will not be able to like dish out any damage to him, right? But if a magic damage monster comes along, Bone Spear Snakes, Herodrums that have Dark Stars, there's a couple different monsters in the game that have magic damage, they can bypass all that. They can just cut right through it, and they can still dish out damage to me. And so no matter how tanky your character is, he still has to deal with the odd man in the room, which is the thing that nobody has resistance to. So that's why you set up that, what is it, the fifth element, because the fifth element fifth element. The fifth element multipass. I had to say it. The fifth element allows the developers to balance things out so that in a situation where somebody's trying to make themselves immune to all elements, they still have to deal with the magic damage. Damage over time also is nasty too, because have you noticed that even with like 95% like poison resistance, like poison still annihilates you if it crits and does lots of damage?
Oh yeah, like the snakes and Neothok. Like, well, that was fixed, but it's still pretty brutal. Like, it's nothing like it used to be, but it's still brutal up in there sometimes.
The spiders, I think the spiders are probably the best example. In Neothak's temple too. When they spite you, the poison they put on you is like ridiculously long. It's just absolutely nasty. War mercenary. Oh, it's impossible to still kill things. I mean, there's really nothing you can do. Once you have all that, you're pretty much just like, okay, well, I'm a tank. Like, I'm a tank. Let's check out that brandy stock just in the... Oh, it's an ethereal brandy stock. Might be good. Let's grab some of these potions while we're at it. Get this ethereal brandy stock. 10% chance to cast level 3 Nova. No ED. That's unfortunate. It's pretty bad.
These stones serve some magical purpose. $15
to life. It's better than that little crappy Tenda life one I had sitting in here. Shockwave is back to what it always said on the tooltip. I mean, it's exactly as it always was.
What can I do for you?
They took away the bug that made it ridiculous, which honestly is it was good. That was a good thing they did. I know people are upset about it, but that skill was broken, OP. I refused to build that character. Like I just remember the day somebody told me about it. I'm like that what? Like it does what? And then I went and tested it and I'm like, yeah, that's broken as all get out. They're gonna patch that. And like next time they do a patch, that thing's getting patched. Like you guys like you guys building your characters around it, I mean that's cool and all, but they're gonna patch it out. Like I didn't. And I made sure to tell everybody they were gonna patch it out too. Because I didn't want nobody to be surprised when they patched it out. Get all upset. Like, oh man, I can't believe they did that. Why would they do that? They just killed Lassie. Why would they kill Lassie? They shouldn't do that. Kill Lassie like that. That just make no sense. Nah, you could see that one coming like 10 miles off. Three open sockets, 3 shockwave, 3 cyclone armor, 2 heart of the Wolverine. That could be an interesting one for a shockwave summon druid. With shockwave is definitely something you use on summon druids. Do like the bear, and then you spam shockwaves, keep everything nice and stunned. Works pretty well.
These stones serve some magical purpose. I am overburdened.
I like how, like, when you're magic finding, even if you don't necessarily find something that's, like, absolutely the best in the world, you just kind of slowly start upgrading all of your equipment. It's just a matter of it's like attrition. You just, you just slowly upgrade everything. Even if it's only by, like, a little bit, and then at the end of the session you look back at the crap you were wearing and you're like, oh man, I started with that like just garbage.
Good day.
Garbage.
It's funny, I just did my solo self-found sorceress, and the whole time I found like all this good MF gear, but I never found like any gear that actually helped me kill stuff. It was just like just find better stuff, but I just kept finding better MF gear.
Dude, on my barbarian I kept finding MF gear too, like Gull Dagger, Blade of Alibaba, freaking what did I find? Like toward the end I had like all sorts of crazy MF gear, and but it was weird because I kept finding more MF gear, and then eventually it got to the point where I had so much MF gear, I was literally finding other really good stuff too. It just took a really long time.
Yeah, the only thing that I found on that run was a wizard spike, and all that really allowed me to do was wear that MF gear that I found.
Good. Well, see, they did. They got your back.
But I lost plus skills ability. I was wearing spirit for the longest time, and then I put that on. It helped my res so much and cast rate, but the res mostly is what I was after.
You gotta remember priority. I keep forgetting. When you're in combat with this character, the Valkyrie does not take priority over the mercenary. I always have to remember. Especially since my freezing arrow literally saves my mercenary's life. So whenever my mercenary is fighting in a different position than the Valkyrie, which I can't ever make them frickin' group up like they're supposed to, I always have to make sure I prioritize the mercenary to make sure he doesn't die. Valkyrie can be resummoned, don't care about her. Plus, she hardly ever dies anyway. She'll be surrounded by like 30 monsters, and she's just in there tanking it. Let's see how quick they can kill the Moog Clan by themselves. Now that I got the Merc, the crit strike, it's like he's doing pretty good. I might be getting closer to moving on from this, because just simply now that I got the crit strike on the Merc, and then also the Valkyrie has pretty decent crit strike now too, because I've been pumping that a little bit. She's maxed out. I finally got the smoke armor, so I can start moving on resistance-wise. Dropped a Hydra skull. There's always so many elites around here, though. It's actually pretty decent farming. Just like do a little circle around the freaking thing, and there's like 3 or 4 other elite packs. Here's one right here. Oh wow, 2 elite packs. I got you, buddy. Keep on swinging. Just keep swinging, just keep swinging. And check the super bed in here.
It's locked.
Oh, it's locked. Dang damn it. Had to be goats. Stupid goats. Mom's a goat. Yeah, you don't have to repair items on mercenaries. Mercenaries don't use durability. So ethereal items on mercenaries are mwah. I highly suggest, BG, that you go take a look at my video on ethereal items. Ethereal Thresher used to be the best base. Now it's Ethereal Man Catcher, ever since they changed the recipe. Ethereal Man Catcher has usurped Ethereal Thresher as the best base. It's a -20 base. It's much better. Thresher is -10, I believe. Not quite as good. With the 40% crushing blow that's on Infinity, you definitely want the faster weapon over the higher damage weapon. Yes, you cannot make an insight in a man catcher. That's still not possible. So an Eth Thresher is still good for an insight. A good Iron Golem for a Barbarian, something that you can replace relatively easily. You never want to use anything that you're going to miss, because the Iron Golem on the Barbarian isn't really the strongest, and you're going to have to support it with shouts. Something that you can very easily replace. That's the general gist of it. Ooh, a Grand Crown.
Piece of candy?
That's Hawaiians. That is the, oh man. I think I might actually be able to get some use out of that set now. Let's go check it on the Merc. I can't remember what the 3-piece is. I remember the 2-piece being terrible. Let's go see.
The sisterhood
We can always try it on him real quick and see how it looks.
that to good use.
Let's see here. I think I sold the Hawaiians, didn't I? I did. I did sell the Hawaiians. What a terrible person I am. Oh well. I don't think it was all that good anyway. I'm trying to remember back in my archive of a brain. Yeah, it's terrible. 3 pieces, 300 defense. That's all you get. And no partial set bonus on the helmet. No partial set bonus on the armor. No partial set bonus on the weapon. Yeah, so terrible. Glad I threw it away.
I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use.
The defense on Hawaiian Splendor is really nice. That's about the only thing that thing's got going for it. If I put it on there in place of Worm Skull, I mean, he is using the 5% life leech from the Partisan. It would bring his defense up quite nicely.
I'll put that to good use.
It would lose access to the 80 poison damage on the Worm Skull, though.
I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use.
I'll think about it. I was excited there for a minute. For a minute. Not excited no more.
I am overburdened.
A mat spear. The ham biscuit. I gotta check this out. Oh look, it's terrible. The shadow picket. What is this, a fence? What did I do? Pick up a fence post? Let's go to my neighbor's house and steal one of his pickets from his fence. Sharpen it up a little bit, put a handle on it. I call this the shadow picket. The shadow nose. Wow. I fed my my Merc a frickin' full juvie. My Valkyrie died, which I did not expect. I did a lot of Iron Golem testing back in the day when it finally got fixed, the Metal Grid. And the only thing I really tell you is that the Iron Golem that comes from Metal Grid is too weak to be used properly on anything but a Barbarian. If you're a Barbarian, you can get relatively... Oh, she got me with the freaking Frost Nova. With the Barbarian, you can give him a bunch of shouts, and the shouts will keep him alive, so you can beef up his HP and his defense. And using the Barbarian is really the only way that you can reliably keep him alive. Even then, though, he's not going to stay alive in high risk situations. Like for instance, you're not going to be able to use him in Trav farming, like the Trav Council. He's going to die. There's some places that you can definitely use him, but not a lot. So I just found a 13% enhanced superior blade bow. I'm pretty sure blade bow gets 4 sockets, right? I can double check it, but you think that would be a better insight? Because it would have higher physical damage. I'd lose my +2 skills though, which would be unfortunate, but... Let me double check if the blade bow can even get 4 sockets.
It gets 4.
It does?
According to Diablo Wiki.
I mean, it's a fast bow. It's -10, right? Yeah, it's a -10 base. So, I mean, we're looking at an average damage of 31, which I'm not really sure if bow-wise that's amazing. Let's try looking... let's compare it to a Hydra bow. That's like the other bow in that category. So that's 39. So it's pretty close. And then the Hydra's much slower, too. It's a positive 10, which means this is two marks faster. The diamond bow is average damage 36.5. I mean, all I'm really looking at here is it's a huge upgrade from the crappy stag bow. It's physical damage. Like the base physical damage on the superior blade bow is already better than the 211% enhanced on the stag bow. I mean, I could probably end up getting something better than this later, but at least it'll have the physical damage that I need to actually hit a target and kill it. Let's do that. I'm gonna go socket this Dujank. It can't roll anything. It's superior. You can't roll superior items. The only superior items have to be Larzik. It's the only way that you can modify them. I haven't used any Larzik's quests so far though, so this is just like my first Larzik quest, which is fine. I'm fine with that. It's fast too, which is good. So at least in that case, I'll have a fast Dujank. Let's hope I get a high ED roll. That's what I'm really interested in. I don't really care about the meditation. I don't really care about the crit because I already have crit and it doesn't stack well on this character. In fact, I'm pretty sure I can only ever have like +2 or whatever anyway. Even if it rolls higher than that, I still can't get that because I'm actually an Amazon. Yeah, it really just comes down to I really need a high ED. That's what I'm looking for. The highest ED that I can possibly get. So, Ral Tier Tal Soul. Ral Tier Tal. I got 2 soul runes. Ral Tier Tal Soul. 240% enhanced. That's not bad. +1 on the crit. Don't care, because the crit doesn't stack well on this character anyway. Level 12 meditation is a bit low. I think I got bottom roll on the meditation. What's the cap for ED on the insight? Is it 260? I think it's 260, so I rolled... Yeah, 20% off the cap. That's not bad. That's not bad at all.
I can't carry anymore.
So what I can do at this point is, since I have one that has plus the skills on it, and I have one that has much higher physical damage, I can use the one that has the high physical damage to kill the immune to cold monsters. I should be able to utilize this fairly effectively to kill the immune to cold monsters, because it has actually decent damage. It's 80 to 139, and it's a very fast attack speed. Combined with the IAS, I should be popping off some shots pretty quickly. Magic Arrow is 274 to 463. Guided Arrow is 287 to 490.
Good day.
Let's go find one of those immune to cold monsters real quick, and let's see how quick I can kill them with this bow. Oh, I'm in Nightmare right now, aren't I? Yeah, this is Nightmare. These monsters is dying super fast. Hey, Fatty gifted a sub. And Vidine got it. Congrats, Vidine. Hey, Vidine, now you don't get any ads on Twitch. Well, since I'm here, let's go kill Eldritch and Shank real quick.
You're welcome. Sorry, I was off doing something, cooking, and I went to the bathroom and was watching. When I was looking, I was like, he's been talking so much and doesn't have it. So.
I didn't notice. Badine got it though. Or did you choose him specifically? I think.
Yeah,
you
that's what I said. I was looking and I was like, he's been talking so much it doesn't have a sub. There you go.
Yeah, and now you don't get any ads.
You know that doesn't work on YouTube? Like,
No.
I've been subbed and
No, it doesn't work
still
on
get
YouTube.
ads.
It doesn't. And I wish there was a thing on there where I could add it so that if you're subbed, you don't get ads. That would be nice, actually.
I watch
It's
it
a
on YouTube, so I pay for it.
It's a really nice thing for.
Oh, you got to get the YouTube Plus to not get ads.
Yeah.
Period. Okay.
It's worth it to me, but
so they don't do it where it's
Yeah,
like you
YouTube
get
Premium is actually worth it in my opinion, and I still get paid for YouTube Premium too. So like when you're watching with YouTube Premium, I think
you still get the ad bonuses. But
well, I think how it
me
works is
watching
basically this. So like let's say you pay I don't know what is YouTube Red, like $7.99 or something.
I don't.
I have no idea.
I don't even remember.
What do you get with YouTube Red? Just no ads? Like,
No
is that
ads.
all they get?
There's a couple things. You get access to the YouTube Music as well, so you can play that while you're not like using YouTube. So YouTube Music is a different app, so you get that for free.
The
Also,
big one is watching while you're not
you
active
can
on your phone.
Yeah, so you can minimize your phone, like close it down,
And just listen.
and just listen. Yeah, you can just listen.
Okay, that's a plus.
That's a interesting.
I can do that on Twitch though, which is crazy. For like, I got the Amazon Prime, so I could do that for basically free.
Yeah, but when you're at work and stuff, it's really nice because that way you don't have to burn your battery. So you just you open up
that's what I usually
YouTube,
do.
pull up
I
the
usually just
stream,
have an
whatever.
earbud in and listen to you.
Exactly.
And then when I get time, I'll comment and be like, "Hey, something."
There's a couple other things that YouTube Premium does. Like there's I think when you go to YouTube, there's actually like a perks page or something. Let me see if I can find it real quick. It's like it says your premium benefits, and there's like a bunch of things. So you get ad-free, offline. Offline. You can download videos and watch them offline. So you can go through and you can mark a bunch of videos as offline material, like anything you want, and it will download them, and then you can watch them even if you don't have internet, which is pretty cool. You also get access to YouTube Music. Apparently, also you can. Where's the other thing here?
Dang, yo. 2 to warmth, 2 to firebolt staff.
Not bad.
Trying to remember the other thing. There's one other thing, and I can't remember what the hell it is. I don't know. Family. Like you can designate other accounts as part of the YouTube Premium. I can't remember how many. It's like an option. So if you got like a bunch of family members and they're all on different accounts, you can set it up so that it's like family wide, and there's like a discount for having like a family wide setup.
I am overburdened.
I'm half tempted to socket this Sotheby's freaking helmet and use it instead of the lore. I just don't know what the hell I'd put in it. An IAS jewel, maybe? Just so that it can attack faster? I mean, a Sotheby's with +1 and a little bit of IAS doesn't exactly sound terrible. Do I got a 15%er sitting around here somewhere? I don't even know if I found one yet. Sometimes I go through the whole run and never find an IAS jewel. Oh, yeah, I have found one. So I found one IAS jewel so far. I mean, would that really be so terrible, though? Sotheby's Mental Sheath for my helmet. It's got 176 defense. It's got 2 reses, 17 lightning, 17 fire. So I lose a little bit of lightning res, but I gain the fire. But then I would also lose the mana after each kill, which is a little sad. And then I could throw the IAS jewel on there to make my character attack
Damage
faster.
reduction is nice.
Are you sure you need the IAS with your breakpoint?
Yeah, I guess that's what it really comes down to, right? Is the IAS actually going to give me any benefit? So let's run that on the calculator and let's see. I can just very quickly do this. So I am in Amazon. I am utilizing a blade bow. Oh, there we go. Blade bow. There's no IAS on Insight, but I do have 20% on the gloves. And I think that's it right now. Yeah, 20% on the gloves. And I guess it counts as a standard attack. So I'm currently at 2.27. So if we add in 35%, which is the... Yeah, 35% brings me to the next frame. 10 frames. So I go from... how many? I wonder how much it is it's actually bringing me to 10 frames. It's actually only 5%. Apparently 5% brings me to the next frame. How much would it take to bring me to the next frame? So 45 would bring me to the next frame. Which is, actually only 10% more than what the IAS jewel would give me. It's actually not bad at all. That brings me up to 2.77 attacks per second. I think that is worth it. I mean, what are the chances of me actually finding a better helmet? That's where I can't get a break with that stuff. I'd still have to go socket it for it to be better than the lore. With the smoke, though, let me see what I'm running resistance-wise is with the smoke, and then I throw my. I need to go back to hell difficulty, don't I? Yeah.
Are you close to treachery at all, or no?
Oh, I got no lem. Not unless the lem drops. If a lem drops, I mean, then yeah, I could. Why'd I do that and then a Shaco drops? Yeah, I mean, you're right. There is that. Alright, so...
Is it easier to get a lem or to get another socket quest for you, though?
So, with smoke, I'm running negative 17 fire, 75 lightning. Apparently I have, like... No, just enough lightning. Okay, so I'm just sitting, like, barely on the edge of having enough lightning res. I guess I could probably take off, like, this big lightning res 25 for strengther and maybe, like, slap in some other ones that have different resistances on them. And probably not notice too much of an issue. I'd probably have to stack a little bit more strength here, though. And that brings me down to 53 lightning, which is acceptable. And opens up 3 more spots for potentially other resistances, like, apparently I'm desperately in need of fire. I think I got some other charms hiding around here. And that's a poison. That doesn't really help me out very much. There's another poison. There's another lightning. I didn't really move things all that much like I thought I was gonna. I guess I don't know. It's all right. It's fine. I guess just stick like this. I did kind of like that frickin'
All room.
I don't need
Hell
that
yeah.
one anymore.
Not in town.
Alright, we'll start working through now. Got my actual real equipment on. Not that it's really all that amazing, but mildly better than the garbage I was using. I mean, speed-wise, this bow is, like, insanely faster than the other. I think I'll actually have some issues of running out of mana with this one. But damage-wise, it's way better. You can just tell with the physical damage, I can actually kill the monsters. Oh yeah, we were gonna go test on a zombie real quick. The zombies were a pain in the butt, right? Let's go see how fast I can actually kill a zombie now. That'll give us a good idea of our current power level. We gotta check and see if we're Super Saiyan 1 or not.
It's over 9,000.
Where's the oh, there it is. Gotta travel backwards. What's up, gargantuan beast? mean, look at how much faster I'm killing this gargantuan beast now. I mean, between me, the mercenary, and the Valkyrie, I just absolutely annihilated that freaking gargantuan beast. Comparatively to earlier, that's like lightning fast speed. What's up, Christopher? Christopher's gonna buy one of my Kuba shirts. Putting words in his mouth. I tell you one thing, my little merch shop has been nothing but a drain on my money. But it is so fun having my own merchandise. I buy my own stuff all the time. I'll be buying my own stuff.
Never smoke your own stash, man.
Look, okay. Look. I already ordered a Kuba shirt for myself. And as you can clearly see, I'm wearing one of my hoodies. These are nice hoodies, too. They're Hanes hoodies, by the way. On the tag. The shirts are Gildan. Gildan shirts are actually pretty good quality, too. I get to choose the base, basically. It's kind of like Diablo all over again. I get to choose the base of the shirt, and then, or whatever the material is, and make sure it's actually good quality.
Supreme bases?
Yeah, I gotta get the superior bases. And then they put my stuff on it. Like they get like a Hanes hoodie, and then they put my design on the hoodie.
The fabric of our lives. Ginger. Fabric of our lives.
You remember the ad with Michael Jordan with the Hanes shirts, and the guy has the bacon neck, where the neck is all wavy. And he's like, "Oh, you got the bacon neck."
I don't remember that one specifically.
Oh, what's up, AJ? With the $10. Chinchilla
Wow.
treats, and maybe get your lady some chocolate. Just saying hi. Have a good solo self-hound tonight. Might not be able to stick around too long. I will buy her some stuff. She likes fruity candies. She's not really a big chocolate person. But I will get her some like Laffy Taffies or something. She likes some Laffy Taffies. Or some little sour doojanks. She likes the sour doojanks too.
You probably can't buy her merch. Probably can't buy your merch for her. She probably wouldn't be too happy. Hey babe, I got you something.
Oh, she absolutely loves the Kuba shirt.
The Kuba shirt.
She likes the Kuba shirt. She's like, oh my god, I love it. She thinks it's cute. Brownie face and all.
God, I found 50 chip gems and only 2 of them have been rubies. Come on.
Sounds like somebody needs to make some money with them chippies.
Got so many chips.
You gotta use the transmute recipe and make yourself some 35Ks in the bank.
I know, but I need rubies from my Bobo.
A superior ballista. Resocket back to Corbin. That could make a way decent hustle. I don't know if I want to blow my 1 rune on a nightmare base, but it's not even an ethereal nightmare base either. I mean, it is 3 socket though. I told my girlfriend I beat the Ubers on the hardest difficulty in a solo self-found P8 run, and she was like, "The hardest difficulty?" She's like, "Is that good?"
Hello.
It's like pretty tough.
Pretty tough. Pretty tough.
Honestly, I don't know a lot of people that could do a solo self-found run under the rules that I did and then still come out on top with a friggin' victory against P8 Ubers. P1
I watched a little bit
P1 Ubers are
of your
chaos.
final battle.
Oh, it was rough, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I died a lot.
I liked when was it all the mages were at your portal?
Hey, I recovered successfully quite a few times.
You did. I was like, oh man, this might be
the real end.
might be the real.
This might be the real end.
Let's see
Is
what he
it a
does next.
fantasy? Easy come, easy go. You don't get no keys no mo. All your organs gone. You have to farm again.
Get a torch, get a torch.
It's a druid
what's the
torch now.
What was the torch that you got? I forgot.
A pretty decent roll on the attributes. It was like 1720 or something. It was really good, but it was an Amazon.
What class?
Amazon. We should poll the kinship or the chat. Am I allowed to use the solo self-found P8 Amazon torch on my solo self-found Amazon?
I was just gonna ask that. Like, I haven't really done a lot of solo self-found. Like, I guess the rules are up to you, but like the ethic of trading gear back and forth between solo characters, like, I guess it doesn't matter because it's whatever you want. But
No, I mean this one would be up to the chat. I think. What it is basically that torch represents a whole lot of solo self-found work. It's a solo self-found torch, so it's not like I'd just be giving myself like a random torch. It's literally the torch that my solo self-found Amazon or my paladin actually was able to obtain legitimately through a solo self-found run.
Yeah.
And granted, the solo self-found rules do prevent me from sharing items in between characters, but I think there's just something special about that torch. I feel like that torch deserves to be used. You guys follow me on this? Like, I feel like I spent a lot of effort on that torch, and I think it would be sad if that torch didn't get used. Let's put it up for poll. How about that? Okay, let's see. I'm gonna put it up for poll, and you guys get to choose. All right. There you go. You guys get to choose whether or not I can use my solo self-found PA torch. Charles is a mod? Charles is a mod.
no, you should do with the torch. You should like 3D print a model of it and put it on your wall as your keepsake.
Sean said no, you get absolutely nothing. We'll let you guys get some hefty votes in there. We'll let it go for a little while. I think I'm high enough to actually use it now, so technically. To be honest with you, I'm gonna clear this no matter what. So I'm not gonna have trouble clearing solo self-found P8 on this Amazon. I can already tell I'm gonna walk right through this game. I'm gonna have a little bit of trouble in certain zones, but for the most part, it's gonna be a cakewalk. I'm actually kind of scared of one zone in particular. And by the way, that torch will not help me in that zone. But I'm kind of scared of this one zone. I wonder if you guys can guess which zone I'm scared of. Hint, hint, it's a zone that all cold characters are scared of.
The pro, what's in Act 5 there?
It's Act 2.
Maggot?
No, Maggot's actually pretty easy on this character. You're close, though.
I'd give Claw Viper.
Claw Viper. It's full of cold immunes.
Yeah.
Every single snake is cold immune. They're all cold immune in there. And on top of that, not only are the snakes cold immune, the Haradrim are cold immune in there too. Now, granted, I will be able to shatter the skeletons, so there's at least that, so I don't have to worry about the Haradrim resurrecting the skeletons over and over again. But I won't be able to kill the Haradrim, and I won't be able to kill the snakes, not with any kind of expediency. I'll be able to kill the only thing that literally is gonna swarm me, which is the skeletons. But the snakes will try and swarm me too, which will be really annoying.
Ooh, let me ask you one more solo self-found ethics question. Did you keep it at P8 100% of the time, or did you ever drop it one for like Countess because of her drops?
Never.
Her sucky.
So on a regular solo self-found, you can change the player count however many times you want. But
Yep.
these are P8 solo self-found runs, and it is part of the rules. I cannot change the solo self-found. Those are the rules right there on the screen, DK.
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry, I need to pull it back up. Because I've been just, tooling around on solo self-found, but I've been changing Countess down to P1 for the kill because she drops 3 runes instead of
Oh yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. The thing is though is that with this particular run series, I'm keeping it at P8 the entire time, so it's very important to
Well, I think you answered your own question with number 2 rule there, though.
Oh, I am well aware that the torch violates the rule. I'm well aware. I am not jockeying to say that it's not against rule number 2. It totally is against rule number 2. However, I also feel like that torch deserves to be used. I think it's just sad that it's just sitting there on a character and it's never gonna get used by anybody. I fought tooth and nail for that stupid torch, and it's just sitting there rotting, basically. It's just rotting.
You could use the golden rule. Whoever has the gold makes the rules, my boy.
Whoever has the gold makes the rules. All right, let's get out of here. Stonyfield, I see the Dujink. It's on the map. No, it's totally against the rule. I agree, 100%. I'm not gonna argue that. It's totally against the rule.
Yeah, but it is sad. It is.
Which is why I'm leaving it up to the community. So if you guys want to say no, say no. I see already like 35% of you guys have said no. And it's going to stay up there for quite some time. So you guys got time to push it into the no category if that's what you want. You got time. I should do like some of the other Diablo 2 YouTubers, and I should just build up a massive wealth of items in single player. Let me go to Magic Arrow for these.
Y'all have a good night. I'm gonna head out. I gotta work in the morning.
Alright, see you, man.
Yeah, same. I gotta head out. I'll see you guys on Thursday.
Thursday. Don't forget your snacks.
I won't forget the snacks.
Oh, he'll forget the snacks, and then he'll be like, "Oh man, I don't got no snacks."
I ain't forgetting no snacks. Look at my name. You think I forget snacks?
Okay, fair, fair.
Hey, y'all have a good night.
I gotta roll a DC check.
Oh, that's a great idea. You got to roll. It's a really good idea.
Breaking the dice. Nat 20 to add Sunder. No, I wouldn't dare add a Sunder because that's you can potentially get a torch without killing Bale. You can't get a Sunder without killing Bale. So I don't even think that's within the realm of allowability. Besides, a Sunder wouldn't do anything but hurt me right now anyway. US the gold makes the rules. Thank you for the donation, DK.
I got you.
He who has the gold.
Makes the rules, my boy.
As your daddy always said, it's my house. I pay the bill. When you get your house and you pay the bill, you can make the decisions. How about that? I'm getting my own house. Well, I think it's also kind of almost providence when you think about it in a way. Because, first off, I did that run a while ago, right? I had the vote for the next run before I ever did finish the Smiter run, right? So before that torch ever dropped, I had already decided to do Amazon, right? It's not like I was like, oh, I got an Amazon torch. Let me do Amazon for my next playthrough, right? No. We literally had already decided on Amazon for my next playthrough, and then before it ever dropped, and then it dropped to Amazon. That's almost like frickin' Providence. It's like, here, take your little Amazon doojank. How about that? This is a democracy, not an oligarchy. Do you even know what an oligarchy is, Gorgon? I can give you an example of an oligarchy. The Clintons. The Clintons are an oligarchy. I'm not sure if you guys know that. The Clintons, basically what they do is the definition of an oligarchy is a form of government in which the major players of power always put family members into positions of power instead of anyone else. So the Clintons are an example of this because every single time they have an opportunity, they always install one of their family members into positions of power instead of someone else. So like if a oil rig needs a new like company CEO, well, the company CEO is going to be like the Clintons' like son or like cousin or something. And they basically go through the process of installing each one of their family members into positions of power so that when it comes down to it and there's any kind of an issue, well, guess what? Well, the judge is a Clinton, the oil guy, CEO is a Clinton, the president's the Clinton, the vice president's a Clinton. They throw Clintons in any position they possibly can, so that literally when it comes down to it, they got all the cards, so to speak. The Clintons are probably one of the best examples of a oligarchy that's existed in recent times.
Andrew, have you heard of the Coin Boys trend?
Coin Boys? What's that?
It's like I guess this thing that kids are doing. They're like, I'm gonna do my homework, then buy the coin, dial out the coin, flip a coin. You can go Coin Boy on it.
How do I show what it rolls? You guys might not believe me. I like flip it and then like I didn't see it. You can't.
Yeah, you'd have to use the thing we use Just put 2 choices on it. The Roller of Fate.
Greetings.
What could you do? Oh, I'm trying to think. You could like do penance for it on your characters.
Penance?
Like if you can clear Claw Viper Temple 20 times on Hell on your Zon. And
I don't know. I don't want it then. Oh, that's just terrible. That's terrible.
I know, we should make 10 terrible things, and then you'll spin for it, and whatever it lands on, you have to do that thing during it. But then we can all vote on them. Or come up with ideas.
I don't think it compromises the solo self-found at all, Sean. It's actually quite interesting is that I don't think the torch represents a strong enough of a bonus that would literally mean the difference between success and failure. It's not going to carry me through, and without it, I will still complete it. If it were like an infinity or something, or like a perfectly rolled ice bow or something, I could totally be behind you and be like, yeah, that's just way too powerful. That's just like a build-defining item that would just absolutely make my character just insane. But as you can see, I'm really not having much of an issue with hell difficulty already. And adding a couple extra skills doesn't change that. And my resistances are so terrible right now that the resistances wouldn't even help me. It wouldn't even help me. I would still be horrible on resistances. My resistances are so bad. I'm gonna go cry in the corner.
I need a key.
I mean, that's a good point that Sean Casey, whatever, made. You know, it didn't come from a solo self-bound P1 run, you know? It's all in the theme.
No, it came from a
World.
solo self-found P8 world.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I mean,
It came from a solo self-found P8 world. It came from a solo self-found P8 Ubers run. And that character followed all the rules as well. I mean, it's a torch that it means a lot to me personally. Like, I think that's the thing that really kind of is throwing me over the break the rule category, which is basically like I want to see that torch actually get a use on a character. That's basically what I want to see. I spent all that effort, I spent all that time getting that torch, and I don't want to see that torch not get used.
that sounds pretty convincing argument to me.
The entire purpose of that was literally to get a torch, right? I mean, that was the whole thing. Kill the Ubers on P8.
I don't know. Let your conscience be your guide.
I broke the rules and I broke the rules. Broke the rules, rule breaker, breaking rules, breaking. Breaking all the rules, got them rules, breaking, I'm breaking all the rules. He's a bad boy. Oh, you kidding me? Why does it never drop when I need it? Why it never drop when I actually need it? Why it always drop when I don't need it? I guess technically I could use this to hit that higher breakpoint. If I had socketed the 15% jewel in it. Frickin' Twitch throw.
You were supposed to save us.
Yep, the run ends when I kill Bale, so no Sunder. That is the
Why don't you
unfortunate,
do
unfortunate
Nightmare
truth of the
Countess
world.
until you get a limp and get your
I can't. Not allowed.
Oh, is that the rules?
It's one of the rules that I added to the solo self-found runs. So, the goal of solo self-found, at least as far as I can tell, is basically, it's trying to simulate what it was like to be a complete and utter knob. You know, like just like when you didn't know anything. Like, so when you first started the game, would you have known to go to Countess and farm a Lemrune?
Dude, I had no idea how to play this game until like season 1 of D2R.
Okay, my point is
playing
the,
it for 10 years, but after playing it for 10 years, I was like, oh, that's how you play this game. Okay.
but my point is you wouldn't as a
Yeah.
newer character you wouldn't know, right? Like,
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you.
So that
Yep.
my idea of solo self-found, and maybe this isn't the same as everybody else's, is that you wouldn't know to go do those things.
Yeah.
So because you wouldn't know to go do those things, you wouldn't know that those items even drop there, or let alone even know that that was the place to go, you know, like to go farm for those items. So you run into a situation where if you're trying to simulate what it's like to be a complete and utter noob, you have to restrict yourself from being able to do those things, because otherwise, using your mass intellectual knowledge, you're just gonna, you know, farm all the items that you know you need.
Yeah. I guess it totally depends the experience you want, because I've seen plenty of people get, spend an hour getting the perfect map for super chests or something. And doing that 1,000 times.
Well, farming a specific location is okay. Farming a specific item is not. So, like, if you want to farm super chests, I mean, that's fine. Like, as a noob, you might come across a chest and be like, oh, wow, this chest dropped me, like, a whole lot of stuff, right? And very quickly, you'd be like, okay, well, let me just, like, leave and come back, and I can just click on this chest again. Wow, it dropped me a whole lot of stuff again, right? Like, you're not target farming. You're just clicking on the same chest over and over again. Target farming is where you farm a specific monster for a specific item. So, like, in your case, the thing that you basically just said, which is, why don't you go farm Countess for a Lemrune? Yeah, that is target farming a specific item from the Countess.
But LK runs are okay in that view. Just curious.
Well, I wouldn't do LK runs because I'm single player. I would do Sewers level 2, which is much more better. Much more better. Much more better. Man, these freaking immune to colds and their stupid little immune to cold butts. Get wrecked, Dragon Cloud to Grim. Immune to fire and cold. That's why I didn't go with the exploding arrow build, and instead I went with the Valk slash freezing arrow, because Fizz Cold is much better than Fizz Fire, than Cold Fire. There's too many fire immunes in the game. Oh, poor mercenary. Couldn't hang. It's okay, I can't hang in there either. Nothing to be ashamed about. Honestly, I think my rules are probably the best, though, for solo self-found. Not to brag. Because the reason why my rules are the best is because they simulate a very interesting way of enjoying the game, which is different than I think a lot of the way that a lot of people other people do their solo self-found runs. It creates just almost infinite replayability. You could do a solo self-found run on one character, end up with, you know, like a friggin' insight when you go through, right? And then on another character, never find a base for insight, and you're just like, please! Like crying to God that he blesses you with an insight. I still remember I found was it on my Druid playthrough? Got so excited. I found a freaking ethereal 4-socket thresher.
Oh.
Threw that on my mercenary. He was out DPSing me at that point. He was like, bro, pick up the pace. What's up? Why are you so slow? I'm like, dang, all right. So that's how you feel, huh? Yeah, target farming would make the videos longer. You're right. Or maybe not. I don't know. It depends. Depends on how good the target farming goes. I mean, if you were to target farm specific items and actually find those specific items, there's always the possibility that it could actually speed things up considerably. Of course, if you target farm specific items and don't find them, which is possible because the drops are not always kind. Well, yeah, then it could be way longer. Ow, ow, ow. Why is everything multi-shot? Oh my god, I'm gonna die. It's nah. Get out of here with your little multi-shot punk butt. Nobody like you. That's why nobody like you, because you're multi-shot. Nobody care about you, and nobody like you. Okay? Nobody likes you. Everybody hates you. You might as well go eat worms. Get over here and kill this guy, Mert. Ow. Yes, if you have multiple items that give auras, you can have multiple auras. You cannot have multiple of the same aura, though. That's a distinction. So you can't have you can't have like 2 might auras. You can have 2 prayer auras, but only if they're the exact same level. So if you have like a level 13 prayer aura and a level 14 prayer aura, only level 14 works. But if you have a level 13 prayer aura and a 13 prayer aura, then they both work. Which is strange. Don't know why that happens. Something, a quirk in the way that the system calculates everything. Alright, let's go rescue Kane. Kane. I'm on 5 hours into my hell run and I haven't even killed Andariel yet. But at least I got some items that are not garbage. My Merc is not gonna make it.
Gonna make it, gonna make it.
Well, he survived to kill 1 brute. Is
That's
Treehead?
even,
Oh man, I don't think I can kill Treehead. He's immune to physical, extra fast, extra strong, as stone skin, and he's fire enchanted too. He's immune to cold, immune to physical, and fire enchanted. I don't think I have anything that could actually damage him. I think, honestly, like, legitimately, I think I might as well just leave him here, because I do not think I can kill him, even if I wanted to. He's got way too many immunities. Biz and cold is already rough, but then adding the fire in there, too. I mean, I could, like, Throw on like some freaking Ral runes or something. I had like a bow with some fire damage on it I was using for stuff like that. And I still don't even think that would work.
I need an Ort. So I can make a Zeppa.
Is that a rare Atigan or is that a unique Atigan? Looks like rare to me. Color's off on my monitor a little bit. Can never really tell. Flawless Diamond. Wild Drool the Hunter.
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah, it's just a regular ad again. Is that Lance Ethereal? It is not. It's garbage.
I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore.
Alright, I don't think we found the way. Oh, no, we did. We did find the waypoint. Okay. So we can go rescue Kane. No, we don't have to worry about him. Nice. Let's go talk to Bloodface real quick so she can fix the scroll for us.
Hello.
Give me some potions. Reduce resistances wand? Yeah, that would be nice. I haven't found any lower res wands yet.
In your rules, can you shop for one of those? Or
It's vague, like shopping, deliberately shopping an item.
Over and over and over again.
Going back and forth in town would be considered target farming, but checking the shop every time I go to town would not. So like if I just check the shop every time I go to town, it's the same thing you would do anyway as a normal character, right? So you would just check the shop and look and see at the items. Like you go to town, you're like, I've got some good items in there. That'd be kind of nice. You know, like that's fine. But deliberately going in and out of town over and over and over again until you get like the item you want would be considered target farming. We also kind of said the same thing about gambling too. Like if you gamble, we're trying to gamble for like a specific item. But like if you're just gambling for an item and then whatever you get is whatever you get, then that's different. So like if you go in there and you just like gamble for a bunch of belts and just use whichever belt you get, that's different. But if you were to gamble specifically for say gold wrap, right? You as a new character, you might not even know gold wrap exists, right? So gambling for a gold wrap is probably not something a new character would do. But gambling for a belt is something a new character would do. Like just gambling for a belt in general. It's really just all about trying to get that feeling of being a noob again, like being forced to use all the crap that you're given. Like, you know, the first time you see your friend, and like he's like the first time he played, and he's like all happy and excited to show you his character, and you look at his gear, and you're like, why are you wearing that? Like, you're a sorceress. Why do you have a Twitch throw on? Like, well, I found it. And it's golden.
Not in town.
It's got a golden color to it. It must be good. It's like strength and dex. Increases my spell damage, right? You're like, no, it doesn't. It doesn't do that.
I'm a cold sork. That's why we have cold damage charms.
Yeah. Oh my god, the number of times people tell me they stack elemental damage charms for their like, they're like, oh yeah, I've been stacking fire damage charms for my fire sorceress, and I'm like, are you using enchant? You're using enchant? They're like, oh no, I'm using fireball, and I'm like, do you see the cold damage, the fire damage going up when you add the charms on the character panel?
That's the new player experience.
Don't do it.
That's the real PA that you need to do with like stuff like that. The stuff that should be intuitive that doesn't work.
Well, it's impossible. That's the reason why I created the rules in the first place. It's impossible to be that stupid. Like and I'm not trying to hate on the people who are doing it because I know they just don't know any better, and logically that's how the way they think it would work. Like one of the funniest things that always happens is when somebody finds out for the first time that concentration aura works on hammers, they immediately put 2 and 2 together, rightfully so, that concentration must work on other spells as well, right?
Yeah.
And that is the correct correlation. However, it doesn't work that way. So despite the fact that that is the correct correlation, it's still wrong, which is unfortunate because, and I have to explain to people all the time, I'm like, your thinking is sound. There's nothing wrong with your reasoning. It's like, but what you're missing is the fact that hammers was never supposed to work with that ability in the first place, and it was all a bug. And so if it actually did work that way, like you were thinking, it would work with other spells. But because it's a bug and it doesn't actually work that way, it doesn't actually increase spell damage. In fact, I think the way that the whole concentration thing works is actually because the hammers were physical damage. Apparently there was something going on in the calculations of the way that the hammers calculated their damage, where they were actually being counted as like half physical or something, and so they actually were a half physical attack, and the concentration aura was increasing the physical part of the hammer, which I think is what the bug was. So it was actually it was never affecting a spell to begin with, and I think that's one of the things that a lot of people don't know. Is I don't think concentration actually affects spells at all, including hammers. I think it's just some funky way that hammers calculates out its damage that somehow is being calculated as physical. It's like 50% of the attack is a physical attack or something. But then it converts the physical damage to elemental, kind of like how Berserk does. Like, think about Berserk as a way of understanding it. If you have concentration aura, or fanaticism, or might, or something like that, right? And you use Berserk. The might or concentration increases your physical damage first, and then it's converted to magic, right? So I think what's going on is it's actually converting physical damage to magical damage somehow in the calculation. And so the concentration aura somehow was actually catching on to the fact that it was physical damage and was upping the physical portion of it before it got converted into magic. I'm pretty sure, like, behind the scenes, there's probably like some sort of calculation, and there's probably like an exact math to it, but I never actually bothered to go take a look at it. There was also another part of, and this kind of confirms my theory, is that before they changed it, this was a long time ago. Before they changed it, the hammers also had the mace 50% increased weapon damage attached to it as well. I'm not sure if you guys know this, but because Blessed Hammer is actually a hammer attack, it's a mace attack, it included the 50% against undead. Because, you know, all maces have the 50% undead. And then what would happen is if you came across a monster that had immunity to magic, the hammers would actually break the immunity by using the 50% increased damage to undead, which would then cause the physical immunity of the monster to shatter, and allowed you to kill them with hammers anyway. And then they decided that this was OP because there were only, like, the only monsters in the entire game that are immune to magic are literally undead, and the hammers could literally bypass the magic immunity. So they took that away too. But there was a time where literally hammers would break the physical immunity of any undead monster because of the 50% increased damage to undead that came from them innately being a mace attack. BG Eel, have you completed normal difficulty yet? Ah, okay.
Deckard Cain, go to the rogues' camp without delay.
%71% have voted yes. I didn't think about this though. You can't get the torch until you reach Act 5. Like legitimately, if you were to get yourself a torch in a solo self-found run, you can't get it until you reach Act 5.
How about this? Here's one more modifier for you. Why don't you not use it until you have done PA Ubers on your song and you don't drop a song towards it?
I don't think she can do PA Ubers, personally.
Yeah.
I really don't. I don't think she's even remotely capable. I don't even think under the broadest terms, even if P1, yeah, I think she could do P1. P8, no, I don't think she would ever be capable of P8 Ubers. Not as a boson. I'd have to respec her into something else entirely, like a lightning zon or something like that. It would have to be a whole respecking of the character, and then that wouldn't even really be true to the boson part of the run, which was decided by you guys in advance, by the way. No, it's not a new season yet. I'm just doing solo self-found run, Leo. Yeah, close to 30k subs. 30k in the bank.
30k in the bank.
And only 5k away from 35k in the bank. Which I told you guys when I hit 35k subs, I'm gonna write the 35k in the bank song. I'm gonna have to spend like a couple days writing the lyrics. It'd be like 35k in the bank. 35k in the tank. 35k in the bank. Down to the front to the bank. We're gonna go to the bank and put some money in there. We're gonna do up. Yeah. We wear the Dragon Ball Z shirt all the way down. And then the man at the front says, "Hey, what you doing, clown?" Like, dang, it's a clown. It's rough. What did you vote, Sean? What did you vote? What did you vote, Sean? Baby Shark. No. Baby Shark has a different tempo. 35k in the bank. 35k in the bank. 35k in the bank. 35k in the bank. We gotta get the chorus. The 35k in the bank would be the chorus. That would be the chorus, right? So every time we get to the chorus, it would be 35k in the bank. 35k in the bank. Maybe something like, "Oh, I was walking along and I found an armor so ancient and gold. I took it back to the town and asked the vendor what he thought this would be worth. And he said, 35k in a bank. 35k in a bank. 35k in a bank. 35k in a bank." Now, Charcy was salivating over my new find, you see, and she wanted to give something for all the things I have. And I said, "You cannot have this. This is the armor I must wear." But she managed to repeat again the thing that it was in her hair. She said, 35k in a bank. 35k in a bank. Big old sacks of gold for that thing that's in your jank. I asked Charcy where she gets all this gold, as she doesn't seem to be very rich. But every time I come around, she's got big sacks of gold to pay for all of my stitch. She said, I don't care what you bring here. I've always got the gold. Do not fear. Don't sell it to Geed because he's a chump. All he wants to do is take your stump.
35K in the bank.
That's right. 35K in the bank. 35K in the bank. I need to get like 10 rings, one for each finger. Put them on for the video. Like I got 10 soldiers on. Like I got 10 soldiers on my fingers, you see. Because plus 10's skills is better than 2. I don't know why those other fools only wear 2. When you could be wearing 1 on every finger, fool!
You could talk about Uber Diablo then, declone, for selling your sojas.
35K in the bank, bank. 35K in the bank.
Hey, did you ever end up playing Halls of Torment at all?
Halls of Torment? What's that?
I think I mentioned to you. It's like isometric, kind of looks like Diablo 2 / Vampire Survivors. It was like
I don't know if I ever did play it. Probably not. Oh man.
It was like getting a massive following. It was pretty fun. I didn't play it a ton.
I think I probably looked it up. I know I did that. I don't know if I actually.
Yeah.
I did not think I played it though.
There's probably no timeout to start, but after this next is pretty good.
Honestly, the whole Diablo 4 launch was hectic and crazy, and I spent most of the time playing that. And then, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, like that. My time was pretty much decided for me in advance, like for the majority of that time period. So, I think it was like a little bit before June. What was it? The beginning, let's say March. What was it? Yeah, I want to say March. So like from March, literally all the way till now, it was pretty much, March was the beginning of Season 4 for Diablo 2. And then Tears of the Kingdom came out, and I played that. And then Diablo 4, the beta, was like the last beta that came out, and I played that. And then after Tears of the Kingdom, it was the Diablo 4 launch. And then after Diablo 4 launch, it was Baldur's Gate, and then it was Starfield, and then like it was like never ending. Well, Season 2 also happened for Diablo 4, or Season 1, and I played Season 1, which honestly, by the time I'm gonna be honest, by the time Season 1 came out, I was already kind of done with Diablo 4, and I wanted to move on to something else for the time period. Like I'd spent a lot of time on Diablo 4 at that point, and so Season 1 kind of. I was like, okay, well, they're coming out with a season. I guess I'll play and check out and see what they got. And then they nerfed everybody. They nerfed everybody. I think I on the video literally for that patch notes, I'm like, they nerfed everybody, even your mama. I'm like, they even nerfed your mama. You better call your mama up, see if she's alright.
Keep it in the back of your mind for someday. Oh, that was pretty.
Post I got a link to it, and like I have a video suggestions. That way, when I look at video suggestions, it'll remind me.
Okay.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I am ADHD as can be, and one of the things about ADHD people is out of sight is out of mind. I've had to organize my entire life around this stupid fact. Like, I don't just mean out of sight is like, oh yeah, I don't remember that I got that, but you know, I thought, no, it's somewhere. No, I mean like out of sight, and then I just forget. It's like you just don't exist anymore.
Where's the video suggestions, on Discord or YouTube?
Yeah, it's on Discord. It's just like a little channel says video suggestions.
Okay.
Some people don't know what the hell it actually means though, and start posting random stuff in there. I need to clean it up. It's literally,
Here's a video of my cat.
exactly. It's literally for suggestions of YouTube video ideas, and half the time they'll be like, and I have a whole nother channel that's literally like share your stuff or whatever, like that you can post that stuff into, but they still go into the video suggestions. Somehow video suggestions translates into post my cat videos.
Actually, a video suggestion could be posting all the funny video suggestions you have in your video suggestions box. That are an actual video suggestion. I'm gonna put that in.
I'll fight you guys. Oh yeah, System Shock 2. System Shock 1 remaster, that was really good. I actually had a lot of fun with that.
Yeah.
I had a lot of fun with System Shock 1's remaster. That was great. Very, very good game series. I really hope they eventually come out with a System Shock 2 remaster, because that one is the better game, I think. I'm so glad that I'm a freezing arrows on though, and I don't have to deal with all these monsters that are resurrecting constantly. Oh, a unique amulet. That is unique, right? I can't tell. The colors are off. Alright, what's the unique amulet, guys? I'm gonna leave you guys in suspense. Come on. Nokazin?
Nokazan for sure. So
Another Eye of Etlich.
Nokazan.
Mahim O Kakurio.
It's locked.
The High Lords.
High Lords.
I'm in hell. I'm in hell. It could be a High Lords. A Rising Sun. Amaras. Wouldn't that be sick if it was Amaras?
Oh gosh.
By the way, let me use this as a fun little do-jank here. Hold on. Let's find the waypoint real quick. We're gonna use this as a fun example of showing off that items are always the same item no matter what. Kenner Gorod. So a lot of people don't know this about items, is that they are predetermined before you identify them. So somewhere along the line, I guess like in people's imagination, they decided that the item would somehow change depending on like when you identified it, or like who identified it, or if you like handed it off to your best buddy and he handed it off to his cousin, like that it would somehow change the item, or if you waited to identify it, it was like somehow like randomly changing between various things of what the item is. It never changes. It's always the item that it actually is. So here I got the Black Marsh. Let me actually do this real quick. So we're gonna save and exit here, and let's go ahead and open up the hero editor real quick. So on D2R Rune Wizard. So we're gonna pull this file up, and I'm going to show you. I could actually duplicate it several times, by the way, or there's a couple different ways I could do it, but let's just, let's play around with this and show you that it is a static item that does not change. So, where's the amulet? I need to load the file, load an existing character, find Northwind. There we go. Okay. Alright. So here's the amulet right here. It says that it is item level 69. That's a good sign? What is an item level that's item level 69? So according to this, it is fire resist 50%, 10% maximum fire resist, adds 3 to 6 fire damage, 3 light radius, 20% fast rate recovery. So it's a Nokazin relic.
Nice.
So it's just a Nokazin. Nothing too fancy. I can copy it, and I could place it in several places. For instance, if I copy the amulet, and let's just go ahead and copy it several times. It doesn't matter. We can copy it as many times as we want. It will always be a Nokazin relic. It's never going to change. It doesn't matter when we identify it or what's going on. So let's go ahead and load this character into the game. And we want to overwrite the original file. So let's go back to Northwind. Save. Overwrite. Alright, let's exit the game real quick and reboot it, and it should be in there now. I'm duping a Nokus Relic.
Yeah. Not legit, Cello self-found.
You guys are cracking me up, duping a Nokus Relic. That boy duped a Nokus Relic. He is a turd. Alright, so here we go. We have several unidentified amulets in our inventory, right? Alright, so if we go identify these one at a time, look, Nokus Relic. Nokus Relic. It doesn't change. Nokus Relic. Nokus Relic. It's always going to be a Nokus Relic. It's never not going to be a Nokus Relic. It was determined at the drop. That's when it was determined. It was always determined at the drop. It was never determined at any other place. So I have a Nokus Relic. That's basically what I got. There's my one Nokus Relic, and the duped ones are on the ground. Sad Nokus Relic. Let's go kill frickin' Countess. She's immune to cold too, so it's gonna be a pain in my butt. Maybe she'll give me something good.
What's that smell?
Super chest! I like super chests because they have the potential to drop some interesting items. But you know, they're kind of disappointing because they never drop bases. They always drop blue items. They literally can't drop white items. They can only drop blue or higher. So you could never get good bases from them. Makes me sad. I can't ever remember what the hell the way was. From the entrance, it's what? Counterclockwise? So it's usually
left.
or is it
Countess is left.
Counter that doesn't
Left.
help me. That doesn't help me.
Just keep turning left. Just turn left.
Always left.
Unless it's not.
Always left unless it's not. I think
Yep.
it always is left. It's just sometimes the map will be really complicated.
Or sometimes 3 rights make a left, but just go left. If it's not left, then it's 3 rights. That makes it left. If that makes any sense.
Get some arrows.
When you're talking about like playing through the game for the first time, what that felt like, I remember what season it was, but D-Clone spawned, and I was in puppy games just seeing if anybody need help, and these 2 dudes were in there talking about like, what just happened? I have no idea what just happened. They were in the middle of doing ancients, and D-Clone spawned as one of the ancients, and they had no idea what was going on. They killed him, but
Took some time, huh? They got the Annie, huh?
Not knowing what happened, and all of a sudden, clone spawn.
It's a pretty fun event, to be honest.
Yeah. Got dark and he was super.
Freaking just beefed up version of Diablo spawned and he started kicking our butts.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Well, it's funny too because unless you actually have the right equipment, you can have the right equipment on accident, which is funny. But like unless you actually have the right equipment, he'll kick your butt.
Yeah, I think there were 2 paladins, so they ended up getting through it.
So probably one of them was smiting or something. Honestly, though, with 2 paladins, you have such an infinite choice of auras. Like one of them could swap to salvation aura. Like one of them could go to fanaticism. Like whatever they need to pull themselves through. Like you can usually achieve it with a paladin group.
Yeah. I got a snapshot. I got a screenshot though of dead people up in the area though. So I know they killed them there.
There's hardly anything cold immune down here. It's actually not bad. I know Countess herself is cold immune, which is a little bit of a pain in the butt, but the ghosts can't be frozen, which does sometimes make things a little spicy. But all in all, so far, there's not a whole lot of cold immunes down here at all. I'm actually having a pretty easy time. That's one thing that a lot of people, I think, underestimate when it comes to immunities, is that, yeah, immunities are nasty, and yeah, if you can't bypass them in some way, you know, things do get kind of rough, but, like, there's always somewhere you can farm to bypass the immunities entirely. Like, every element type has an area that's actually a pretty good place to farm specifically for that element type. And I mean, even a newer character would at least be able to see, like, oh man, there's no cold immunes in this zone. Like, this is great. I'm doing great here. And then, like, have a fun time farming that zone specifically. I tell you what's gonna take me a long time though, Bale. P8 Hell Bale. Boy, I'm gonna be in there for like an hour. I ain't even joking. I'm gonna be in there chopping wood. But I've been working on the Bale Road. All the shooting him in the face. And he just won't die. He's making me really mad. I pumped like 10,000 arrows into his stupid face. But he just won't die, and he laughed in my face. Quite a few times, actually. I shot him in the face again, and he didn't even blink. Like, look, Bill, I don't appreciate it, okay? I love how Bale also, he goes up in difficulty past players, what is it, like players 4? But he doesn't go up in EXP or like rewards or anything.
Yeah.
He's just, it's like once you get past players 4, he's just like, I'm not going up anymore. You get nothing.
Did your Merc have any CB?
P8 Bale, I don't even know if my Merc could probably survive that, actually. I actually remember, this was back when I originally theory crafted the freezing arrows on, and I gave her like almost like nearly perfect equipment. And I remember going and trying to kill Hellbale in P8 and like testing out the character. And even with like perfect equipment, it took her a very long time to kill Bale. And that was a perfectly set up freaking like freezing arrows on with ice bow and the whole lot. And she had horrible mana issues too fighting Bale, of course, because you know Bale steals your mana the entire time you're fighting him. Like, he never stops. So you're just constantly empty, and the character chugs mana pots like nobody's tomorrow, nobody's business. Are you guys just deliberately trying to keep that at 69% for the vote? Because y'all doing a good job. 45 votes, and it's still at 69%. He's still just chilling there with the 69%. I see what you guys are doing. Don't think I don't see what you guys are doing, because I see what you guys are doing. What you're doing has been seen. I've been having fun watching the Justice League cartoon. It's on Netflix. They got the Justice League one, and then they got Justice League Unlimited, which apparently is after the Justice League cartoon, which actually does follow the story and everything. It's pretty cool. I'm watching that one too. Justice League Unlimited is kind of cool because it doesn't just have it doesn't have like the main 7, like the founding 7. It's got a whole bunch more superheroes in there besides, you know, Superman, Batman, Green Lantern, Hawk Girl, Wonder Woman, Flash. Like it's not just those 7. It's it's like a whole bunch more superheroes besides just the 7. It's pretty cool. They got like the Question in there and Green Arrow's in there and a bunch of stuff. Any exciting finds since last night? I got an insight bow and a blade bow now. I'm running a smoke armor. I got these little 20% increased attack speed, 3% mana leech gloves. Got this little ring with all res and some magic find on it. It wasn't that bad. Merc's got some upgrades. He's got a peace armor and a chaos armor now, ethereal, and he's got an upgraded Death Scourge partisan, which I upgraded from a poleaxe. Not a bad little roll on that. Oh, you know what I could probably do? Give my Merc a little bit more defense? Is upgrade that bone helm to a grim helm. Still haven't found a 3-socket helmet for bulwark, but Shale Tal is like super cheap. Why not? Get him a little bit extra defense there too. I got plenty of diamonds. There we go. Bring up his defense just a little bit more.
I'll put that to good use.
What's up, Justin?
Ooh, unique heavy boots.
Oh, nice! I found those. I found those early on in my run. That was great.
Dude, it's awesome with those on. That's awesome.
Oh yeah, the mana leech early on is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, dude. FRW, mana leech, yeah.
I think I rocked those until I found Goblin Toes.
Oh, I move so fast. God, I'm so good at it.
Alright guys, I want to know who your favorite superhero is. Let's go. Who's your favorite superhero? In chat right now. Let's go. Let's go. The three amigos?
Does that count?
I'll allow it. Gambit? Yeah, Gambit's pretty cool. I think Gambit's one of the more powerful X-Men, definitely. I don't even think he knows how powerful he is. Although it's interesting that later on in the show, what's his name? Cable has a power that directly counters Gambit's. Gambit can infuse energy into an object, and Cable doesn't. He's the one that has the. Is it Cable or is it Bishop? I can't remember which one it is now. Well, one of them basically has the power to just like pull the energy out of an object. So like when they encounter each other for the first time, a Gambit throws a charged card at him, and he catches it, and then he pulls the energy out of the card, which I think is hilarious. Absolutely love that there's sometimes characters that like just completely counter other characters in the X-Men world.
Give me some rubies.
Like, you remember the Blob? It's like you have all these characters that are really ridiculously strong, and the Blob just represents a character that's like the exact opposite of strong. Instead of being strong, he's just what was his power exactly? Like absorption? Like he could just absorb energy into his fat rolls. So like even if you were as strong as Superman and you punched him in the stomach, it would just like reverberate around his fat rolls and get absorbed into the fat. Even so much, going so much as to like things that would pierce his skin instead of piercing his skin would just like sink into the fat rolls. I don't know how his powers exactly work. Let's look it up real quick. Marvel X-Men the Blob. What's his name? The Blob. Powers and abilities. The Blob's mutant physiology grants him a number of advantages. He had a superhuman strength, endurance, and great resistance to physical injury. The Blob's elastic, blubbery skin is difficult to penetrate by gunfire, missiles, and even Wolverine's claws. Though with sufficient force and a favorable angle, the claws can lacerate his flesh. On one occasion, a concentrated optic blast by Cyclops was sufficient to puncture a hole through his shoulder, much to the shock of the Dukes himself. The magic swords of both Black Razor and the Arabian Knight were able to harm him. He could also alter his personal monodirectional gravity field beneath himself to make himself virtually immovable as long as he was in contact with the ground. Although an incredible force can uproot him, along with a chunk of whatever he's standing on. The only being on record to have been able to move the Blob against his wishes is the Hulk, Juggernaut, and Strong Guy, apparently. Strong Guy TM, powered up near his limit by absorbing kinetic energy. Although Colossus has managed to lift Dukes by digging under the ground and raising the piece of earth that Dukes was connected to, stating this as an exception to his immovability. Magneto once was able to move the Blob by lifting the ground under the Blob's feet via metal pipes. Despite his appearance, the Blob's speed and agility are those of a fairly athletic male of normal stature, a fact which frequently catches his opponents by surprise. So despite the fact that he looks like a big giant fat guy, he literally has the same mobility of like a normal individual. The Blob. The Blob, ladies and gentlemen. The Blob. The Bleb. He's a bleb. Big ol' bleb bleb. Can't find this fanaticism monster. Wherever the hell she's at. Oh, there she is. Is that her? Okay, good. Die. I'll tell you who deserves a movie. Freaking Colossus deserves a movie. I know he's in, they got him in the Deadpool movies, but Colossus really deserves his own movie. Colossus is a crazy character. And honestly, Colossus' powers are kind of insane. If you guys have never seen this guy. So there's a Colossus that basically takes the powers of Juggernaut. Because Juggernaut is not a mutant, despite the movies making him out to be a mutant. Colossus is a mutant. And Juggernaut is basically powered up by a god named Cytorak. Cytorak is a god who basically wants an avatar on Earth to fight his mortal enemy, and the Juggernaut is basically just the embodiment of Cytorak's power, right? So normally when somebody is embodied with the power of Cytorak, they lose their mind. The Juggernaut was one of the first ones that didn't lose his mind. That's why he was able to control the power. However, later on in the show, Cytorak actually chooses Colossus as the Juggernaut. And Colossus is already ridiculously powerful. Okay? Now add on the Juggernaut's power on top of the Colossus's power, and you have a beast that can literally fight like Red Hulk. Like, we're not even talking Green Hulk. We're talking like Red Hulk levels of power. This guy is insane. I would love to see a movie based on frickin' like Colossus, and even going into the Red Hulk, like the frickin' Colossus Juggernaut part of him. I think that would be insane. Oh, we got Wilhelm's Pride, a little dual Leechy belt.
Does it count as a superhero in your eyes then?
Colossus?
Yeah.
I mean, Colossus is a superhero. He's a pacifist, though. He's one of those superheroes that doesn't like to hurt people. He's more than willing to save the day, but at the same time, he's also more than willing to avoid confrontation. When he actually got Juggernaut's powers, they used him a lot because obviously he was really powerful. I mean, like really, really powerful, and he didn't like it because he was constantly at the center of all the controversy and things like that. And he much prefers to not like hurt people, which is kind of something that, you know, I guess you have to do as a hero, right? Yeah, I don't know. He has the weirdest power for somebody who doesn't want to hurt people. He literally is like, I guess maybe that's why his power manifested that way. Maybe it's just part of his psyche. He wants to help, but he doesn't want to hurt people. So he made himself indestructible because I guess he figured he could help people better by being indestructible, and then he wouldn't have to hurt people because he's like, you can't hurt me, I am indestructible. I don't know. It's a kind of a weird way to be a hero, right? Just be so powerful that they can't hurt you, and then you're so powerful that you don't have to hurt them because you just walk away. They're like shooting you and trying to slice you up with a sword, and you're just like, look, my skin's made out of steel. You cannot hurt me.
We're at an impasse. I'm going to be off for just a couple minutes. I'll be back.
All right. Cyclops is an interesting hero too. That he like never fully explored his powers. Cyclops is one of those characters that just he's scared of his own power. Like he doesn't understand his own power. He doesn't want to hurt people. He's totally afraid of accidentally killing someone with his powers, and so because of this, he like never fully explores his powers. I don't think he ever fully explores his powers at all. And it's one of those crazy things about that particular character that it's just like, yeah, I wonder what he could do if he did fully explore his powers. Yeah, and Ariel's always bugged. She's always bugged. They changed that in D2R. She is always Always a bug-a-dug-a-dug. Are you on single player or are you on online, Mr. Potato? Oh, that ghosty is immune to physical and he's immune to cold. Time for the magic arrow gambit then. Sounds like you just got lucky then. Well, this gonna take a while. 2 immune to cold monsters in there, and I can't get through the door. I guess I can go around to the other side, but they'll just come around to the door again. I could go AFK right here and probably still kill them. I'm just gonna put on a, there you go. Alright, there we go. Oh, no hands, look, Ma. Let's get some chips. It's time to eat some chips. That's what it is. It's chip time. Let's see what we got in here. We got some salt and vinegars. Yeah, I don't think I've seen like the latest episodes of The Boys, but I've seen a lot of it. The episode where they figure out how to kill the guy with indestructible skin by putting the bomb inside of him was hilarious. So classic LOD is kind of hard to play because they added synergies to it. Beastly Turtle. The original classic LOD didn't have synergies, and you could honestly make just about any character you wanted. It didn't matter because there were no synergies, and you could just build whatever skill you wanted to build. Back in classic LOD, before synergies were added, there were things like tri-element sorceresses. Like you had like a Sork that was running like Hydra, Orb, Lightning, like all sorts of crazy things like that. And you could pretty much just build whatever you wanted, and it was hilariously fun. When they added synergies, they pigeonholed that classic mode into absolute oblivion. It's very difficult to build characters in classic now. Even in the original version of the game, if you download the original version of the game, once they got to a certain point, they added synergies into Classic, and they ruined it. You can't really build the same characters you can in Classic that you could in the original real Classic. However, if you were going to go Classic, you would probably still go with pretty much the same builds you'd go in regular. The only difference is that you're limited to unique items, only the normal difficulty unique items, and plus the skills are severely limited in the Classic. So you do end up with some oddities. Oh no, my Merca died. I mean, my Valkyrie died. I mean, what character are you trying to play in Classic? And I can try and give you a build. Yeah, there's no runes either. I'm so close to killing the stupid ghost. Taking me forever though. Only thing I can do is magic damage. I'm hitting him for like nothing. Magic damage and a little bit of poison damage. He's literally getting hit by it for like 0 damage. Man, that freaking ghost was nuts. Immune to everything. That's what that ghost was. Immune to my soul. I'm eating the last of my beef jerky. I need some more beef jerky for tomorrow. For the run. For the ladder reset. Oh, I was going to buy potions and I got distracted because she gave me a ring. She distracted me. Merc's doing a good job. Physical damage is nice. Looks like I'm able to take these guys out. Definitely not going to be a fun farm for this character, though, that's for sure. I've played pretty much all the Final Fantasy games. There's a couple I think I haven't partaken in. Mainly a lot of the later ones, but I played Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Maybe not 12, 13. 12, 13 I might have, I can't remember exactly. I can't remember if I beat 9, and I only played 10 a little bit. Played 11 a lot. Played 14 a lot. The Pixel remasters? I heard about that. Pixel remasters. I don't think they were out when I heard about it, though. Are they out now? Purchase the bundle. Final Fantasy 1? Is that 1? Yeah, it's 1. Final Fantasy 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 is my favorite. 6 is my absolute favorite. That's my favorite one of all time. It's better than 7. I think it's better than 7. 7's pretty good too. Final Fantasy 1 will always have a special place in my heart as well. Maybe we'll have to do playthroughs of them. I mean, I don't have the time right now, but it could be fun. Could be fun to do some playthroughs of the old games. I don't remember everything about all the games. Some of those games I played through when I was a kid. So, Final Fantasy VI I played through when I was a teenager. So, I really did love Final Fantasy VI. I think I did like a secondary playthrough of Final Fantasy VI, so I don't think I actually beat it later on. Final Fantasy VI was 2-player. I don't know if you guys remember that.
Good to see you.
That's right, a 2-player Final Fantasy game. Wah, 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 wah. That was not what I wanted to click on. Big old pop-up ad got me good. That jank popped up right in my frickin' face. Similarly to Final Fantasy V, players can assign battle party members to player 1 or player 2 in the SNES and PS versions. There's one thing to know when playing with 2 players that involves the blitz command. If one player presses any buttons while the other one is attempting to input a blitz command, the blitz will fail. But basically, you could play 2 players. You could assign specific player characters to specific players, and they would control those characters. It was pretty cool. So you could have like a group of characters, and you could be like, okay, well, I'm gonna take you know, Sid, and I'm gonna take, you know, what's his face, and then you would have like one guy would have 2 characters that they would control, another guy would have 2 characters they would control. It was pretty cool. And you could both sit there and you could play Final Fantasy together.
Here for a bloodbath.
Man, she's stone skiing too, huh? What's she gonna give me, boys? What's she gonna give me? An Amrune. I'm so excited. All that work for an Amrune. And a Jewelry. You shouldn't have, Countess. You shouldn't have. That's just too good for me. You're too good for me. And a 5 to minimum damage. I'm opening my fun.
Good day. Well.
Yes?
I was trying to think if there was a way I could roll +2 amulets right now, but I think moral of the story is even if I go get the high level amulet bases from like an 85 zone, I think they roll like bare minimum at +2, like level 86, and I'm only level 79, so I'm not gonna do me any good. Glad to be of help, Beastly Turtle. Honestly, Freezing Arrow probably worked pretty well on a classic run, too. It's just a really nice build. Being able to freeze things works out really well. It's only a 40-point investment total, which leaves you plenty of points for other things. Said you were doing an Amazon, so I mean, obviously you're not going to have access to a lot of the items that I have access to, but you're still going to have access to, say, Frostburns, which would give you a pretty nice mana bump, or Mage Fists, what you could use for the regeneration. If you can get your hands on it, Soaks of the Victor, which would give you really nice mana leech. There's a couple pretty decent items all in all, like unique wise, in the original classic version of the game, because you got to think you get access to all of the unique items that are normal difficulty. So you get access to Soaks of the Victor, Twitch Throw, you get access to Frosties. Oh god, I am gonna die. Oh god, that is painful. No thank you. What's up, Finn Golfin? I've seen you in here before, man. I appreciate the compliment. I know you've been hanging out here once or twice before, though. So, welcome back. I remember you. I remember. I got a brain. And I think with it sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. I remembered it good. I'm smart. Got bub brain. So many arrows and spikes and quill rats coming at me from all different directions. They're still trying to shoot me through the walls, too. And they don't care. Oh, large siege bomb.
I can't carry anymore.
Large siege bow. Oh, it's not what I want. Oh wow, +1 bow and crossbow. Mana leech, attack rating. No ED though, at all. Can't get these stupid archers to group up. Ugh, demon stalkers. Y'all go away.
So, this is the site of Andariel's atrocities.
Yes, this is the site of Andariel's atrocities. He committed many atrocities here. It was atrocious. Atrocious, I say. Atrocious. It was expialidocious.
What can I do?
Even though the sight of it, something quite atrocious. Wait, I'm just gonna bypass them freaking cold immunes and just make my way straight through. Of course, the one cold immune has to follow me in here. Well, what you gonna res, Devilkin Shaman? Ain't nothing left to res, is there? It's all dead. Congratulations. Man, these archers ain't taking, like, no damage. No, they're cold enchanted, that's fine. Okay. Well, that explains that. Well, you're not immune to cold. Chaos Crawler the Slayer. But your friend is. And he's stone skinned too. Blight Touch. Let's switch to Magic Arrow for him since he's stone skinned. Yep. Nope, that ain't happening. He ain't budging. He ain't dying. We're gonna leave him right here. We're gonna give him a little decoy to look at. Oh God, fanaticism. Man, this is the hall of the elite monsters, ain't it? Ash Venom. At least he ain't immune to physical. These guys taking like no damage. Let's hit them with the old the wall trick. See if we can get the double damage on the wall. No damage on these guys whatsoever. Let me get my merc back. Need to get my merc back, and get my car back, and get my best friend's dog back. Need to get my staff back from the hawk back, and I Darcy sold it back to the geed now, and I gamble it, and I ain't gonna get nothing but blue item sucker. Okay.
I am overburdened.
Not sure why those guys were so hard to kill. I don't think they were cold enchanted. Unless they just naturally have very high cold resistance. Which could be the case.
Greetings. Good day.
Which could be the case. Oh God, holy freeze, Smith. Oh God, please don't eat me. He's not that bad. He's dying pretty quick. Hey, I got my little doojank. I got this in all 3 difficulties. I need to actually use these. Next time I find like a tiara or something, we're gonna go imbue it and see if I can something decent.
To have this back.
Tiara, diadem, coronet. I'd like to do at least 1 diadem so that I can re-roll it maybe with some skulls, but... Oh, he teleported out. You little punk. I'm gonna call you you little minion. And then I'm gonna start, oh, you cold freaking me, Nicole. Okay. Punk. This guy's likely not gonna get killed either. If he's smart, he'll teleport away. And every single time he teleports away, he has a chance of just going somewhere where I can't get to him. If he's lucky with his little teleport janks. If he's not, he's dead. Good. He ain't teleport away. He ain't. That's a hillbilly word right there. He ain't. Yonta. He ain't. Jeet yet. Nah, G. Yonta. Am I speaking a different language for you guys? Jeet yet. Nah, G. Yalta. Hey, a Shaco dropped. Look at that. Look at that. Shaka. That's a Shaki. That's a Shiki. That's a Shaka. It's not the Shaco I wanted, but it's a Shaco. In the Shaco, you can put your topaz in the Shaco. Once you socket it with a quest in the Shaco, so you get more MF in the Shaco. See, it's a good song. I like this song. It's my favorite song. In the Shaco, you can put your topaz in the Shaco. You can socket it, yes, in the Shaco. With your socket quest in the Shaco. More Shacos than I will ever see in D4. I don't think I'll ever see a Shaco in D4. If I ever find a Shaco in D4, a Harlequin Crest Shaco, I guarantee you it'll probably be a scripted event. Blizzard would probably like just basically just assign it to me. Like some sort of little program to click in the background and be like, drop 1 Harlequin Crest Shaco for account number XXX997, whatever my account number is. I don't think they actually have a chance to drop it. I'm on the conspiracy bus at this point. I've got the conspiracy hat. I've got the conspiracy poncho. I bought the conspiracy umbrella, and and I'm rocking the conspiracy shoes. I got those too. Like I got the whole gear package. Okay, like I'm just rocking the whole conspiracy package. I don't think, I'm gonna say this again, I don't think the Harlequin Crest Shaco actually has a chance to drop. In other words, what I'm saying is that if you farmed for 10,000 years, I still don't think you'd find one. I don't think it has anything to do with time. I don't think it has anything to do with luck. I don't think it has anything to do with being in the right place at the right time. I think it is a scripted event by Blizzard, and they're literally dropping them by hand. And the only way you're ever going to get one is if you get chosen by Blizzard and they drop one by hand into your account. Think about it more like the lottery, and you've got to buy a ticket to the lottery, right? And you think that killing monsters is buying a ticket to the lottery, but actually that doesn't get you the item. That in actuality, buying a ticket to the lottery requires you to, I don't know, suck up to Blizzard or something. Maybe they give it out to people who play the most amount of hours. Maybe they assign it randomly. Maybe they just press a button and it just randomly chooses a person. And everybody has a ticket, whether they know it or not. I don't know how they decide how those drop, but I really highly doubt at this point, with the evidence available to us, that it's a random drop that actually is assigned randomly to a person when you're killing monsters. You ever pick the toe jam out from under your big toe and smell it? I pick my belly button and smell that. Does that count? Belly button stank? What's wrong with belly button stank? See, you did the toe stank, now you gotta do the belly button stank. Stick your finger in there, wheel it around, and give it a good whiff.
What nightmarish tortures took place here?
I mean, that's just one of the many things that they need to fix. I put that in my video, by the way. Make the frickin' super uber rares actually have a chance to drop. I am perfectly fine with them being about the same rarity as a Mang Song's Lesson, which I already feel like Mang Song's Lesson is one of the rarest items in Diablo 2, to the point where literally when someone finds one, it's like what the hell is this? I've never seen this before. I've been playing for like 20 years. And Mang Song's Lesson is incredibly rare in Diablo 2, but it still drops, right? But frickin' Harlequin Crest Shaco, if it actually has a chance to drop, which I doubt, is like 100 times more rare than a Mang Song's Lesson at this point, or maybe even 1,000. I don't even know what factor it would be at this point. Merc, will you stop chasing a random mage across the battlefield? I mean, at this point, we're getting into the semantics of words, right? So, like, what semantic do we want to apply to the like how rare would you say a Mangsong's lesson is? Let's use that as an example, right? So let's just go from there and be like, okay, would you consider a Mangsong's lesson rare, very rare, next to impossible to find, like extremely rare? Like what adjective would you use for like a Mangsong's lesson? Right? I mean, at this point, Harlequin Crest Shaco is, in my book, impossible. It's already it's basically in the impossible category. Like right now, it would be easier, in my opinion, to win the actual lottery, like real lottery in real life, than to get a Shaco. I should probably just spend my effort on actually winning the lottery, because I think I'd have a better chance of winning the lottery right now than actually finding a Harlequin Crest Shaco. Then I could go buy myself a Harlequin Crest Shaco for 25k. Because apparently that's how much it costs to buy yourself one. The first Harlequin Crest Shaco sold for $25,000. They just sold their whole account.
It's low.
25k is 25k, right? And if you did find a Harlequin Crest Shaco, would you even keep it? Or would you just sell it?
I can't carry anymore.
Not really sure I could turn down $25,000. Somebody offered me 25k, I'd be like, oh, well, you know.
Oh.
There was some video where the guy was like, he was like, man, if somebody offered you like $1 million to suck their dick, like, would you do it? And he's like, nah, man, I wouldn't do that. He's like, oh, that's terrible. Why would you ever want to do that? And then like they asked the second guy, and he's like, he like cleans up his mouth real good, and he gets down on his knees, and he's like, for $1 million? He's like, hold on, let me loosen up my jaw there. Love that. Video cracked me up. What was that movie where the oh, freaking Circus Axe? What was that movie where the guy, where the really rich guy paid what was it, $1 million to spend a night with the guy's wife, and he was broke, so he took him up on the deal. I can't remember the name of that movie off the top of my head. I'm pretty sure you guys know which one I'm talking about though. It was like poker. The guy was like in debt for poker or something like that, and the rich guy offered $1 million to spend the night with his wife. Indecent Proposal. Yeah.
I need a key.
I knew you guys would know. Y'all never let me down. Y'all never let me down. Except for that one time you guys let me down, and I'll never forget it. Well, as long as my Valkyrie can tank Andy, I shouldn't have any trouble with her. Look at that physical damage they can put out. They can kill the gargoyle traps pretty darn fast. I'm kind of impressed. Between the Valkyrie and the Merc, the physical damage they put out is pretty. It's pretty good. $1 million will buy a lot of mouthwash. It certainly will. In the movie, though, doesn't she end up leaving him? I'm trying to remember the movie. It's been a little while, but I think she ends up leaving him, right? Wow. Freaking amp. Meh. It's not that good. 64 attack rating. Oh, this the dead end? Man, I went came all the way down here for a dead end. There ain't no secret door on the wall or nothing. What's up, my guy? How's it going, man? Boom, 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 boom. Alright, let's go down this way. Let's see what's down this way. I can be your pallbearer when you die, so I can let you down one last time. One last time. Wah, 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 wah. Always gonna let you down. Always gonna let you down. And when you die, I'll let you down one more time. Into the dirt I will put you, yeah. And I'll let you down one last time. Always gonna let you down, always gonna make you cry, always gonna kick you in the nutsack. Always gonna take some dirt and throw it in your face and probably hit you with my shiny mace. Always gonna let you down, always gonna kick you, yeah, when your face is in the dirt, yeah. You would think that it would be freaking rude, but let me tell you, I'll kick you. I ain't got no qualms, no, about kicking you. When you're in the dirt, I will kick you. And I'm gonna slap your face when you think you won the race. And I'll kick you down that hill over there. And watch out, sir, 'cause here comes a bear. And I kicked you down and I killed you. And for revenge, I let you down one more time into the dirt. I got to tell you, it really hurt, 'cause I'll never be able to let you down again. Oh, that's fine, Cindy. You don't have to like my singing. I'm gonna keep singing, though. I hate to tell you. It's never gonna stop. Never gonna stop. Never, 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 never. Never, never. Never, 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 never. It's just who I am. I like to sing. It always makes me laugh. Oh god, that's scary. Pit spawn foul dog. I was just talking about you in my latest video. You're a scary individual, sir. Last time somebody super chatted for me to stop, somebody else super chatted for me to continue. So you're welcome to try. But every time somebody has super chatted for me to stop, somebody else super chats for me to continue. As many of there are out there that seem to don't like my singing, there's a whole bunch of people that do like my singing, so. Plus, I like my singing, so. And I'm the only one that matters. I'm the only one that matters. Yeah, you probably just haven't heard Eye of the Toilet. That's all there is to it. Come on. Eye of the Toilet's one of my hit singles. It's nothing like a good Eye of the Toilet. Darkado has changed his mind.
Yes.
That's too bad, Darkado. You can never take it back. You can never take it back, Darkado.
Yes.
Well, don't hit me where it hurts. I like my singing. I make up tons of silly songs. My girlfriend already hits me in the ego every time she gets a chance. I remember one time, a long time ago, I used to have people tell me all the time I have a really, really nice voice. All right, so I can't really hear my own voice, so you kind of have to trust other people's opinion on that. And it's not something that you're able to really tell yourself. As we talked about earlier, or yesterday, we talked about yesterday bone conduction, and how bone conduction changes the sound of your own voice to yourself, so that you sound differently to yourself than you do to other people. So you actually kind of have to rely on other people to tell you how you sound. And people used to tell me all the time that I had a radio voice, or I had like a voice that was easy to listen to. And I remember one day I turned to my girlfriend. This was before I became a YouTuber. And I said, what did I say to her specifically? I said, do I really have a good sounding voice? And she just looked straight at me and she goes, no. I'm like, dang. Just tear me down, why don't you? She just said no. I was like, damn. Dang. It's brutal. I don't think she's right, by the way. As many people who tell me I have a good voice, I have to start believing the majority. I think my girlfriend just likes to tear down my ego. She don't like when I get all puffed up, like a big puffed up man. A big puffy puff. 3-socket Eth War Spear. War Spear is nightmare, right? I could make the ethereal, the fanaticism co in that. It's not exactly the best base in the world, unfortunately, but it is -10. It is fast. It is an exceptional spear. Average damage is kind of low, though. It's only 23.5, which is pretty bad. Chances of me ever finding another co-rune again are pretty slim. Do I make the hustle, or do I not make the hustle? I have a potentially good voice. What kind of comment is that? His voice is potentially good. How do you have a potentially good voice? I'm very curious about this, Darkado. I fall asleep to your YouTube vids every night. I mean, that's not really quite what I hope for when I make my YouTube videos, but I'm glad you found somebody to fall asleep to. It's always nice to have somebody to fall asleep to. I remember people telling me all the time, like, one of their professors at school would be they would fall asleep in their professor every single time, and so they taped their professor, and then when they go home, they would, like, play their professor, like, doing a speech or something in class, so they could fall asleep to it every night. I'll even sing you a lullaby. Hush, little troll account, don't say a word. Papa's gonna buy you some brand new shiny horns, so you can troll the best you ever trolled. Hush, little troll account, don't say a word. And if those horns don't poke your victims, Papa's gonna buy you a bottle of liquor. And if that bottle of liquor doesn't put you out, Papa's gonna buy you a big old snout. And if that snout smells too many good things, Papa's gonna buy you a diamond ring.
I need a key.
And if that diamond ring don't shine, Papa's gonna shine it up with some turpentine. There you go. All for you. He's trying to be nice. Please sing "Soft Kitty." Oh well, I don't remember the exact words. Hold on. I know most of the words. I don't know all the words. It isn't copyrighted, is it? I don't want to get hit. Oh, okay. No, it's not copyrighted. Wow. Interesting. It's public domain. Came out in 1857. What the frickin' ham biscuit? Huh. Big Bang Theory was sued? Wow, I didn't know that. Big Bang Theory was sued in 2015 by Edith Newland, filed a lawsuit against various companies associated with Big Bang Theory, claiming that the words of the music to the song appeared in the book Songs for the Nursery School, published in 1937 by Willis Music Company. Based on a poem by Newland, the copyright to the book was renewed in 1964, and the website for Willis Music states, in 1937 we published a book called Songs in the Nursery School, and we sold tens of thousands of copies. It's a hardbound book with over 150 songs for children. The book was written by Laura Pendleton McCartney. In that book, on page 27, is Warm Kitty. Warner Brothers and I worked together to secure the rights for the show, The Big Bang Theory, and they have been used the song ever since. On March 27th, 2017, the lawsuit was dismissed, holding the plaintiffs that had not shown that they had... I didn't know Big Bang Theory got sued for that song. That's crazy. I don't want to sing it now. I don't want to get sued.
It's locked.
I don't want to get sued. I won't get sued. Don't like getting sued. I ain't got the money to be sued anyway. I couldn't afford a lawyer even if I wanted to. You can start as a Bladesin. You just have to get Cleglaws. Cleglaws set. Cleglaws set is absolutely perfect for a Bladesin. If you don't get Cleglaws set, you're gonna have a hard time. But if you run full Cleglaws on a Bladesin as an early ladder starter, you can just walk through the game. It's pretty hilariously easy. It's only a 3-piece set. It's pretty easy to come by. You can probably trade for the pieces. It is absolutely insane how good that set is on the Bladesin. It's, what is it, 50% deadly strike, 40% crushing blow, slows target, knockback. It's like the whole 9 yards. It's like, and increased maximum damage based on character level. It's literally everything that a Bladesin needs. And if you use Clegglaw's set as an early starter assassin, you are set. You're literally set for like the entirety of the game. You can literally roll it all the way to hell
The Order welcomes you.
with just Clegglaw's. So do I make the hustle in the War Spear, or do I hope for a better base? I'm not even sure the War Spear. No, the War Spear isn't even better than the Back to Corbin. The Back to Corbin's better. I mean, the War Spear's faster, but Hustle has all that increased attack speed on it, so the War Spear's not even... That's not even a good choice, then. I'd be better off with the Back to Corbin. I usually play online, but when I do solo self-found challenges, I have to play offline because you can't do the player's 8 without doing offline mode. It's impossible, so. I could do a parody of Soft Kitty. Let's see. Cindy was the one that asked me to do Soft Kitty. Right? So how does it go? Let me do a parody of it. I'm gonna write a parody right now. Here, hold on. All right, so let's see here. Cindy was the one that said I had a bad voice. So mean Cindy, mad, mean Cindy, mad Cindy, mean little girl, mean Cindy, bad Cindy. Bad, bad, bad. There you go, something like that. Ha. Ha ha. 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 Mean Cindy, bad Cindy. Mean, mean, mean. Mean Cindy, bad Cindy, mean, mean, mean. Oh, these guys are all lined up. Let's go over here. Hit that whole line. Okay, this guy's over there. I don't like that. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Twinkle, twinkle, dark dough. How you send me all the dough. Money, money in the bank. How it twinkles in the tank. I don't know if I want to make a harmony. I don't have the mana leech to potentially go without an inside. I'm not really sure that's the best bow for me anyway. Whole lines of what? What am I hitting whole lines of? Blight Call the Howler. Hey Merc, I'd appreciate it if you would come on this side of the fence so that you could actually fight this guy. You know, like, yeah, there you go. There you go. Look at that. Using your meats now, using your brain meats. That's using your brain beats there, my friend. I am well aware what you meant, Darkado. I am well aware. I know what you meant.
I can't carry anymore.
Legend sword. Oh my god, get me out of here already. Tosa, I'm so tired of being in the jail already. I want to go. I want to leave. Get me out. I don't want to be here anymore. There's a Becta Corbin. 5 socket Becta Corbin. I don't have a foul room. Could be a halfway decent obedience. Hustle rune word and a bow. I mean, I don't really need the physical damage. The attack speed wouldn't be like awful, but I'm not entirely sure that's a good play. I don't think that's a good play. It sounds like a bad play. The mercenary is the one that really needs the increased physical damage, not me. I mean, granted, yeah, then I would have the fanaticism on me all the time, the level 1 fanaticism, but I would lose the insight. I could then put the insight on the mercenary, but then the mercenary would have to stay alive, which he's having trouble with right now. As of right now, I don't have enough mana leech to sustain myself without the insight. I would be just chugging mana potions constantly. Like the gear that I need to achieve that is just not within reach at this moment. You'll be able to use any hustles that are on ladder right now as they roll over. So like if you have one on a ladder character and when your ladder character rolls over, you'll definitely get access to that one. Whether or not the hustle rune word is going to roll over to non-ladder, my guess is no. And not unless they come out with new ladder-only rune words this season, which they haven't given us any information on any of that, so I would assume the answer to that question is no.
It's locked.
There we go. Get in there. Oh, immune to cold. Oh, I don't care. Your minions aren't immune to cold. God, get out of the way. Whew. This has got to be it. Okay.
I can't carry anymore.
So glad to be out of here. Go crazy down there in the jail. All right, so let's do a test to see how many people watched my super unique video. So what is the name of the super unique monster that should be here that was taken away in Diablo 2 LOD? I go over it in my super unique video, and if you watch my super unique video, you know the answer. So what was the name of the super unique that is only here that got removed in Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction?
What you need?
He was the only super unique to ever get removed, by the way. Out of all the super uniques in the game, he was the only one that got the axe. 77 votes. It's not really a lot of votes. I feel like we need more votes. Everybody needs to weigh in. 77's a really small number. It does look pro torch. Yeah, that's right, King Maggot. Flame Spike. And yes, William, it was a quill rat. Flame Spike the Crawler, by the way. Everybody important has voted. Y'all hilarious. Y'all hilarious. Y'all so hilarious. They so funny.
Pew, pew, pew.
Guided arrow shots in your face, in your face. Guided arrow shots in your face, face, face. Look at all my barrels hitting you in the eye. Gonna really, really, really freaking die. Can't believe you got my Valkyrie, little punk. No, Bonash is still in the game. He didn't get removed. The only one that ever got removed was Flame Spike the Crawler, because he was a freaking ganking son of a... That boy was a ganking ganker. I don't know what they thought they were doing when they put him there, but they thought wrong. For those of you who didn't watch the video, Flame Spike the Crawler was a quill rat. Alright, that's already a problem right there, okay? Quill rats are nasty. Number two, not only was he a quill rat, but he was also always cursed, which means he would amp damage you as soon as you came through the waypoint. Whether you loaded in or not, by the way. So, you know, if you didn't load in time before he killed you, well, oh well. So not only did he curse you, but there was also the possibility that your mercenary would kill him, right? Because your mercenary can attack things while you're in the loading screen. And he was fire enchanted as well. He was fire enchanted as well. It's a sheep scream. And so what would happen is sometimes your mercenary would kill him before you loaded in. And he would die, and then the fire enchantment would kill you. So he would curse you, your merc would kill him, and then the fire enchantment would kill you. So he would basically kill you, PK you, without you even, like, loading in like in knowing he was there. So you would try and load into the intercloister waypoint. He would curse you and then either kill you, or your mercenary would kill him, and then he would kill you with the death explosion. He was a beastly little frickin' monster. And you can see why he got removed, because he PK'd so many people. That boy was PKing. Hardcore characters were dying to him left and right. Like, he was nasty. Like, if you were a smart hardcore character, you just never took that waypoint ever again. It was on, like, the blacklist of waypoints. Nobody on hardcore ever took that waypoint. Not while Flame Spike the Crawler was alive. And then to make matters worse, since he was on the waypoint, you couldn't even use the waypoint to get your body back. And then to make matters even worse, there's no quick way to get there. Think about it for a second. If you die at Intercloister Waypoint and you can't use Intercloister Waypoint to get back here, right? So you cannot use this waypoint to get back to Intercloister. What are the only other two waypoints that you can take? Jail level 1 and Catacombs level 2. Catacombs level 2 is literally 2 whole levels away, and the actual cathedral, right? Next to impossible to make it through naked. Jail level 1 is jail level 1, jail level 2, and jail level 3 to get to Intercloister. So 3 whole levels to get back to Intercloister. Which means that when you died at Intercloister, there was basically no retrieving your body. Like, you weren't getting back there, and you couldn't take the waypoint because he was booby. He had the waypoint camped. So he would just camp your body. You can understand why he got removed when you think about it like this. That literally someone would die there and then be incapable of being able to retrieve their body because they couldn't go back to the waypoint. They didn't have a portal up. And the only 2 waypoints nearby were jail level 1 and Catacombs level 2. If they even had Catacombs level 2 or jail level 1, most people don't even grab those. And if they didn't grab them, they would have been even further away from their body at that point. Because Intercloister is just ridiculously far away for no reason. It's like the troll of the century. That freaking monster literally just was a straight up hard troll on everybody who ever played the game. Oh man. The good old days.
I can't carry anymore.
Yes, he was a quill rat. What's up, Bonash, the I can't kill you? A little guided arrow in there. We need the Valkyrie hitting you too. Get out of there, Dark One.
Pew, 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 pew.
Oh, did you get banished, Cody? Cody, did you get banished? Cody banished to the Shadow Realm. Don't banish me. What I do this time? I didn't do nothing. Don't banish me all the time. I didn't even do nothing this time. I was a good boy. I was always the goodest.
This place is eerie.
Never's bad. Yeah, I like using non-F Tomb Reavers on mercenaries for magic fun. The Tomb Reaver works really good because it has all res on it, so you can combine it with something like Guardian Angel plates, and you can use it for like farm and trav runs and stuff like that. It's actually kind of an interesting one for mercs. You take a non-F Tomb Reaver because it's got like a huge amount of all res, put it together with like an F Templar coat, Guardian Angel Templar coat, upgrade it to a Hellforge. You can obviously socket some various things into the actual item itself, depending on how many sockets it rolled. It's a pretty decent little magic find, Jake. Steel Jade the Jagged.
I am overburdened. Impossible.
This looks like stairs to me. Man, this chilling effect, though. Jack. Solid lasts for like a minute. I'm still chilled. Oh, there we go. Oh Lord, they got the spidums, and then they got the tainted, and the spidums everywhere. Tainted and the spidum and the tainted, and my merc is dead, and I forgot to res him again. Oh, the mercenary, oh, the mercenary. I forgot to res my mercenary. Mercenary. Oh, the mercenary. I forgot to res my mercenary. Let's resummon the Valkyrie while we're at it. See if we can get a good mod. That way the... is that Black Spear? Yeah, that's a Black Spear. Okay. Cody, quit rooting for everything in life and stuff. Your whole life is rooting. Walk into a room, first thing you do is root for food. Boy acts like he's starving every day of his life. He's got a 24-hour buffet. As much food as he wants to eat, anytime he wants to eat it. He don't care. 24-hour buffet, and he's more interested in the one chip I got in my hand. Oh, he's cold enchanted. Rustthorn. Type in exclamation point blood gloves, William. Recipe is programmed into the bot. All the recipes are programmed into the bot.
I can't carry anymore.
There's no mana boots. There are caster boots, though. One word. All commands are always one word. No spaces. It's already up there. You just didn't type it in. You typed it in the first time with a space. Without the space, it worked. All the recipes are in there. Caster, blood, hit, and safety. Griswold's Corona. Nice. You got the Rona. I'm sorry about your diagnosis. No, I'm just kidding. It's a yeah, well, Griswolds is a pretty good set too, though. You got a pally. Full Griswolds is actually pretty powerful. Like, if I was doing a solo self-found, I certainly wouldn't turn down full Griswolds. That's a mighty powerful set. Alright, we found the way down. Let's see if we can find the waypoint, just in case we want to do some Nightmare or Hell Andy runs. Certainly not a bad thing to do some Hell Andy runs. Honestly, when it comes to crafting boots, or just boots in general, I've noticed a very interesting trend with boots. So it seems like almost all really, really good, like, tri-res boots tend to be around level 29. And I don't know if that is, like, the best way to go about it, but you might actually want to go look up an area that has, like, the level 29 eye level, or A level, right? And go farm yourself a bunch of, like, I don't know what caster boots are. What are they? Demon hide? So just regular boots. So you want to find level 29 eye level boots and just craft with level 29 eye level boots. And then you'd probably have a much better chance of getting a pair of tri-reses. Because it seems like all the desirable mods are relatively low-level mods. And you might be asking what the hell I'm talking about when I say tri-res boots. Let me show you. Let me show you a picture of, like, some god-tier tri-res boots. So here's a pair. No magic find, but this is a pair right here. Notice 30% faster run walk, right? They're level 29. 30% faster run walk, 10% faster hit recovery, 35 lightning, 39 fire, 37 poison. Tri-res boots do not have to be particularly high level. So as far as I understand, you would probably not need a high level pair of boots when you're crafting to be able to get tri-res boots. 29, as you can see here, level 29 required. I don't know what the actual eye level is, but a lower eye level would probably have a better chance of better stats. Because it seems like once you get into the higher eye level boots, they start rolling stupid stuff. Another way you could do it is you could just level up a character to, like, it's what, +5 -4, or -4 +5 +4, -5 +4, I think is what it is. So you would want bearer at maximum, like, I mean, you could just take a level 29 character and do that, but if you want to make sure it doesn't go over level 29, you'd have to do 29 -4, which is what, 25. So level 25 character, and you could gamble the boots with a level 25 character. They would be the right eye level then. I'm not sure if you could get demon hides, which might be a better choice, obviously. But I don't know if demon hides gamble at level 29. It's all interesting to consider, though, right? Think about all the fun ways you can try and manipulate the gambling system. Up your chances. Or rather, just maximize your chances, to be honest. Yeah, Astrions is a little bit difficult to get your hands on. I usually just end up trading for it because most people don't want it when they find it. It's not a very sought-after item. It has niche uses. It's very good on the North Star Smiter, obviously, but there are, it's definitely not one of the easiest items to come by in the game. That's for sure.
Yes.
What's up, Cody Theseus?
Hello.
How's it going? We are working our way through our solo self. We finally hit level 80. Oh, a 2-socket Shaka. 140 defense. Do I make a new allure out of my horrible Shaka? It's not really that much better defense than the one I had. I don't remember that Grimhelm being 125. It was like 90 some odd. It's weird. Am I missing my brain broken? I got broke brain? Do I got a broke brain? Broke brain? I mean, as I say, an upgrade is an upgrade is an upgrade, but my defense is really low. Holy crap. I got 729 defense. Everything can hit me. Obsession can be extremely powerful if it's made in the right base. I think they chose the absolute perfect name for that rune word because the obsession is literally finding the perfect base to put it in. It's absolutely amazing if you find a really good base, definitely. The problem is finding the really good base. I mean, if you're going to do an orb fireball build, that sounds like a pretty powerful orb fireball build staff. Of course, nowadays with Sunder Charms, you can focus more specifically on one particular build over another. So you don't necessarily have to go dual spec. But if you're doing a dual spec, I mean, that's an option. I think I remember people worked out the numbers on Obsession, and it is rather interesting that it does have a pretty decent like advantage over some of the other items if it's rolled perfectly with a really good base. So it's a very powerful item. No, Obsession is very powerful. It's just, I guess, like I said, finding that base though is often next to impossible. Getting like exactly what you want. Like a perfect fireball base would be something like +3 fireball, +3 fire mastery, and then maybe even like I don't know, like +3 energy shield or something. Even throw that in there. Like it would be absolutely insane if you had a base like that, because you'd just absolutely annihilate, right? Or maybe if like you were Hydra, +3 fire mastery, +3 Hydra. Lightning would be +3 lightning, +3 lightning mastery, and so forth and so on. There's a lot of different potential builds. It's never gonna be the same though, depending on like which character you pick. So whatever your build is, you're always going to come up with something slightly different as what your optimal, your optimal build is going to be. I mean, I don't know if +3 warmth would be a good one because warmth is. I don't think 3 warmth would really do all that much. I mean, it's okay, I guess, but.
Good morning. Good morning. It's locked.
I think in my item pack I have a couple obsessions if you want to test it out. I made a couple of them here and there. I think I made a lightning, a fire, and an ice one. They're I can't remember if I just did like the fake ones where I made the rune word into
It's locked.
a fake format with all the same stats or what, but it's there. I mean, you can play around with 3 different versions. I put together the lightning, the fire, and the ice. Of course, I don't have like unlimited numbers of them, but if you wanted to just play around with and see how powerful it is, it certainly is a powerful item. Quite. Nightbot spams the link for the item pack in here pretty regularly.
It's locked.
Hey, level 4. Kill and Dario. Oh god, holy freeze. You guys can suck it. Holy freeze and curse? You guys can double suck it. Fucking ghouls in their big old monster truck, dump truck hits. That would be walking up and they just like cut donk. And you're just like, ow! Rude! All right. Yeah, I talk about that a couple times. I'm not really interested in doing that method. I don't really want to do that method. I don't think it'll work on P8 anyway. P1, sure, 100%. 100% it works on P1. I'm not really sure if it worked on P8. I've never attempted it on P8 before. And P8 is nasty, so I'm gonna assume no.
I can't.
I already did P8 Ubers on my Paladin. Already did. It was rough. I did it. Solo self found players 8 Ubers. That was something. That was some. Well, I don't know what something, but it was something. I don't think it was a good something. It was a bad something, but it was a something. Man, my Valkyrie can't hang. My freaking decoy can though. And Merc's doing a little bit better than I thought. Seems like Andy really wants to attack my decoy more than anything. Before Ilzan dies, which he's getting really close to. Let's go buy some more potons, some potions. Get a couple more mana pots.
Thanks. Thanks. Thanks.
Yeah, trapping their summons in the building. I don't know, it's kind of cheesy to me. I didn't trap their summons in the building, I just fought them. Summons and all. It was challenging. I did it straight up, no diggity. Straight up, no diggity. Gonna take on the Ubers forever. Oh, oh, oh. Gotta take on the Ubers and run. Straight up, no diggity. And I did it to be without no tricks. I really did it myself. Straight up, no diggity. I killed me some Ubers. Yes, I did. I killed me them dang Ubers. I ain't even have Drax. I had a life tap wand. That's what I had. And it was rough. Every single time I swapped to the life tap wand, I almost died. I did die several times actually switching to the life tab one. Oh god, nah. Freaking amp damage punk.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh god. Don't let her touch you when you got amp damage up. She gonna one-shot you. Let me go get my magic find gear for this. I'm pretty close to killing her. It's only a matter of shots. So let's take the smoke off. She'll probably end up killing us. Let's put that in there. Let's take my magic find amulet and put that on. Let's re-resurrect the mercenary.
The order welcomes you.
Top off the potions. Resummon the Valkyrie. Let's see if we can get a decent one. Ooh, blue with a black spear? Yeah, blue with a black spear. Oh wait, no, that's brown. Never mind. That's a brown spear. Is that blue with a black spear? Nope, that's brown. Nope. Nope. Red with a blue spear. Wow, haven't had this much trouble getting a black spear before. So much better damage with the cruel spear. That's a fool's. Red with a black spear? Yes, red with a black spear. Okay, good. Perfect. You got a lot of requests. It's the color of the spear. So when you get a rare item, the color of the rare item is determined by the modifiers that are on the rare item. So depending on what you end up with, you can end up with something really nice, or you can end up with something really crappy. It's basically knowledge of what those colors represent in terms of modifiers. So a blue armor, or sorry, red armor is increased life. It's like of the whale. And a black weapon is cruel modifier, which is 300% enhanced damage, which is pretty snazzy. All right, here we go. Of course, you killed the freaking mercenary right off the bat, and all that work summoning a good Valkyrie just went down the drain too. And she's like one-shot in the Valk.
This maiden shall inflict no more anguish.
A twisted essence of suffering, huh? Another ripsaw saw flamberge, a freaking heavy crossbow that probably sucks balls. Circlet's terrible too. Yeah, pretty sucky. Yeah. She gave me a whole bunch of garbage. Whatever. She's dead. Moving on to Act 2.
Good day. Good to see you.
Greetings.
I think I need to do some crafting. I feel like I got all these gems laying around and I just haven't really done anything crafting wise with any of it. I just don't know what to craft. I guess blood gloves. Guess trying to craft up like a really sexy pair of blood gloves wouldn't be terrible. I don't really have a lot of rubies left though, because I think I already tried to do that earlier, so that's kinda, I got like maybe a couple rubies left. Got tons of emeralds. Those are safety items. Safety amulet's pretty good for like a paladin, but it's not really that great for a Amazon. Plus it uses dull runes, which I really don't have a large number of at this particular point. Blood rings or soul runes, I don't really have a large number of those either. Having open wounds on my bow wouldn't be bad, but I really doubt I'm gonna get a better belt than this frickin' shark skin. I mean, a really good blood belt roll, but then again, we're back to rubies, and I don't really have a large number of rubies.
And good evening.
Huh. Hwah. We traveled east.
Greetings.
Always east.
Greetings.
Into the desert. Through the vast, endless wastes of sand. Hey, yeah, thanks for the friggin' sub on Twitch. Hell yeah, buddy. Give me some doll hairs over on the Twitch land. Let's go get our skill point. Not that it really matters all that much on this character since we're already pretty much done with our skills. I mean, we can keep beefing up our Valkyrie, but where's that amp coming? Oh, that is cool. So you know how I told you that the Valkyrie's items are rare and can roll any modifiers on them, right? My Valk rolled amp. Watch. Watch. Let's see if she does it again. She's amping targets. She's got the 5% chance to cast level 1 amp. Look. So she rolled amp on her spear. It's one of those things that if you could see what she's wearing, you could just keep recasting her until you get an amp, and then you'd have a source of amp. Pretty crazy when you think about it, right? I've never actually seen her roll amp before. That's the first time I've ever seen her roll amp. She's a national treasure. She must be protected. I'm gonna be honest with you. Until this moment, I didn't even know that she could roll amp. I was unaware that that was a thing that she could actually do. But now that I've seen it firsthand, well, yeah, she totally can roll amp. That's crazy. It's pretty nuts, though. I never even considered that as an option. Oh yay, a Soulflake Claymore. Man, you know how hard it would be to recreate that? You'd have to go around and you'd have to actually, like, summon her and then let her wail on something for a while and see if she actually, you know, procs the effect. And then if she doesn't proc the effect, resummon her, and then you'd have to continue that because you can't see her equipment. You'd have to just continue that until eventually you got one that was that had the amp proc. And then once you got the amp proc, then you just keep that one for the rest of your run. And then sadly when you leave the game, you would lose it. Hey look, a woe stave. Slows target, freezes target, hits blinds target, prevent monster heal, open wounds, negative monster defense per hit. It's a pretty powerful weapon, to be honest. Too bad it doesn't have any enhanced damage really on it. It's I think 38%. Even when you upgrade it to the Vector Corbin, it's okay, I guess. It's not really the most amazing thing in the world. I mean, it could be an interesting thing to put on my Merc right now, because I doubt it would be that much worse than the Partisan. And it has all those ridiculous, stupid things on it, so I don't know. Hell difficulty, woe stave usually isn't all that amazing. Not really 100% sure about that one. If I had found that normal difficulty, I would have rocked that thing all the way through normal. Probably into nightmare difficulty too. Why is there a bridge to Tyrael in that tomb? Did you watch the cinematic?
The tomb is the tomb of Tal Rasha. That's where Tal Rasha is imprisoned.
Tal Rasha sacrificed himself to contain the soul of Baal, and Baal is entombed there. So when you get there, Tyrael is there because obviously, if you don't know if you watched the cinematic, but the cinematic shows the whole fight with Baal and Tyrael and the whole 9 yards. I mean, yeah, the bridge was on fire, but it didn't fall down though. Do Sin clones run similar skills? So you could prevent traps from being sacked. What do you mean prevent traps from being sacked? Sin clones do actually roll equipment. The master does, not the warrior. The warrior has like garbage equipment. But the master rolls rare equipment like the Valkyrie does. Dude, that is so cool that she has amp. It is making killing these monsters so much faster. Whenever it procs, the Merc's damage goes way up, and so does the Valkyrie's. I mean, it's just dead obvious when it happens. For some reason my mercenary is ignoring the existence of those zombies. Quite odd. By the way, I don't know if you guys know this. I mean, I've talked about this before, but for some of you, you might be new to the channel, or maybe this is the first time you hopped into the live stream. On Twitch, they do have the ability to subscribe for free, which is basically where you support the channel. I think it's like $5.99 or something like that. But basically, if you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you get access to Amazon Prime Gaming. And Amazon Prime Gaming gives you one free sub that you can hand out to a Twitch user of your choice. You don't have to pay for it. It comes with your Amazon Prime subscription. So, yeah. You don't have to throw it to me, specifically, but throwing it to a Twitch streamer is definitely nice. It's something that you get for free every month. Now that's a good, that is a good base for a, that is a good base for a hustle. It's not ethereal, but that is a good base for a hustle. Yeah, you got to use them Bezos dollars. The Bezos dollars. The Dylars. Yeah, I think this is a good one. This is gonna beef up our mercenaries significantly, right? So, why not? This is a cheap, easy to make rune word. Shellco Eld, right? Shell Co Eld. We can make ourselves a very powerful melee weapon for him, so that he's actually hitting really hard now. 411 damage. Absolutely. Way better than what he had on. It's like double. And he gets Fanaticism Aura too. And my and the really good thing is that now that he has Fanaticism Aura, my Valkyrie is also going to have Fanaticism Aura all the time. And since she's part of my physical damage train, this should work out quite nicely. I think I could pretty much get rid of a lot of this stuff now. Don't need the stealth anymore. Don't need the Impaler anymore. I'm tempted to just go ahead and make him that frickin' bulwark and that little 3-socket mask, because I still haven't found a better option. Jank's pissing me off. Let's get rid of Adalas. Let's get rid of Koi for Glory. We don't... Koi for Glory is too much of a utility item. We're not going to get rid of that. Never mind. I'm just going to hang on. I could use that later on. Most likely. Let's see. Don't need Arctic anymore. Don't need Infernal Cranium anymore. Don't need the Arctic Binding Belt either. Probably never going to use this Blade Buckle. I mean, it does have Strength and Dex on it, but honestly, it's just probably never going to get used. Not going to use this Edge Bow. Oh, actually, yeah, I was gonna make a vendor do jank in that. That's right. I don't need these anymore because I got a better pair of 20% IASs. And I think that's pretty much it. Let's just sell all this. Definitely don't need the woe save anymore now that I got my little Fanaticism Aura. Is this a ladder cater, David? No, this is a solo self-found Players 8 run. It's pure solo self-found. These are the rules that I have to follow. I can't change it from Players 8 at any time. It's a challenge run, basically. The class was chosen by the group. It was Amazon, and they also chose... the build too. I had to go with Boson, so challenge-o. Hustle is not available for non-ladder, no. It is available for single player, though. Oh yeah, that hustle. Fanaticism aura, even at level 1, is pushing me over some kind of breakpoint. Most definitely. I can feel it. All I gotta do is stand next to him. Thankfully, most of the time he's stationary because he's a melee fighter. A partisan? Oh, it's ethereal. One socket. We'll see how fast him and the Valkyrie can take down a Sand Raider. Pretty impressive, to be honest. This guy's stone skin, and they're still taking him out. Oh yeah, once that freaking amp ore got on him, amp curse, he freaking went down. He went down like a freight train. I'm almost level 81. Alright, Valkyrie, back it up a little bit. And he can't steal life down here, so that's an issue for the Merc. Too many skeletons. Does make things a little spicy. What is he running for? A little punk. I'm just running into the corner, like, endlessly. What's that about? All the guides say to use strafe only. What guides are telling you to use strafe? It's probably the worst skill to choose. Physical boson is one of the most difficult to make characters. I swear, it is legit one of the most difficult to play characters solo. It's very difficult to get yourself a good physical damage bow. It's very difficult to get yourself the equipment you need to make it work. It's very difficult to get yourself like a decent amp damage or to crepify item. Like, the entire character is just a pain in the butt in terms of equipment. And like, I mean, if you're online and you can, like, buy your equipment, I guess that's one thing. But, you know, most people don't have that option. mean, I'm not saying that you can't make it work, but it's definitely on the low end of the spectrum of options. And you also have to get really lucky in equipment. Like, either that or really lucky at rune drops. Like, you need to find a really nice high-tier bow with a decent number of sockets, or you need to find a really nice unique bow that actually has decent physical damage. Like Wind Force, Witch Wild String, there's a couple of them. Things I have not found this entire solo self-found run, by the way. I mean, granted, you can get pretty decent damage out of an inside bow. I mean, if you're forced to, so to speak. I mean, it's definitely not an impossible bow to get decent damage out of. But you also need to find a good base to put it in, which is not always possible as well. And a lot of the really good bases are hell difficulty bases, like the Hydra bow, which is a really decent damage, but it's kind of slow. The what are the other bases? Grand Matron bow, which is ridiculously high in the requirements and also relatively hard to come by. On top of that, like Diamond bow is okay. It's fast, but it doesn't quite have the physical damage. But it'll be a lot easier to hit your breakpoints with. It's not a particularly fun one to play because it's very item dependent, much the same way that the Barbarian is very item dependent. And if you don't get the items that you need, you're just not progressing. On a solo self-found run, you made a faith bow on a solo self-found run? Or you made a hustle? I'm gonna call BS if you say you made a faith bow on a solo self-found run. I'm just gonna call BS on that one. I don't think that's even possible. That's, what is that, a low and a jaw rune? There's no way you made a faith bow on a solo self-found run, man. Ain't no way. That's not possible. Getting your hands on a jaw rune and a low rune is not possible. I'm sorry, a jaw rune and an ohm rune in a solo self-found run is it's just not possible. Having done multiple solo self-found runs on multiple different characters, I have not found a single jaw rune, a single burr rune, a single Zod rune, a single cham rune, and we're talking multiple runs. The closest I've come to any kind of high rune on my runs is one low, a Vex rune, and a Mal rune, which doesn't come anywhere near close to making a faith bow. If you made a faith bow on a solo self-found run, you were the luckiest SOB that ever existed in the planet Earth. And that just goes to prove my point that building a physical boson on a solo self-found run is impossible. It's not a very fun thing to do. Enigma on single player is not impossible. Enigma on solo self-found is impossible. A solo self-found run from normal difficulty to hell, with the completion being Veil, you're not gonna make an Enigma between those two post points. On top of that, like, I could even see maybe finding an Ohm rune, which is totally doable. You can find, like, one high rune in a solo self-found run. It's been done before. I found one low rune on a character before, which is fine. But you're talking about a low and an Ohm rune and a jaw rune. You gotta find both. And on top of that, you gotta find the base. which oftentimes finding the base is sometimes even more difficult than finding the friggin' runes. Stupid Grand Matron bows and mat bows are next to impossible to come by in the 4-socket range. You gotta roll them, and half the time they end up rolling like 5 sockets, or 3 sockets, or 2 socket, or 1 socket, and never 4 sockets. It was after you played with other characters and saved the gear. Okay, well that's not solo self-found if you saved the gear on other characters. Solo self-found means you found it all on that character from that character. Solo self-found means that everything that you have was found by that character, not any other character on your account. Which means that, for instance, with this particular character, everything that I'm currently wearing has come from this character. I threw everything away the moment I made this character. I haven't been using any other items from any other characters the entire time. Now, these are the rules for solo self-found, Code Theseus. Number 1, you cannot change the difficulty at any time and it must remain player's aid. This is if you're doing a player's aid run. Number 2, you cannot use any other item from any other character at all. Number 3, trading items is off limits because you can only use items that you find yourself, you see fall on the ground. You cannot specifically target farm any specific item except overkeys. Target farming is when you farm a target until it drops a specific item that you are looking for specifically. This is the MacGyver rule. The solo self-found run is over after killing Hellbale. Solo self-found is a very specific game mode. It's a way of playing the game that requires you to level up like your character and find the items on that character only. It's a very interesting game mode that requires a lot of patience and a lot of critical thinking. Which is why when you say you found you played a physical boson on solo self-found and you didn't have any trouble, I'm like, nah, it doesn't make any sense. And then you were like, and you made a faith bow, and I'm like, that's impossible. That didn't happen. Solo self-found is one of the hardest difficulty modes in the game, basically. Requiring you to put a lot of brain power into your gameplay through. It's one of the reasons why I do these runs in the first place. Some people come in here and they're like, oh man, he's a noob, look at all his noob gear. And I'm like, yeah, that's solo self-found. Solo self-found is when you're forced to play the game with noob gear. Yes, but sharing equipment from your other characters, you were able to make it work. Imagine not being able to share equipment from your other characters. Imagine being in a situation where instead of your sharing equipment from your other characters, you had to deal with only what you found yourself. Now think about how difficult that character would have been if you were unable to pull any equipment from any other character on your account. So you had to just use what you find on the character. Physical boson is very difficult when you throw in those variables, because it's next to impossible to get yourself a good bow, and without a good bow you can't kill anything, and if you can't kill anything you can't farm yourself a good bow. It's a catch-22. I need a Josser too low for a Procazon next season. I'm not sure if I'm doing the Procazon, but I'm definitely doing the, I'm definitely going to be doing, oh no, my Valkyrie, no. Valkyrie, no, that's my amp damage Valkyrie, don't die. Don't die. I'm most likely going to be doing the Thor Barbarian. The Thor Barbarian pretty much is just 2 runes and maybe a Griffin's. It's not even anything special. I'm really going to need lots of lightning charms. That's the real money maker. I need lightning damage charms. 2 crescent moons. It's basically a double crescent moon build. I mean, in my opinion, the no target farming is a necessary rule if you actually want to have the... If you actually want to play through... I killed my mercenary. If you actually want to play through the game in a legitimate way, as opposed to the cheesy way, as far as I consider it. I consider it the cheesy method. It's basically where you cheese through the game. Because you know exactly what to get, you know exactly when to get it, you know exactly who drops it, and you just go get it. A lot of the items can be gotten that way. Like early on in the game, you can get yourself a stealth relatively easily by farming Countess. But I don't do that, because that would be against the rules. There's a lot of things that are against the rules when you eliminate target farming from the category. And the game becomes more difficult as a result, which I rather enjoy. I like the difficulty. Maybe I'm a masochist. Give me my skill book, you son of a... Beep. Oh yeah, you're right. I need 2 extra steps. I mean, how would they enforce that rule to King Maggot? Even if they decided that they wanted to add that rule in, how would they enforce it? It's impossible, right? There's no way you could enforce that rule. That's just I would like sit here and think about it for an hour probably, and I probably still couldn't come up with any way that they could actually enforce that rule. So it's not necessarily that they wouldn't want to add it or that they wouldn't even think of it, but they might think of it and be like, oh, okay, well, there's absolutely no way for us to enforce this rule, so might as well not even bother. Well, every solo self-found playthrough is unique. I can't really say specifically that anyone is better than the others, or any class is specifically better than the others. Because what it really comes down to is some solo self-found runs are just so much fun, and some of them are slogs. The Barbarian run, I'm not even particularly a Barbarian fan. Like, it's not my class. It's not one of my favorite classes. But man, my Barbarian run, if you guys haven't seen it, it was the Blessed run. It was literally the Blessed run. I found everything in the world that you could ever want on that frickin' Barbarian. Blade of Ali Baba's, Gull Daggers, frickin'... I even made a Grief on that character, which was absolutely insane, by the way, making a Grief on that character. But it's just, it comes down to each individual run. And I think that's the most unique thing about Solo Self-Found, is that Solo Self-Found is unique in every single time you play. It is a unique experience. And to really kind of like put this home, think about it like this. If I were to run without the target farming rule, so if I take the target farming rule out, right, then how would the run look like? Well, it would look like this. It would look like, you know, like level 2 Countess, farm Countess, 4 stealth, Mephisto, farm till X, and then I would go to like Nightmare, farm Andy until X, then farm Nightmare, Mephisto, till X, and I would just repeat this. And every single time I play the game, it would be the same exact experience almost every single time. Granted, there would be some variation in what I would find while farming each individual boss, but it would literally just be the same exact playthrough every single time I do it. And that's how it is a lot of the times when you watch somebody do a speed run and stuff like that. It's literally just the same exact playthrough. It's slightly variable depending on what they find. Maybe they get something like a Treads of Seathon early on or whatever. But they literally go for specific items. They farm those specific items. They get that item. They move on to the next goalpost. And they literally go goalpost to goalpost. And almost every single speed run is exactly the same, with the exception of the small variations in what actually falls. And it's so much more fun to make it almost completely random like this, where without target farming, I'm forced to just farm, play the game. Like, I just have to play the game and hope something drops. And if something cool drops, then I end up with something I might not necessarily use. And the really cool thing is that I've literally been forced to use items that I probably would never even considered before. Like when I played my Barbarian and leveled up with Steel Driver. I don't think I've ever leveled a Barbarian with Steel Driver before, but it was a delight. It was absolutely fun leveling up my Barbarian with Steel Driver. An experience that I probably never would have had otherwise. +3 Holy Shock, +3 Cleanser. That's 35k in the bank. Nah, D4, it's get yourself to level 60, find your ancestral items, start upgrading your ancestral items, screw everything else, right? Ooh, Merc just got an upgrade. Ooh, did Merc just get an upgrade? Goodbye, Wormskull. We don't need Wormskull anymore. We got a Crown of Thieves, boys! Crown of Thieves! Well, Wormskull, you did me well for quite a few levels. 81 of them, in fact. And I appreciate the life leech, my friend. It has been very fun, Wormskull. But it is the end, and I must let you go. Well, that's going to up his damage by quite a bit as well. Not only does the Crown of Thieves have 10% life leech, it also has 25 dex, which is really nice. A little bit of extra attack rating, certainly not terrible. What's my dream first weekend? Season 5 loadout for any class. So Thor Barbarian is the dream. That's basically what I'm looking at, Lie. Let me show you the theory craft on him. You can take a look and see the equipment that I had decided on. I'm not entirely 100% sure I want to go with that specific equipment, but it's close. It's going to be close no matter what. This is the Thor Barbarian that I theory crafted a long time ago, and it'll probably be something similar to that. Maybe not identical, but something similar. It's an interesting concept. It goes along with the next hit delay changes that occurred in the latest patch, and it takes advantage of the chain lightning spam that never worked before, because of course you can't really spam chain lightning on those characters. And I kind of just like set up an entire character around the general idea of having like the ability to spam chain lightning with a double swing barbarian at maximum attack rate. So it basically what I'm using is 2 Crescent Moon phase blades, and I'm actually considering maybe trying out 2 Crescent Moon legend swords. I want to see if that's doable, but I'll have to find the legend swords. It'll be a lot easier to come by 2 Crescent Moon phase blades. The general gist of it is, though, is I'm going to be spamming static field all the time because of the Crescent Moons. I will also be spamming the chain lightnings because of the Crescent Moons. Utilizing Crescent Moon, 2 Crescent Moons, and a Griffin's Eye Diadem, I should be sitting at close to basically 100% negative lightning res, which is pretty ridiculous for that character. And it essentially puts any monster that I'm fighting almost at like double damage taken from lightning. And then I go through the process of utilizing like lightning damage charms. I stack as many lightning damage charms as I possibly can to get the physical on-hit lightning as well. So I'm dishing out more on-hit lightning. And by the time I'm done, I tested it in P1, I tested it in P8, and it's actually surprisingly effective. I think it would be even more effective if I added in a little bit of CB, maybe a little bit of open wounds. I'm not exactly sure how I want to go about that, but we'll see. It's an interesting concept for sure. Hey, what's up, Jagos? You love all the new vids? Well, I got even more coming. Don't you worry. I got tons planned. Tons. I'm ramping up for ladder. I may even make a couple more before ladder season starts. Just to have them in ready in the pipeline. Well, I don't necessarily need a Griffin's. Like, I think that's the most important thing to take away from what I'm trying to say. Is that between the 2 Crescent Moons, I should already be sitting at a pretty massive amount of negative resistance. It's 35 per Crescent Moon, so it's negative 70% between the 2 Crescent Moons. And then from there, it's really just a matter of filling out the inventory with, you know, lightning charms. I'm basically going to have to ask the kinship for all the lightning charms that you guys come across. The higher damage, the better, obviously. Anything with lightning damage on it. I'm probably just going to be running lightning charms. Like, as many lightning charms as I can possibly get. As much lightning damage as can possibly be obtained. In any form, large, small, or grands. Depending on, like, which one is the highest. And if it has other effects on it, then so be it. I certainly won't turn down, like, any additional effects on the lightning charms. But it's going to be a lot of lightning charms. My whole inventory, basically, is just going to be full of lightning charms. Well, botter's gonna bot. Can't do nothing about it. I think I was planning on running a G-Face, probably, until I managed to get a, until I actually managed to get the, Griffins. I think a G-Face would be a pretty solid do-jank for the build, just lots of crushing blow. I was thinking about Ormus for the body piece. The 15% pop bonus, lightning damage. If I can get like a 15% Ormus, doesn't sound like an absolutely terrible idea. I think there was a couple other options too. I don't know. It depends on whether I go with phase blades or not. I was thinking about legend swords, but I'm not sure how good the durability on the legend swords is going to be. It's not even really that expensive of a build, is it, Leah? With the exception of the Griffins, I think the entire thing is probably dirt cheap. 2 Umrunes is nothing. I mean, the lightning facets, those are going to be a little bit expensive, but I'm not even really sure how many of those I'm going to run. I guess maybe like 1 in the helmet, 1 in the armor. I'm not even sure what armor I'm going to be running yet. I might not even have room for a facet in the armor slot. I don't know. I'm not sure if Ormus is the right way to go. Maybe it's the right way to go because of the 15% skill damage. I'd have to run the numbers and see if the 15% skill damage would be better than potentially something else. Like maybe Duress with for like open wounds and CB, or I don't know. I might need the resistances too. I'm not sure what my resistances are going to look like. And Jeweler's Armor of the Whale with all 5/5s. I mean, you're not wrong. That would probably be like one of the best options. But I'm not sure I really need the negative res. As silly as it sounds. The skill damage, though, would be nice. Ormus would give me the skill damage. If I got a 15% Ormus, that would give me the skill damage just fine. 15% and then 5% on a facet, so I'd be looking at 20%, which would be the same as a J-mod. And a lot cheaper. A pellet bow. 2 sockets. 5% life leech. Garbage damage. It's a hell version too, I think. I wonder if there's any armors that just have like flat lightning damage on them. As far as I know, the answer to that is no, but I'm thinking off the top of my head, and I can't think of anything. I mean, there's Black Hades that has 3 sockets in it, which could potentially hold 3 lightning facets. 3 lightning facets, I don't really know. I don't think Black Hades has any elemental damage on it. They don't have better MF bots. They just farm in mass to the point of absurdity. I mean, you get enough freaking people farming something. I mean, how many runs does it take before you get a Griffins, right? Well, if they've got, you know, 10 bots running the same area that you're running, they might get a Griffins 10 times faster than you, or they might not. It really depends. They're just playing the numbers though. And the more bots they have, the more chances they have to get the item. So it's like a nearly infinite number of chances. They ain't magicians. I'm over here just killing stuff in Rocky Waste. I should have moved on to the next zone already. Did I even find the next zone? Where's that might borer coming from? Speaking of might aura, I might want to change out my Merc to might aura now. Ilzan's been with me for quite some time, but I think it's time to switch. Blessed Aim is nice and all, but I think at this point in time, Might Aura would carry him a lot further. Especially since he has a hustle. He's got freaking a decent amount of doojanks. He's running a piece with the crit strike on it. I mean, he's hitting pretty hard now. Let's see if we can get we got Hassan, Gazelle. I guess we'll go with Hassan. We'll go with a might Switch him out to Might and we'll see how much extra damage he gets.
That to good use.
He's my physical damage character, so I need him to dish out massive amounts of physical damage. Might and Fanaticism together should be a pretty good combo. And the Hustle hits really fast since it's in a frickin' Thresher. I mean, he's not going to hit as often without the Blessed Aim, but he'll hit harder, so we'll see how that calculates out. I don't really care about the attack rating anyway. I'm using Guided Arrow or Freezing Arrow. Doesn't really matter. So let's check him and see how good he is now that he's got the Might Aura. He's got to actually roll it though. Honestly, he's slapping pretty hard even without the Might Aura, isn't he? Come beat this boy down. Get your Might Aura up. There we go. Alright, so now he's hitting for 2,336 with a chance for double. It's not bad. Alright, where the hell's the doorway? Let's get out of here. Did I ever find it in all my ramblings? Certainly doesn't look like I did. You better be responsible and sleep. Oh, no. I gotta go to work tonight anyway, so I'll probably be up for a little while longer. Man, I can't wait till I get to Maggot Lair. This character's gonna, like, blow through Maggot Lair. It's so much fun though in Maggot Player on the Bozons. It's gotta be the one biggest perk of playing a Bozon. You're just like... You're scared of what? You scared of that place? Oh man, here, let me show you how it's done. Fire a freaking rocket down the hallway and everything explodes. Literally. Alright, so full damage output. Yeah, look at that. That's pretty good. That's really good, actually. Yeah. So now if we're all focusing on the same target, Valk, me, and the Merc, physical damage is actually quite good. That's not bad at all. Well, I see you, Fanaticism birds. Y'all ain't immune to cold. And because y'all ain't immune to cold, you're gonna die. And your boss left you for some reason. I don't know what the hell's wrong with him. Yeah, look at how fast he went down. Oh, you dropped me some gore feats. I already had a pair of gore feats. Oh, those aren't gore feats. Those aren't bad. 20% faster run walk, 2 reses, fire and poison. Charge bolt when struck. I mean, those are like halfway decent for res. They're not like amazing, but my resistances certainly are terrible, let me tell you what. Hey, Zachary, with the $5 foot long. Love your season ramp up videos. Act 3 Merc for my Godzilla. Do I use Viper Skin, Chains of Honor, or Ormus? Would Phoenix be better than Spirit? You actually use K. Hagen's. K. Hagen's is the appropriate choice. K. Hagen's. So one of the issues with the Act 3 Mercenary is he has really bad faster hit recovery breakpoints. And when I mean really bad, I mean like he's the worst in the entire game bad. So you want as much faster hit recovery as you can possibly get. Act 3 Mercenaries actually have the best attack resistances that you could possibly get on mercenaries. So they actually don't need the resistances from Viper Magi. They actually don't need the resistances from Chains of Honor. It's a waste. So what you do is you go with K Hagen's. K Hagen's is the go-to choice. K Hagen's is +1 skills. It has a huge amount of faster hit recovery on it, and you can upgrade it into an Archon plate. You want to find a ethereal version of it. Let me pull it up on the stream here, and I'll show you. So this is K Hagen's right here. It rolls 140 to 160% enhanced. It has +1 skills. It has 20% faster cast rate and 20% faster hit recovery, along with a little bit of MDR. You get this, you socket it, you find an ethereal one, socket it, upgrade it into the Archon plate from the Mage plate using the upgrade recipe. Upgrade Armor 2, which is that one right there. And then it has like, what is it, like 1400 defense or something on it. It's pretty massive. Comes with that nice faster hit recovery and the faster cast rate. And then you can get some really nice some defensive out of them. This is literally like the best Act 3 Merc plates. It's K Hagen's Wisdom. Ormus is okay, but Ormus, meh. I'm not really quite sure I like Ormus as much as I like K Hagen's. It's decent. Let me show you really quickly what I mean by faster hit recovery. So here are the faster hit recovery breakpoints. Let's go down to the panel here, and what you're going to notice is look at the frames. So the higher this number is, the worse it is, right? 17 is the worst that it can possibly be, right? And look here, Act 3 Mercenary, 0 faster hit recovery, 17 frames. They have literally the worst faster hit recovery out of all the mercenaries and will die horribly if you don't beef up their faster hit recovery. So K Hagen's works out surprisingly well for them because you can get them up to a really nice level of faster hit recovery with this. I'm trying to think here right off the top of my head, but like if you roll, you're going to roll Spirit Shield, which is 55%, right? And then 60-75%. And 75% brings them right here, which is the 63% breakpoint between K Hagen's and the Spirit Shield, which sits them nicely at 9 frames, which is not very good, mind you, but it's still a hell of a lot better than 17. For an example, take a look at the Paladin. The Paladin's 0 faster hit recovery is 9 frames. So with the K Hagen's and the Spirit Shield, you will get the Act 3 Mercenary up to the bare minimum of what the Paladin is capable of. And then with a little bit more to 86%, you can bump him up to 8 frames, and it is kind of worth it to get him up to 8 frames, but you really can't get him any further than that. Faster cast rate is also an issue with the Act 3 Mercenary, and the problem with faster cast rate is you basically run into a issue with not being able to ever hit the last couple breakpoints. So if we go here to where is faster cast rate? Do you not have faster cast rate? FCR. There we go. Oh, that was not correct. So if you go look at the Act 2 Mercenaries faster cast rates, the Iron Wolf right here, right? So Iron Wolf Merc. Notice he has 0, 8, 15, 26, 39, 58, and 86. I have tested this myself. There is no way to reach the 138 breakpoint. He cannot do it. It doesn't matter what equipment you get. It doesn't matter how much faster cast rate you have on your equipment. You cannot reach the 138 breakpoint. And I've tested this multiple ways. Even if you utilize 35% on both the Spirit Sword and the Spirit Shield, that's 35 plus 35 is 70. You get 30 on Skin of the Viper Magi, I believe, right? Which is 100. And then I think the most that you can ever get on the helmet is another 30 if you're really lucky. I can't remember which helmet it is, but you can get, I think, 30% faster cast on the helmet with like one specific helmet. And that still only brings them to 130. So if you get the highest amount of faster cast equipment that you can possibly get, you still can't reach the 138 breakpoint for faster cast, which means that you always go for the 86 breakpoint, which means you don't need as much faster cast as you think. So, for instance, if you have the 35% shield plus the 20 Ormus, that's 55, which means you only need an additional 30% faster cast to reach the final breakpoint, which is literally just a spirit sword. Or you can put, like some faster cast helmet on his head or something like that. It's really not that big of a deal to hit the 86 breakpoint, and that's all you have to hit. You don't need to go over that. Very, very easy to hit the 86 using 2 spirits and K. Hagens. Hopefully that helped you out a little bit. Yeah, but resistance-wise, though, you don't need to worry about the resistances. The Act 3 Mercenary has, like, the best resistances in the game. Of all the mercenaries, before you even get, like, to Act 5, he'll usually have cap resistances before every other mercenary, and he maintains those cap resistances, like, for the majority. I actually don't even put resistance equipment on the Act 3 Mercenary because it's just not worth my time. They don't even need it. Of course, you can always go for utility with the body slot instead of using K. Hagens. You could use, say, Bramble or something to give yourself thorns. Some people use the Act 3 Mercenary differently. Whether you're outfitting the Act 3 Mercenary for damage output, or whether you're outfitting him for utility, they're different goals entirely, right? So if you outfit him for utility, you're looking at things like a Phoenix Shield for, like, Phoenix, which would allow your mercenary to suck up bodies. So it would give you a way to just suck up bodies for free. Or, you could utilize something like, my personal preference is the Plague Sword, which gets you the free cleansing aura. And having the free cleansing aura is absolutely amazing. I absolutely love that. It's a little bit more difficult to hit the 86% faster cast rate breakpoint with the Plague Sword. Even if you have 35% FCR on your Spirit, Shield, and your 20% K. Hagens, you might run into an issue needing too much on your helmet, and it doesn't really quite work out. So it's a little bit of an issue there to hit the highest FCR breakpoint. But that's kind of like the trade-off, right? You're putting in more utility into the mercenary, and you're not focusing so much on his damage output. And Plague Sword on that merc is actually very nice. You'd have to make it like a crystal sword, though, or something. Because he doesn't have the dexterity to actually be able to equip like a Plague Phase Blade. It's not within his limits. Doom Runeword for an Orb Sorceress. They don't really need negative resistance. That's the thing. So if it were any other element, if it were fire, if it were lightning, then yeah, that would be a good idea. But because of the way that Cold Mastery works, because it rips the resistances of the monster down very, very effectively, it doesn't really... Doom doesn't really make a whole lot of sense on the actual lightning, so the Cold Sorceress. Now, the other ones, though, so what you're thinking of is kind of like a similar thing to a Dream Sorceress, which is totally a thing. And Dream Sorceresses do exist, and even like the Hand of Justice ones exist. So basically what it involves is utilizing the Holy Fire and the Holy Shock aura. Because of the way that those auras work, you can get a decent amount of damage out of them. But you can't really do the same thing with the Holy Freeze one because Cold Mastery doesn't increase the damage of the aura. It only reduces the resistance of the monster. And you're already going to be sitting at like negative 100% against all monsters with Cold Mastery. So you don't need the negative resistance from Doom. And then on top of that, it also has Holy Freeze Aura. And the problem with Holy Freeze Aura is that, well, it just doesn't do any damage unless it's synergized. Dream with the Holy Shock and Hand of Justice / Dragons with the Holy Fire effectively become synergized when utilizing Fire and Lightning Mastery. But Cold Mastery, because it doesn't do the same thing, doesn't increase the damage of the Holy Freeze Aura, and so it basically just does nothing. Yes, Phoenix would be a good choice with the negative 28% lightning fire res. That's because the thing is that Fire Mastery doesn't reduce resistances. So it all comes down to, do you need negative res, right? Cold Sorceresses don't need negative res. They need plus skill damage. So the best thing for a Cold Sorceress is actually Death's Fathom, which is a special orb that is only usable by the Sorceress, and it has a pretty hefty amount of plus cold skill damage on it. Well, what he's looking for is Death's Fathom. If he has the runes, he can probably trade for it. What you want a Death's Fathom with a perfect cold facet in it. It doesn't necessarily have to be perfect in the negative res department, because you don't need that. It does need to be perfect in the plus skill damage department. A Death's Fathom with a cold facet in it is like your best in slot damage for a Cold Sorceress. Oh, he's offline, huh? Well, I mean, Hoto is a halfway decent rune word if he just wants something to put on his character. Hoto actually is pretty solid for pretty much any sorceress. It's plus 3 skills. It has all resistances on it. It's not going to be as good as a Death's Fathom, but it's something that you can make with rune words. Just type in !Hoto in chat, and then the rune word will pop up. Hey, we're in Far Oasis. Look at us. In the Far Oasis, where you can meet your fellow beetle in the Far Oasis. I'm always hoping for something good to drop, but nothing ever does. Because the game hates me. Hates me. Boom, 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 boom. Yes, die. What did we say? Yes, die. What should you do? Yes, die. No, Mr. Bonds. I expect you to die. Yes, Nightwing's, Nightwing's Veil. Nightwing's Veil is very nice for Cold Sorceress as well, yeah. I mean, he's in solo offline, though, so with that in mind, Death's Fathom and Nightwing's Veil is probably out of the question.
It's locked.
That's the assumption, anyway. Class skills. He benefits from anything that's sorceress related that he actually has. So if you have like a anything that gives +3 fire skills, obviously the fire one would benefit from fire skills. If he's using like the lightning ability and you have something that gives plus to lightning, he benefits from that. Anything that specifically affects that specific skill, he gets a pretty good benefit from. Ormus robes is one of those interesting ones that you can potentially find like that. Like for instance, if you can find an Ormus robes which is +3 to say fireball or +3 to lightning, he'll get access to the plus to skills to that specific ability. Also, plus to skills in general, he gets access to all plus to skills, which is definitely nice. It has to be those specific to the skill that he's using. I've tested this in a couple different ways. He only gets pluses to the things that he actually has in his like little bar. So when you pull it up and it says like might and jab, like if I had something that gave plus to might, it would give plus to might on him. But only if it actually gave plus to might. Like if it gives plus to something else, it's not going to work. Thresher. Terrible. Ugh. Hailstone rack. Throw that thing back in the dirt where it belongs. Put that thing back in the dirt. Don't pick it up. Don't touch that thing, it hurts. Just to even look at it. Occasionally I will find weapons that are just so badly rolled that I like physically hurts just to even like understand how the hell something rolled that poorly. They're like, wow. Well, you got +5 to light radius. Level 2 concentrate charges. Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, isn't that terrible? I'd be like if your daughter drew you a picture and the picture was just like the absolute worst picture you'd ever seen. Like you actually physically go blind looking at it. You're not even sure how that's possible, but you're just blind for the rest of your life now. But you like grit your teeth and you go,
It's beautiful, honey. I can't see it anymore, but it's beautiful. It was beautiful. I can't see it anymore, though. It'll be burned into my retinas forever, though. I'll still see it till the day I die.
I'm level 82 at the moment, Mitch. I'm working my way up. I'm working my way downtown. Trying to find the far oasis maggot lair. I want to kill the evil maggot queen, 'cause she keeps on pumping out her brood all over the entire scene. But I cannot find it. I want to kill her. She's so mean to me, spawning maggots everywhere. I don't want any more maggots in my world, you see. So I kill off all the maggots and then I take a big old pee. Ah, yes, take a big old pee. A pee pee.
I need some more arrows.
Oh, there is the maggot layer. Down we go, killing all the maggots and having fun. This is the character that kills them all and doesn't have any problem at all, 'cause she fires her arrow down the hall and everything dies. And then all the monsters, they just cry. They thought they had an advantage and everyone else had trouble. But the bow was on, doesn't care about your bubble. 'Cause the bow was on, can fire arrows down the row. And everything gets hit and everything does die. Look at all the monsters, every freaking where. Everybody gets to die. And burst into some shards of ice. And die. And I squish you between my toes. Yeah. Oh, that guy teleport? You got a teleportation? A teleportation? You should have used your teleportation.
But you did not use your teleportation, so you die.
You do not know the power.
Pew. 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 Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew.
Everybody line up, everybody line up, everybody line all the way up. I'll shoot you in the head with my bow when you're dead. Everybody line up, line up. BO, increase speed and battle cries for somebody. Go sell some doojanks back in town. Selling all the doojanks, all the doobanks, selling all the doojanks, all the doojanks. Got a little embossed plate at 35K, yeah. 35K in the bank, bank, bank. 35K in the tank, tank, tank. Gotta get deeper with each tank. 35K in the tank, tank, tank. The tank, 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 tank. Gotta turn into a demon.
Oh no, he's converting into a demon. Get him.
Telling a beads amulet is really hard to find. Not gonna lie. I think I find more Tal's ammies than I find telling a beads.
Pew, pew, pew. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, 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 pew.
I can't carry
Speeder bow. Plus 2 to revive. That's worth 35k in the bank. 35k in the bank. Let me round this corner real quick. There we go. Hey, level 2.
I need a key.
Maybe I'll find like a Nightwing's Veil or something. That'd be cool. With my luck, it'll probably be the other one. The sucky one. The one that nobody ever wants to wear. I wouldn't turn that one down, though. It's not terrible for a solo cell phone run. I'd have to socket it and put a hell rune in it, though. Yeah, Nightwing Veils are usually pretty sought after. Gold Sorceresses are pretty popular. Possessed scarabs. Champion scarabs. Hey, no baby maggots. This is the off-limits baby maggot area. No baby. I'm walking here. Oh my god, I saw the cutest video the other day. It was a video of a guy running around like New York. He's a tourist. And somebody bumped into him and he's like, I'm walking here. And then some girl got offended, grabbed him by the throat, and was like, "We don't talk like that." Oh my god! And then she walked away, and she was like, "You better stop talking like that, right?" She with the horrible New York accent. She literally had the most horrible New York accent. And he goes, forget about it. Like he pretends like he does that line too. And she comes back to like beat him up. And it just kind of cracked me up that she was like, "We don't talk like that." And she totally talked like that. Like she totally talked like that while she was like, "We don't talk like that." It cracked me up so bad. I was like, you totally do talk like that. I'm sorry. Yes, you do. You do talk like this. You do. I think this is it right here. I think.
So I just landed in New York City and I'm so excited to get. Whoa! Hey, I'm walking here. I'm really excited to get.
Listen to me. We don't talk like that. We don't say things like that. You understand? Do you understand?
Okay, sorry. Forget about it. So basically.
Oh man. She totally talked like that. She totally talked like that. She totally had the accent and everything. She got all offended for what? The truth? Oh my god, the New Jersey accent is even worse. I don't know if you've ever talked to anybody from New Jersey.
New Jersey. New Jersey.
I don't know what's going on in Jersey, but they don't speak English. My sister went up there for a little while. She came back with the New Jersey accent, and I was like, oh god. She's one of them people that's highly impressionable. She gets like, and she gets the accent from like people who were around her, and so she was living up there for a while, and she totally got the accent, and she came back down with it, and I was like, oh dear Lord Jesus, save me. New Jersey. Like a whole year she was just talking like a New Jerseyan. Because her husband at the time was from New Jersey, or I can't remember, I think moved down here from New Jersey. So they were up there visiting family members, I think, or something. I don't remember what happened. We don't talk like that. We don't talk like that. Oh my god, he totally talked like that. She took him out at the end, though. You see him take his neck out. She grabbed him by the neck. She threw him. She threw him. Poor guy. He was just walking here. She bumped into him too. He didn't bump into her. He's faking. Look, he's faking. Look at him. He's faking. Look. See? Faking. He's... The hell? A gargoyle's bite? I just found a gargoyle's bite? What the hell? Alrighty then. Freaking gargoyle's bite. It's worthless. I can't use it for anything. It's worthless. I mean, I guess it could be put on my mercenary. I guess that is a thing, I suppose. You know what? It doesn't hurt me to hold on to it. I guess it doesn't hurt my soul. Best place to farm as a Hammerden for trying to find gear on a hardcore solo self-found. Wow. I'm assuming you don't have Enigma on a hardcore solo self-found, so you're not teleporting. Which means that you're trying to find yourself a decent gear without, obviously, being able to teleport from place to place. Hardcore, you definitely wouldn't want to fight anything that's too ridiculously difficult. I'm assuming you're looking for things like Harlequin Crest Shaco, like, you know, generic uniques, things like that. I mean, a really easy farm is Rockanishu. Rockanishu actually can drop Harlequin Crest Shaco. He's fairly easy to get to and find. Obviously, you can just like re-roll the map over and over again until you get one where he's right next to the map. Obviously, you have some good lightning resistance when you farm him in hell difficulty, but oh, you said nightmare. You said nightmare. That's right.
Impossible. I can't.
I'm trying to think here. Hey, nightmare, honestly, believe it or not, Eldritch, the Rectifier, drops a lot of pretty decent stuff. And he's right there next to the waypoint. He's super easy to get to. I mean, he's not going to give you like a freaking Harlequin Crest Shaco or anything, but you can definitely get some pretty good loot from him. It's a little more spicy to do Shank, and I will caution you that sometimes, not often, but sometimes the Frigid Highland Waypoint can be booby-trapped with archers. Doesn't happen very often, but I have seen some occasions where literally if you have a slow load time, there's usually like a bunch of archers sometimes by that waypoint that can possibly kill you. So that might not be the best one for a hardcore character. Man, I'm trying to find one for you in my brain here, but hardcore is a little bit tough. You definitely don't want to risk your life just to get some items, especially when the items might not even be really all that great in Nightmare difficulty. Andy's a pain in the butt. I don't even recommend farming her on hardcore because you got to get through the Tainted, and you don't have teleport, so it's not like you can teleport through the Tainted. I mean, you're on offline, or are you on online? Because that does change things a little bit if you're offline. Offline. I'm trying to think of like a safe place for you to farm, not just a good farm. Pindle's not safe. His charge ability can one-shot KO you, like if you're not careful, and Hammered-In has to stand there and cast. I don't particularly recommend that for Hammered-In. In fact, I don't even think Pindle is honestly very safe at all. But on softcore, it doesn't matter, right? You die, you laugh, you get back up. Hardcore, you gotta eat the consequences of your actions, so to speak, right? So. You're probably gonna laugh at me, and this might not be the easiest farm in the world. Ooh, a lemon. Let me give you an option that you may not have considered. Storm Tree. So, Lower Kuros, Storm Tree is located at the entrance to Lower Kuros. Fairly easy to get to. The area itself is pretty easy to farm, so not really a big deal as far as like farming the area. The waypoint is safe. I don't know if I said that already, but the waypoint is safe. Stormtree is at the entrance to Lower Kuros, so you don't necessarily have to worry about being able to find him because he's always at the entrance, so he's always there. All you have to do is just go to the entrance of Lower Kuros, and he is standing at the entrance. Storm trees, the thrashers are a little bit of a pain in the butt. They're not particularly fast, so you should be able to pretty easily like skirt around them. If they do spawn with extra fast, you might want to skedaddle. But I imagine a Hammered-In would probably have a pretty easy time with that group. You should be able to see them without engaging them, so you can check and see what modifiers they are before you actually fight them. That way you can get a better idea of whether or not it's something that you actually want to participate in. Depending on like your physical damage reduction and things like that, though, it could be a little bit of a pain in the butt. They do hit really hard. I'm not gonna lie, they hit really hard. If you stay away from them, you're fine though. It's one of those like catch-22 kind of scenarios where yes, they can beat you up, but they're not really all that fast unless they spawn with an extra fast modifier. And you can generally just kind of stay away from them, so you would just kind of like circle around them and spam your hammers. I can't imagine that one would be all that difficult. But like I said, every pack has the potential of spawning with some really nasty modifiers. So, you know, you always have to be aware of, like, okay, well, if they spawn with conviction, I might not want to go in there. If they have fanaticism, I might not want to go in there if they have fanaticism, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then, you know, it's like judge from that. But he's easy to find. His waypoint isn't booby-trapped. He has some pretty good drops on his table. He's not immune to magic. You're hammered in, right? So he's not immune to magic, which is fine for you. The only downside is you really don't want to let him spool up. I don't know if you know about Frenzy, but Frenzy deals out more damage and they attack faster the more times that they attack. So the more times that they are able to hit a target, the faster they get and the more damage they do, which can potentially cause some, you know, some strife, essentially. Because, of course, then you're in a situation where if you let them spool up, then they're going to hit really hard. I generally don't let them spool up. And if they do fully spool up, I run away. It goes away in like 10 seconds. So like in about 10 seconds, you just like you run away, and then the spool up, their full, you know, frenzy stacks disappear, and then you go back in when they're at their weakest. It's not exactly a terrible farm. Trying to think of any other ones, but a lot of them are booby trapped or difficult, or they have like variables that I probably wouldn't recommend. Not entirely sure, to be honest. Hammerdins are a little rough. I mean, you could also do the super chests in Lower Kurast while you're there. All you have to do is find the Circle of Flames, and you can click on the super chests on your way down to kill what's-his-face. That one, those are pretty good. If you weren't on hardcore, I'd recommend Sewer level 2 super chests, but there's dolls down there, and that's not good for hardcore. Dollies. Nobody likes the dollies. Although in Nightmare difficulty, they're not really that bad. They're not that bad in Nightmare difficulty, but they're nasty. They're a little nasty. I mean, I still think Eldritch might be better, but like I said, sometimes the waypoint is booby-trapped for Eldritch with the archers. If you're confident that you can survive the archers, you know, like in your load time, I'm not sure what your load times are like, then you're probably fine. And it's not every single time. It's only going to be like once out of like every 50 runs that you do or something like that the archers might be standing near the waypoint close enough to shoot you. It's, I'm not sure if it's worth the risk, but you could, I don't know. I think Eldritch is the better farm. Let's just say that. I think he's the better farm. Alright, so I got my staff. I got a freaking Lem rune. I can make a treachery now. I could give my Merc an upgrade from peace to treachery. I said I could probably just remove the runes from this piece when I got a chance, so let's just do that. If I can remember how to spell treachery. Why can I never remember how to spell treachery? Every time I try and type in the command for treachery, I can never remember how to spell it properly. I don't know what I'm misspelling. Any spell check. What would you recommend to Sokka the Nightwing Veil? If you're an ice class, you would run the you would run the cold facet. Alright, there we go. Now my Merc's got a Hustle, an Eth Treachery Chaos Armor, and the Crown of Thieves. He's rocking... His damage went down from losing the crit, but he also gained 45% increased attack speed, which is going to put him at a pretty ridiculous speed, especially considering he has Fanaticism Aura, 45% increased attack speed, and he's running the frickin' 30% increased on the Thresher, and the Thresher's a really fast base. His attack speed is off the chain at this point. Like, if I socketed the Crown of Thieves and threw a 15% IAS jewel in there, I might even be able to help him hit, like, a higher breakpoint. That actually might be worth doing. Let's run that calculation real quick just to see. I don't know if this is actually accurate, but let's just put an Amazon, and then we'll run. I'm not really sure I can do a Thresher, because I don't think it'll let me choose. It won't let me choose Jab. What's a -10? I need a -10 spear to check this. I don't know what spears are -10 though. It's got to be the same. It's got to be the same base as the Thresher, basically. Let's see. Elite spears. So the Hyperion spear is a -10. Let's use the Hyperion spear. Alright, so assuming he has a Hyperion spear, and then the 30% increased attack speed on the weapon, and then also the 45% increased attack speed from the Treachery, combined with the level 1 Fanaticism, puts him at 10 frames. Oh no, we need Jab. So 6 frames, 4.16 attacks per second. Would an additional 15... Wait, no, that's wrong. Hold on. 45%. There we go. 5.33 frames. Alright, so would an additional 15% attack speed increase that? So that's 60%? It does. Oh, so an additional 15% would push him over to the 5-frame breakpoint to 5 attacks per second. Ooh, woo, 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 woo. So he goes from 5.33 frames of 4.69 attacks per second, and that IAS jewel brings him to 5 attacks per second from the that's actually better than Hustle at that. I mean, the Bulwark at that point, because then he's attacking ridiculously fast. You know what? Let's do that. Why not? We'll throw a 15% IAS jewel in his Crown of Thieves, and we can get him some ridiculously good doojanks. I don't have a soccer quest though. No, I don't have a soccer quest. I have to wait till hell. That's right. I was just thinking about that. I've already used both my soccer quests, I think. I used one on this bow, the insight bow, the blade bow, and then I think I used my first one on the first insight bow. Yeah, the stag bow. So I've already burned my 2 soccer quests, so I only have 1 left. So I have to wait. He should be attacking some god tier fast though. Let's test him out. Let him just murder ass real quick. Oh yeah, he hits hard now. He hits hard.
Impossible.
I mean, for P8, that's pretty darn good. Let's see how quick he takes down this raptor's nest. Wow, he keeps killing those little minions. That should help me out a ton in the freaking Claw Viper Temple as I'm going through that freaking cold immune paradise. I mean hell. Talking about endgame builds, which one is better? I mean, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to magic find? Are you trying to kill Ubers? Are you trying to clear P8 content? Depending on what level of content you do, like Hammered In is overkill. Lightning Sorceress is kind of expensive. Griffin's Eye Diadem and all that. I mean, if we're talking about budget builds, there are some budget builds that clear a hell of a lot faster than things like a Lightning Sorceress. Cold Sorceress tends to be a much more powerful budget build than Lightning Sorceress. Hammered In, as a lot of people have noted, doesn't really play very well until you get an Enigma, which makes it kind of an expensive build. It's kind of a brain-dead build, though. It's super easy to play. It clears pretty much most content. Once you get it built properly, it just walks through the game, and that pretty much everything does. Lightning Sorceress is a little bit more tactical. Obviously, you got like a big freaking lightning nuke, and the chain lightning ability got beefed up pretty good in the next hit delay patch. But I think, like, as far as clearing P8 goes, Hammered In's probably better. I mean, if you're talking about tip-top gear, budget gear, Lightning Sorceress might be better because Crescent Moon's easier to obtain. She already has teleport, obviously. Obviously, you don't have to get Enigma, so there's also that. There's a lot of little variables that come into play, and at the end of the day, like, some classes just have it easier than others. Sorceress having teleport is just easier. Problem with Sorceress, though, is that you're one element, and there's a lot of lightning immunes. There's not a lot of magic immunes. So when you build a Hammered In, you can usually kind of like burn your way through most stuff. Although that maggot layer that I just went through, you're not getting through there on the Hammered In. It's painful. It is very painful.
I need a key.
You want to reach level 99, huh? I mean, honestly, level 99 is pretty difficult. Legitimately, if you play with a group, it's going to take you about 35 days. If you cheese it and you have like 7 people stand in your game while you kill everything and they don't do anything, or you like bootleg off of other people's games, like say go into Bale runs and clear Chaos while they're clearing Bale or something like that, it'll still take you a considerable amount of time. Maybe not 35 days, but it's still going to be like a while. I did the run to 99 on a freezing Frostbite Amazon. It took about 35 days on the Frostbite Amazon. It's without an Enigma, without the teleport, it does take a little while longer because the teleport does speed things up considerably. But then you also need faster cast, and you need a character that actually builds that. You need to be able to clear P8 content pretty reliably by yourself without any additional help. It's a whole thing. I don't particularly think that this is just my personal opinion. I don't really think that having 7 people sit in your game while you clear everything is a legitimate way to play. The way that I did it, which was actually play with a group, 8 people and have fun, it was quite a lot longer than the other method. But if you work at it like 8 hours a day, every day, with 8 other people, having fun, doing terror zones, specifically terror zones usually, you can generally get there in about 35 days. It'll be a little rough, but you'll get it eventually. It's really the level 98 to 99 that's the real kicker. Level 8 to 99 is painful. It's very painful. Hey look, there's that bow everybody was talking about earlier, the rogue's bow. What do I think about the rogue's bow, they said. I don't want it, that's what I thought. Oh god, conviction aura, amp damage. Can we like not do this? Get away. Killed my merc. My merc just got his freaking treachery and you just dogged him like that. He was excited. It was his first treachery. All he wanted was to show it off to everybody. He said, did you see my, did you see my, did you see my new treachery? And they did see it and they killed him. They killed him dead. They said, sir, you need to die. Die.
Yes, citizen.
This guy said Gonger Mentor. He said Gonger Mentor. Ah yes, the Gonger. Ah yes, I am the Gonger. The Gonger Mentor. What's my top 3 builds for P8? My personal favorite, the one that I enjoy the most, is the North Star Smiter. I recently did a video on that one, OG Sheen. If you haven't checked out my YouTube channel, you probably should give it a look-see. The Fist of the Heavens, or sorry, the Fist of the Heavens, the Fist of the North Star. The North Star Smiter is extremely powerful and has the ability to clear P8 relatively easily. Not only can he clear P8 relatively easily, but he also does an extremely good job at killing things like Ubers and bosses. He will absolutely demolish bosses from the face of the planet. It's basically a hybrid build between a Smiter, focus on the Smiter, and a Fist of the Heavens Paladin. And essentially how it works is I use some very specific pieces of equipment to get some very specific effects, and by what I mean by very specific effects is massive amounts of plus to skills. And by the time I'm finished with that character, he just rolls through P8 like it's not even he don't care. Like, but I think the real beauty of that build though is the fact that he can do both. So not only is he extremely good single target damage, but he's also extremely good AoE damage as well. And on top of that, he can do the Ubers with absolute ease, as fast as any pure smiter ever could. I think he kills like Uber Diablo in P1 in like 15 seconds. So like, I don't think I timed him, but I think it was, I actually raced against another smiter who was set up the traditional way using grief and all that other stuff, and I'm pretty sure we killed him at about the exact same time. So literally almost no difference between a pure smiter with full Fist of the Heavens at your disposal.
It's locked.
One of my favorite builds and fully capable of PA. I also had another build that I did called the Godzilla. The Godzilla was fully capable of P8 as well. He's a little bit expensive though. He's a little expensive. He's expensive. You know, dual dreams and all that. It gets a little pricey. Mark, can you get up here and fight people? Do I really gotta, like, teleport you up here? Is that really what I gotta do? So that you'll fight? You big silly head. Well, we're all coming back for Season 5, Joe, so get ready. Cold Sorceress is one of the characters that does pretty darn well in Diablo 2 as well. A Cold Sunder, maxed out Cold Resist, Cold Mastery. You can make some pretty effective farmers. Blizzard Sorceresses, Frozen Orb. There's a couple different ways you could potentially build things. Who are you attacking, buddy? I need to focus fire with you. There we go. Oh, you're on him? Alright. I'm just going to focus fire with him. Whatever he's attacking at, I'm also attacking. This is how we're going to roll through this. Cold immunes be damned. Take a little bit of time, take a little bit of effort, but we'll roll through it. Good job, Merc. Merc is taking him down. I was scared of my freaking this place for no reason. He's gonna handle business for me. That's what's gonna happen. Taking care of business every day. Taking care of business in the Claw Viper Temple. Oh man, he's working on the boss. Nice. Yeah, this is going smooth. I like this.
Smooth as ice.
I can't figure out who he's attacking though. I think he's attacking this guy. I just gotta coordinate damage. We coordinate damage together. Everything dies nice and fast. Pretty sure he's working on that guy. Nice. Not bad at all. That's a couple elite pack snakes I've taken out so far. That's pretty good. I like it. More healer pots. Wonder if we can take out something like this. Oh, it's immune to colds? Well, that don't help. Hey, man, we got some damage, all of us combined. The Valk, me, and the Merc all hitting the target at the same time. That's pretty impressive for a P8 mummy sarcophagus. That is actually very impressive. I ain't gonna lie. That's pretty legit. Merc is taking a beating though, ain't he? Which one's the negative? Which one are you putting first for the negative? The cold plus cold skill damage is more important than the negative res. That is the gist of it. So when you're talking about a cold damage sorceress, specifically, the negative cold res is not as important as the plus skill damage. When you're talking about like a freezing arrows on the other hand, then you want negative res. A 4 or 5 is perfect for a cold sorceress. If you're running a cold sorceress, that's perfect. You don't need the negative res anyway. Good lord, this is a slog getting through this door though. So much attacking everything in the room. And I'll be glad to be out of here. All these freaking cold immunes. I gotta deal with it in freaking what is it? I gotta deal with it in the Arcane Sanctuary. I gotta deal with it in Arcane Sanctuary too. We need to back this up to the doorway. Got all them stupid cold immunes in Arcane Sanctuary too. I can't stand dealing with them cold immunes in Arcane Sanctuary neither. I think the Ghoul Lords are one of my most hated enemies. I don't like them at all. They're so hard to kill. They're just annoying. Stand back spamming fireballs and firewalls at you and meteors and all sorts of other crazy stuff. I ain't got no fire resistance. I got -11 with a smoke. I got a smoke and I still got -11 fire res.
I can't. Impossible.
Alright, that took a really long time, but we made it. Slowly but surely. I think this might be the entrance, too. I certainly hope it is, anyway. Alright. Oh, they got blessed aim. Oh, Lord. And amp, too, apparently.
Thanks. Thanks.
Trying to keep the Merc back a little bit so he doesn't try going through the door. So I'm trying to, like, you know, basically off-screen them almost. Force the situation a little bit more in my favor. This way, if I need to back up at any moment to save the Merc's life, I can just take a step back. Can't see the HP of the monsters, though. But at least I know I'm hitting because you see the doojanks above my head. That way I know I'm hitting a target. Life and mana leeches are going off like crazy. So I'm definitely hitting. Slowly but surely things will die. Apparently still haven't gotten the boss. Man, it's so slow. Wherever this boss is, he's gotta have stone skin. That would be my guess. You're back. Would you go watch some Hammerden videos? You may not even like that that kind of a character design. To be honest with you, Hammerden is not exactly one of the most fun characters to play, and many people find it not really to their liking. It's really the only thing I can say. Not to their liking would be the appropriate way to say that. You may not even like it. You may build it and then not even like it. If you've never played one before, I don't know what to tell you. Oh no, I'm out of arrows.
Tell me your
Yeah, but there's a lot of strong classes in the game. And honestly, I mean, in recent patches, I would definitely not even say that the Hammerden is the strongest anymore. In terms of sheer P8 clear potential, I think the Mosaic Sin probably took that from the Hammerden. It also doesn't require a Enigma. The pacing on it is rather rough, and you do have to like really keep up with your abilities. It's a little bit of a higher skill ceiling because you have to actually pay attention to your charges and make sure that you've got things set up properly. And but honestly, the Mosaic Sin is probably more powerful than the Hammerden at this point. Lightning Fury's on is pretty powerful.
Oh no, it's a Bing Zi Wang. It's the Bing Zi Wang. The Bing Zi Wang. The Wang Zi Bing. Bing Zi Wang. That's the Bing Zi Wang.
The Bing Zi Wang. Well, that's a 35k in the bank. 35k in the bank. And then 35k in the bank. 35k in the bank. 35k in the tank. It's a 35k in the bank. It's a 35k in the tank. A 35k in the bank. It's a 35k in the tank. Oh, Lord. It's booby trapped. I need some more potions for this. Let's grab a couple more health pots, as many as we can get our hands on. Everything's so close to the door, I don't want to risk getting overwhelmed and not having what I need. Might not be able to make it back in otherwise. I'm gonna have to decoy a lot. Definitely decoy spam. Oof, I'm not really sure. It's gonna be rough. I might actually want to put my vitality points in. Yeah, it's that serious. Okay. Safety portal. Not that it's going to matter, because if I die in here, that's it. Alright. Down. Decoy. Immediately. Decoy. Oh, God. Oh, dear Lord, that's spicy. Why so spicy? Why didn't I just run away from the door when I first started? Why did I do this to myself? Frickin' booby trap door. I hate it when the frickin' door gets booby trapped. Claw Viper Temple is the worst for this too, because it always gets booby trapped in the frickin' stupid door. Yeah, that's super booby trapped. Hey, I don't even think I'm gonna make it through, even if I try, even if I want to. I'm pretty sure that if I'm not careful, I'll die on the load-in. Yeah. Like, legit, just die on the load-in. Like, there's no getting around that when it's booby-trapped like that. It's just not even... It's not even doable when that thing gets booby-trapped. Once it's booby-trapped, that's it. It's done. And there's no way to un-booby-trap it, either. Like, it's... You're just dead. It's a very small room with a very fast boss. It literally just can punch you right in the eyeball and take your frickin' brain out through your eye socket. So it's pretty much just respawn. I don't really have a choice.
Hello.
Guess I get to do that all over again. At least I know where it is this time. Back to the grind, I suppose. The only upside is I can go straight there. I know exactly where it is, so a little bit faster. I don't have to search around the area anymore, since I know exactly where it is. So at least there's a couple things to my advantage here. Really hate it when that thing gets booby-trapped, though. I really didn't have much of a choice, though. I got surrounded really quickly, and I wasn't able to kill the ones that showed up quickly enough. So, just that was never gonna end well. Solo self-found is just not conducive to quick killing in hell difficulty P8. Oh, what's up, Dark Elder? Oh, you got Holy Freeze. You about to ambush me. I'm not trying to shoot my bow. I'm trying to leave. You over here shooting your bow. I don't know why you're shooting your bow. Don't stop shooting your bow. Oh, Lord. And I'm still chilled. GTFO. I don't want to have to fight through everything to get back here. Okay, up the stairs. Alright. We're back to the Valley of the Snakes. Good. Let's go re-grab the Merc. We need him to kill stuff. Can't do it without him. Told you I was scared of this place. And rightly so. Nasty. It's mean. It's mean and nasty. It's nasty mean. It's rude nasty mean. Alright. So it's actually right there. Too bad we don't have a teleport staff. We could just teleport over there. Oh, nice. Zombies this time? Actually some immune to... not immune to cold, Jinx? What? Most people don't start Novasork. Yeah, that's Novasork is very gear dependent. It's also not a good starter class in my opinion. Like, at all.
Impossible.
Lightning isn't a bad starter class, but Nova is a bad starter class. I would not recommend starting Nova to anybody, not unless you're like an advanced player. Chain Lightning is pretty amazing. They recently fixed the next hit delay problems on Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning is super good now. And you're going to build Chain Lightning anyway if you do a Lightning Sork, so it's kind of just like a bonus. If you haven't played around with Chain Lightning recently, Chain Lightning has gotten some pretty amazing boofs. It is nice and boofy now. It's a boofy boof. No, the problem with Nova is the damage is really low unless you have proper equipment. And on top of that, it has really high mana cost. It can be very difficult to properly... I don't really know how to manage your mana on a character, like a brand new... Like if you're not familiar with the way the Sorceress plays and how to manipulate your mana so that it's more... much more better. It is kind of difficult to properly set up a Nova Sorceress for an early game. You'll burn through your mana really fast. The damage isn't really all that amazing unless you know what you're doing. You need lots of pluses skills, Crescent Moon. There's a lot of different things that make that character tick, and most new people just wouldn't know what they're doing. I mean, Crescent Moon's not exactly expensive, but yeah, eventually you're going to need things like Griffins and Infinity and all that other stuff, and yeah, it starts to get expensive from there. Well, that's if you do the that's if you specifically do the build that has the energy shield, which most Nova Sorceresses go energy shield. So I mean that's a thing. That's what the mana small charm's for, not necessarily for the Nova side of things, but for the energy shield side of things. Energy shield is a whole nother part of that setup, which is why I call it an advanced setup. An 18 attack rating, 8% mana, or magic find. 35%, 35 mana. It's not a bad ring, I suppose. I mean, it's not exactly amazing. Okay. We're here again for the second time. Let's make sure this entrance is clear of usurpers. Just in case we have to pop back up for whatever reason. There's Fangskin. Okay. So he's on this side. Let's be smart. Let's go around the other side. Let's... Oh, God. That chilling... No, no, no. Why are there so many snakes? Holy Jesus. No. This is a lot of snakes. What the ham biscuits? I'm just gonna kill you, Fangskin. That's right, Valkyrie. You guard that door. You guard that door with extreme proficiency. I have never seen this many snakes in Call Viper Temple level 2. It looks like it spawned double snakes. So Claw Viper level 2 can spawn a couple different monsters. Haradrim, zombies. There's a couple different things that they can spawn. This looks like it spawned like triple snakes. I've never seen this before. There are so many snakes here. So many snake-oos. I think this is not worth my time. I got my amulet. Let's make like a leaf and blow.
Hello.
Almost died on the run here, though. Y'all see me almost die? Because I almost died. I did indeed almost die. That was an almost dead. I was almost dead. I did indeed.
I've been
almost died. Alright, down into the evil palace cellar. You may pass.
Stay out of when I
I'm probably going to be doing the Thor Barbarian, which is a build that I theory crafted a while back. Seems like it'll be fun. Hey, what's up, Bob?
What's going on, Ginger?
Oh, I'm just rolling through hell difficulty, trying to make it down the line, I got pretty lucky. I found a 3-socket thresher and a co-rune and made a hustle for my merc. Got a lem, made a treachery. He's sitting pretty right now.
Nice. You were just like wicked loud. I had to find my mic.
Huh.
But you got a treachery for your merc. That's always good.
And I found a crown of thieves. So he's rocking a non-ethereal hustle and a thresher, a treachery and an ethereal chaos armor, 513 defense, and a non-ethereal crown of thieves, 318 defense. It's not bad. He's not doing bad.
That's a good merc run through. When all you're trying to do is kill Hellbell once.
I mean, I'm basically using the like the Valkyrie and him as my physical damage. I just ran through Claw Viper Temple, and believe it or not, between me, the Mercenary, and the Valkyrie, I was able to reliably kill like each you know, like cold immune snake relatively quickly, like one at a time. Managed to burn my way through. I was pretty impressed.
Yeah, the Valkyrie could put in some work.
Yeah, she's maxed out now. I mean, obviously I could get her a lot higher, but
Yeah, you shouldn't. There's not a need to, I don't think.
well, right now I'm pumping Crit Strike. I really don't have anything else to put any points into. Like, I already maxed out Freezing Arrow. I already maxed out Cold Arrow. I've already maxed out the Valkyrie. I mean, I could max out Decoy to increase her HP, but I figured increasing her damage would be better, and so I started pumping Crit Strike. I already have 10 points in Pierce. It's at 75%. I have no hope of ever finding a Razor Tail. Probably not. So, I figured increasing her critical strike damage would probably not be a terrible idea. Just to give her more chances to dish out double.
Yeah.
That way the Valk can pump out the DPS. God bless it. My boy, this Cold Mage is about to kill me.
Fanaticism. That's beautiful. She's probably a 10.
Hmm?
You said with your merc giving her fanaticism, she's probably a 10.
Oh yeah, and they're always together when they're fighting most of the time, so she gets the fanaticism too, which is definitely nice. And then I switched him over to Might, since I'm running him for physical damage. So now she's got Might and fanaticism, so she hits pretty hard. She's effective. She is an effective fighter. I couldn't find a frickin' plus skills bow for myself, but I did end up finding a 13% enhanced blade blow, which I made an insight in, so I'm running a frickin' insight blade bow. Fast. It's not exactly the best base for like this particular build, but what are you out here fighting? Undead horror archer? No wonder you almost did.
That was a pretty good trade.
Wow.
I traded a wicked low percent A-Rack for a bourbon.
Oh, some people really want that plus the skills. That's really all they want.
I mean, this is the end of ladder. I traded it so I could, on my non-ladder stuff, make some more stuff if I want to. I already got a bunch of stuff down there. But I didn't have any bourbons, and I got 2 that are transferring over on Thursday. But I just updated my, the thing. I'll be available at launch.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, it's gonna be good, for sure.
Or just bit for poison. I'm about to bite it from poison. Look at my HP down to 1.
It'll be nice too, because I can like.
Good day.
I'm gonna do Blade Assassin, but I think I'm gonna do Fire Traps so I can be the damage carry on a team.
I don't think this Boson is capable of PA Ubers, to be perfectly honest. I don't think
No,
Boson.
you need
I don't
big
think Boson in general is capable of PA Ubers.
No, you could do it with a Boson, just definitely not on P8. I think the Crushing Blow.
Well, no, P1. Yeah, I'm
Like,
not saying P1, but like
P8?
P8 is now. I don't think the Boson could do it on P8.
Yeah, I don't know. It might be too rough with the percentage of Crushing Blow that you lose, because you're already losing so much on being a ranged character.
Yeah, it's rough. It is rough.
So, yeah, that's hard.
Well, not to mention the fact that they're not really gonna. You know, she can't really take melee damage, even if you farmed yourself a pair of Marrow Walks. I mean, you'd only have so many Bone Prison Charges, and they don't last that long. In P1, I mean, yeah, they last long enough. You'd probably need several pairs of Marrow Walks probably to make it through P8 Ubers. Other than that, I mean, well, you can't really go back to town either because they regenerate. So, I mean, it's kind of a weird one. I forgot to res the Merc when I went back to town.
And it's hard because, like, even using Strafe kind of like sucks sometimes because there's so many ads. Like, it really is just a bad character to do Ubers with. It's doable. It's just a bad character.
Boson is bad, but I like, for instance, if I respect to Lightning Spear or something like that, or Javazon, like that's doable. You can do it with Charge Strike. Charge Strike works. Put a nice shield on. Like it's like a whole different ball of wax. You go in with like a Spears on. And therein lies the crux of the problem, is that it's really just the Boson specifically that has so much trouble with Ubers.
Yeah, Charge Strike just does so much damage. It's kind of insane.
Massive amounts of damage.
Without needing any attack rating at all. It's just like, yeah, I'm gonna kill you soon. You're gonna die. It'll be okay. Just go away into the night. I think that's gotta be like the biggest perk of the Javazon. Just all the massive miss damage and just don't need any attack rating.
I mean, the Javazon is one of those characters that just has it all. She's got massive single target. She's got massive AoE. She's got, you know, like, just like pretty good defense all around, especially with the shield. And if you use like Storm Shield and stuff like that, it's pretty amazing. I mean, for the most part, you can do pretty much everything on the Javazon. Her main weakness, honestly, is just, in my opinion, it's just negative res. She doesn't really have as easy of a time as getting negative res as some other characters do. It's definitely a little bit more difficult on her.
Oh yeah, for sure. Unless you feel like going the J-mod route, but the J-mods cost so much in any singular ladder, and even a non-ladder, they're ridiculous. But
well, like I said, and that just compounds exactly what I'm talking about. The difficulty of getting her negative res is it's much more difficult to get her negative res than it is other characters.
Yeah,
she can't use Crescent Moon, you know. She can't use like a lot of the other basic items that most people who are negative resing use. I mean, it's just one of the difficulties of it.
I mean, I guess like if you don't care to have the deflection, you could put it in just the regular 4-socketed Monarch.
Still need 4 facets though.
Yeah.
Which. I don't know. Now that the landscape has changed, which one do you think is the most expensive, like facet-wise? I mean, poisons are probably still at the bottom.
It's still probably lightning facets are probably the best.
Most expensive?
Probably, yeah. There's too many top tier characters that want them. And it's really like, you're putting a 5/5 in the Griffins. Like, that's just a guarantee.
And then it's also the fact that, well, like, a lot of the characters that need facets are not characters that have lightning mastery, so it's not just sorceress. So, you know, you got like the lightnings on, you got the spears on, you got the dream paladins, you got like all sorts of stuff that are using that are not necessarily using lightning mastery. I think the only benefit is that, well, no, for the Javazon specifically, you need the 5.5s. They need to be 5.5s.
Yeah, you need all the minus you can get in the design, that's for sure. Her losing access to like Crescent Moon is just huge. Like that's like the Lightning's best reduction is Crescent Moon, outside of like a 6 facet phase blade or crystal sword or whatever you put it in. But at that point, it's just, do you really want to spend that much to make a 6 sword, or do you just want to bite the bullet, make an early Crescent Moon? Because that one's not hard to make at all. Is it right? The highest rune in that.
So you haven't weighed in on this yet. So this is a solo self-found run, obviously, right? And in the last solo self-found run, I farmed that frickin' E8's torch. And the question came up because it actually rolled Amazon, and this Amazon was determined before that torch ever dropped. And we were like, well, shouldn't that ridiculously hard to get torch be put to use? And it does, of course, violate rule number 2, which is you can't share items between characters. But it's kind of sad to leave that torch, that really hard one torch, just sitting there doing nothing. It almost seems like Providence that it was a frickin' Amazon torch at that.
What, did you do a poll? Did you do a poll to
I did do
Amazon?
I did a, yeah, before the Paladin I did a poll what the next one was going to be, and it was Amazon.
Yeah, so you just put up a poll, see if you can use the torch.
Well, I did. I said, do I use the solo self-found P8 torch I found on my Paladin from my Amazon? It's currently 39% no, 61% yes.
Are you 75? On the Zon? Or are you still in Nightmare?
I'm in Hell right now. I'm working my way through Arcane Sanctuary in Hell.
What level are you?
82.
Oh yeah, if you got overwhelming yes and you could wear the torch, you're allowed to wear the torch. That's just... You did a poll to see what character you were going to pick and what the rules were, and then, alright, you guys want to allow me to use the torch? Okay, I'll use it. That's fine. As long as it was voted on by everybody.
The only thing that's stopping me from grabbing the torch right now, and you might agree with this too. So it's solo self-found, right? Like, say for instance, a Sunder Charm. Like, you can't get a Sunder Charm until you kill Bale, right?
I got one.
Well,
right, I got it. You don't use it to kill Bale. But after you kill Bale, you can use it to try to do an Uber run on the zone.
No, okay, well listen, this is basically what I'm thinking here. Alright, so in a solo self-found run, I wouldn't be able to get a torch on the Amazon until Act 5, because you can't actually make the portals. Like, you can't farm the D keys. You can't make the portals until you're in Act 5, right? So you have to be in Act 5 Hell before you're actually legitimately able to get a torch on a solo self-found character.
Yep.
So my thinking was I give it to myself in Act 5. That way, that is the place where I could have legitimately gotten it. So I'm not giving it to myself early. Because obviously if I give it to myself right now, then that's just... there's absolutely no way for me to get a torch at this particular moment. Even if I farmed Countess and Summoner to my eyes bleed, I couldn't get D keys and I couldn't make the portals because I'm not in Act 5. So like I feel like I kind of have to wait at least till Act 5 before I can give it to myself.
I say you put the two ideas together now. So you wait till Act 5 to wear the torch, and then you attempt the Ubers. So you do the key farming and all that if you need to. Obviously, you try to do this before.
I don't think I have enough time.
That's why I said try. I mean, you try to do it, and then try to do it.
I know I got enough time to get, you know, like the frickin' the run done, kill Bale, but farming the keys and all that stuff, I don't know if I got enough time for that.
Yeah, that is a bow song.
And I don't even know if I can farm the keys. Freezing Arrow, Countess is always immune to frickin' cold.
Yeah, I think you'd have to kill Bale and then go farm a Sunder and find a Wizandra, and then you'd be able to do it. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot.
Wisdom draw. I have not seen a single wisdom draw the entire time I've been playing, and the game is mean to me.
The game is mean to me.
I have seen a wisdom draw on every solo self-found run I have done to date. Multiple on some of them. And I still have not found a single wisdom draw. Not even a crappy one on this character. The game is deliberately being mean to me, okay?
Yes.
It knows I need a wisdom draw. It knows. Deep down, it knows. Wow, I am not... Oh, they gotta be freaking cold enchanted, of course. Well, that is an unkillable ghost right there. That's what that is. That is an unkillable ghost. An absolutely, ridiculously unkillable ghost. We are gonna put a decoy right there, and I am leaving. You can go suck it. That boy is immune to physical, and he's immune to cold. He's cold enchanted. Yeah, he can go suck it. I ain't fighting you. I was wondering why the ghosts were taking no damage. I'm like, they're immune to physical, not cold. Yeah, right. He said, he said, I knew you were coming. Took my cold pill.
How may I help you?
I don't know how I'm gonna level yet. I don't know if I'm gonna do Bladesin or if I'm just gonna level this fire, man. I don't know what I want to do.
Fire's OP. Have you leveled this fire since they boosted it all up?
Nah, that's why I was thinking of doing it.
It's broken.
Like, I know I want to be
broken.
a blade assassin
It's broken.
later, because I just...
Have you ever done a like a level up as like a fissure druid?
Yeah, of course.
And see how OP a fissure druid is, right?
Yeah, solo P8, all of normal.
Yeah, like imagine that times like 2.
Stupid. Fish Druid OP.
I think like the day that they changed, I think it was like the day that they changed it. They were like, Kano went it and did like a speed run on it and like blew away the previous speed run for like the.
Oh yeah, for assassin.
Yeah, for the assassin, literally using the stupid broken fire trap.
Yeah. And to be fair, if I was into the speed running like that, I'd have done the same thing. The exact same thing.
Like, oh look, they made the character broken. Stupid broken.
They just they turned everything about the assassin that was a negative into a positive. There's nothing bad about the character anymore.
Oh yeah, the assassin has completely been revamped now. I think the only thing that's still kind of broken in my opinion is Cloak of Shadows. It has a really long duration and it's very hard to spam it. Like you could go with a low level that has a low duration and you can use it that way and you can kind of spam it, but then it has bad stats. But then if you stack points into it, you run into the other situation where it basically sucks because now it has like a 40-second duration, but because it's not like a persistent 40-second buff. It's just like 40 seconds on those targets that were in range when you press the button. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like just not the greatest skill. Like either way you do it. If you stack points into it, now it lasts too long and you can't use it often enough. And if you only put 1 point into it, it doesn't really have the same effectiveness that it would have otherwise. Like it still blinds targets, which I guess is okay, but I feel like the effectiveness of it could be severely buffed up if they just figured out like a better way of doing it other than the duration, or maybe even just made the duration a set duration and not had it scale with level. I think that would be better.
Probably.
Like maybe like 15, maybe like 15 seconds, and then just have it as a set duration. I think that would be a better overall output than the latter. Are there builds using Gladiator's Bane?
Yeah.
Yeah, the magic. Well, you said aside from the magic shield sorceress. I mean, that's really the main class that uses that setup is the energy shield sorcerer. I don't think there's really anything else that uses those two items now.
Actually, if it's not the energy shield sorceress, then you know an ethereal one you could use for your merc. But outside of that, you're not gonna have it on yourself.
Oh,
unless you're on like a solo self found and you found that. It's not terrible.
Angelic wings. Not a bad find.
Got the amulet, the ring.
The amulet, which is the hard one. I haven't found any of the rings yet.
Oh man, if you get a ring though.
I've got the mantle sitting in my stash. If I could grab two rings, I could get that 100% magic find from the 2 ring set.
You get the. Oh no, you don't get the attacker. You get the attacker from the rings too.
Yeah.
What is it? Life you get on the amulet? 75 life.
Something like that. I didn't find the summoner at the end of this drink. Molly don't bite beam.
There's some things I'm gonna have to get this ladder. I gave away Everest, all her gear, all of it. The Sork I ran to 99. And I had a whole bunch of stuff, and I was like, oh, okay, we can make the max damage Blitz Sork now. Because I got a 3 cold skills, 20 FCR, 2 socketed circlet. And then Squiddy gave me the Jeweler's Monarch of Simplicity that he had on his fire sword. So I need to get 6 5/5 cold facets this ladder. That's gonna be a task.
Why do you need 5/5 cold facets for a cold sword fan? Wouldn't it just be, wouldn't you just go with the negative, sorry, the +5 and not even worry about the negative?
No, the negative matters now because they nerfed Cold Mastery, remember?
Yeah, but it...
It's the same as Conviction now, right? 1/5 efficiency.
Well, only versus communes, right? Yeah, I think I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it'll make it like the same Sork I had.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Because the one when it wasn't nerfed, it was stupid. Like I could be naked and kill anything in the game.
Yeah, I totally forgot when they nerfed the Cold Mastery. Yeah.
Like it was amazing. And then they just took her and they just put their foot on top of her head and said no more.
Well, I think the nerf, honestly, in my opinion, shouldn't have been done. She was OP. She was OP, okay? But before that season started, we raised that concern with them. I think everybody did. And their response was, we feel the Cold Sorceress will be fine, it won't be too overpowered, blah, blah, blah. They came out with the statement, you know, like, it's fine, like, we don't think it's unbalanced at all, you know, right?
Yep.
They were the ones who made that statement, not us, right? And at the end of the day, yeah, it turned out to be a little broken, right? But it's not like it was added and then we just like exploited it. No, they said it was okay in advance.
Yeah, they said what they were doing, and we were like, you know, that's gonna be broken.
And they're like, we feel it will be fine. Like, we've checked the numbers and we ran the doojanks and it was totally fine. And they're like, it's totally not fine. And they're like, it's totally fine. And we're like, it's totally not fine. Like,
it's still crazy because like a fully geared Blizzard Sword is still not as good as fully geared other characters. Even though she's completely broken in the middle part of the game. All of the middle stuff. All broken. the full end game, she's like half as strong as everybody else. It's kind of weird, but it's hilarious. And they were like, nope, can't have it. Go back to the ancient tunnels. See, I don't know if I could do another sword run like that ever again. Just ancient tunnels all ladder. Ancient tunnels and cows. Ugh. Ugh. Do I have that on non-ladder or ladder? Might have it on ladder.
Oh, I found out something really cool earlier. Something I never knew. I guess I should have just assumed that it was the case, but I guess I just never did. So earlier, I was summoning my Valkyrie, and I guess just randomly by chance, her spear must have rolled with amp proc because she was casting amp. She was casting amp on the enemies. I didn't know that her spear could roll with amp proc. I'd never seen it before. In all the time I've been playing Amazon, I've never seen her cast amp before, but that was the first time.
Did you get the color of the weapon?
Well, it was on stream. I zoomed in on her and everything. I guess we can go back and look.
Yeah, you'll have to do that, because when you fight the ancients, you might need that. That might be a nice little tool to have in your back pocket for them. I mean, I honestly don't think they'll be that big of a deal, considering you have the Valkyrie, and she can solo it.
She can tank most of them, but yeah, if they roll immune to physical, immune to cold, it probably won't have a good time.
Exactly.
I don't know who's casting amp on me over here, but I don't even see the guy who's casting the amp. Where's he at?
Yeah, so the run through I did with the blades in, the Cleglaws can do Hell Trav easy. Or yeah, the Bladeson can do Hell Trav easy with just Cleglaws.
Oh yeah, Cleglaws is amazing. And as you level up, you're just putting, like, you know, it gets even better. You can upgrade the sword 2 times, so that's also going to give you more damage. You might not want to upgrade it the last time. I think the last time the dex requirement on the cryptic sword is too high. But I
actually tested it, right? Like it doesn't matter.
Well, no, it's not going to give you like a massive amount, but it's going to give you something. And the first upgrade is basically free, though, right? Ral Soul.
Yeah, you could do it if you want to, because you still got to put the points into strength. It goes up to like 100 and something strength, I think, 106.
It's not bad.
If you want to do it early, you can. I did the test. You don't need, because the damage, how they changed how the blade damage works, it's like grief damage. So the only thing that really matters that you really want is off-weapon ED, and since Cleglaws doesn't really give any off-weapon ED, it doesn't really matter if you up the weapon or not, because you're really not getting like any damage from it at all. It's weird.
Well, it's still the base of the calculation, though. Other than, of course, the blade damage itself. And then you can also socket the Cleglaws too, and you can throw in, I don't know, max damage jewel.
Oh yeah, 100%. I used my my duelers, so I had a regular Cleglaws, and then I got another one, and I upgraded it to the rune sword. So the rune sword is 103 strength and 79 dexterity.
Yeah,
and then I had one with a 15 max damage.
The cryptic sword, unfortunately, has way too high requirements. I'm not sure if you'd
isn't
want
it like 160 and
it's
like
a lot,
150 or something?
and I'm
like
not
that?
sure if you'd want to go through all that trouble. I was also thinking that, and this is just an option for you, is you could put an Umrun in the sword. Because the only thing that set doesn't have is open wounds. So you got crushing blow, you got deadly strike, and then you'd have open wounds. And then you'd have the max damage too. And if you threw the Umrun in there, you would be sitting on the full Monty, basically.
Huh?
And then you could even throw like Goblin Toes on instead of Gore Riders, because then you don't need the open wounds at all. You just get your massive crushing blow.
Mm-hmm. Those work.
It's an interesting choice. Umruns aren't exactly all that ridiculously hard to find anyway.
No. And Nat set is surprisingly insane with the Blade Assassin.
Well, the ITT is nice. I just what I found was the attack rating issues came into play a lot with Nats.
Oh yeah, mine'll just be Angelics probably for a long time until I can find some crazy ring. That angelic bonus is just way too good.
Good day.
I mean, Angelics is nice, but it takes up your amulet slot, and you get a lot of damage from your plus to skills. I might suggest instead of Angelics, you go with Osiris's boot belt. You get the AR that way, and you don't sacrifice your plus to skills. Blade Fury gets a lot of damage from plus to skills.
That'll break Nat set though.
Well, I guess
Where's the other?
I was thinking
I
Plague
couldn't
Laws.
even do that. Yeah, because it's what Sigyn's helmet that gives the attack rating boost.
Yeah, Saigon's helmet also.
Yeah, no, so I can't do that because that'll break the set. Yeah, it's really just angelic 2-piece for the attack rating. Because I would 100% do the Saurus. That's wicked good attack rating right there. The belt boots.
Well, I was just thinking the plus to skills. That's one of the things that changed about. I'm not sure if you know that about Blade Fury, but before, so all the guides from before they changed it are based around the general idea that plus to skills isn't the best way to build the character, because that was before the synergies. Now that the synergies have been added, I think plus to skills actually does more damage than max damage. So like comparatively, like if we say you had a plus 10 max damage charm, like Grand Charm, versus a plus 1 trap skiller, I think the plus 1 trap skiller actually exceeds now the plus 10 that you get from the max. And the reason for this is because the damage that comes from the skill is not affected by the penalty. So the max damage does get affected by the penalty, but the damage from the skill doesn't. So when the skill adds damage, it actually bypasses the penalty entirely.
Yeah, that's how I was, I explained it with the grief damage. That's how it works now. It's the same way that the grief works, which bypasses a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
yes,
it always
right,
bypassed the penalty, but the problem was plus the skills never really gave you a whole lot. But with the synergies, it actually does now.
Yep, the max damage charms were the best before they changed it, and now the trap chasings are the best. But you're also right in the amulet slot. But if I don't have the attack rating to hit anything, because I need enough attack rating for Sentinel to be able to hit stuff, and that's the hard. Like Blade Fury is easy to get the attack rating for, but Blade Sentinel, it can get pretty rough, and until you get like probably like a Raven Frost.
I mean, what merc are you running? What merc are you running? Like an enchant merc might be a pretty solid play for the 400 some odd % enhanced.
Yeah, that's a good possibility.
Especially if you're running the 2K from Angelics. So the 2K from Angelics plus 400%. I mean, that's what, 2, 4, 6, 8. It's like 8,000 attack rating right there with a 400% bonus on the 2,000 base. That would bring you up to, what, 8, 9, 10, like 10,000 attack rating right there just with Angelics.
Yep.
That's a pretty solid attack rating bonus. And then the other thing about Enchant is that it persists after the merc dies, so even if you have trouble keeping him alive, it doesn't matter. You just need him to cast it on you, and the higher level it is, obviously, the longer it lasts. And eventually it's just
that's
like...
when you're searching all ladder for a nice ethereal monarch. And
I mean, it's not a terrible play.
The Ormus. That's the hard one to get.
You don't necessarily need a melee merc to tank for you either if you go with the the master or probably the master, I would think, because she's tankier than the warrior. That way
Yeah,
she
the
can
Master's
just
good.
that way she can just tank for you, and you don't have to worry about anything. And then your little merc can sit in the back and just like spam his little fireballs. Act 3
It'll be
merc is.
interesting. I just know like the reason I did the playthrough because I wanted to see if the
Act 3 merc is not trash compared to the others.
No.
It really depends on what you're doing, what you need, what kind of utility you need, and what kind of character you are. Like, if you're a freaking Conviction Paladin, they can actually put out some very serious damage. I've checked it. AoE damage at that, which is something that a lot of the other freaking mercs can't do. No matter how good your like Act 2 merc is, he's not hitting every single monster within a radius of 4.4 yards. Like I use mine on my Conviction Paladin, the Dream Paladin, the one with the ran the Conviction aura, and I would teleport into the middle of a pack, and he would just use his fireball right in the middle of the pack and hit everything within the center of the pack. And the Conviction aura made it like ridiculous. I never even thought of it from that standpoint, like teleporting into the middle of a pack. But I started using it on the Mosaic Sin too, because she froze everything, and the merc never died, right? So I would just teleport in with the Mosaic Sin. I'm sitting here doing massive amounts of damage, right? The Mosaic Sin is just like freezing everything. And so the merc is just standing there in the middle of the pack. He can't move. He's surrounded by monsters. He just starts firing fireballs. Hits everything in the center of the pack and just does massive amounts of damage to like 30 monsters in the center of the pack while I'm kicking everything. You are absolutely wrong, Fanaticis. That is 100% unfactual. I've tested it. I've even had literally the Act 3 merc kill Hellbale before. It's the amount of damage that they can put out is actually pretty insane. You have to set them up properly. You got to get them to faster cast. You got to get them to plus the skills. You've got to get them things that they need that will lower the resistance of the monster. Like if you're setting up a cold one, you got to give them things like Nightwing's Veil. Same kind of equipment that you'd give a sorceress. Once you get them fully set up, they can actually put out some pretty crazy damage.
I personally enjoy the lightning one. While you're teleporting, they prioritize static field.
They do? Is that like a...
So you can teleport around and just they'll static.
So static. That's
yeah, it won't be every single time, but for the most part
cool.
will prioritize the static. So you can just have a different character, telly, static, and then like I had my buddy use it on his fire druid before they put the Sunder Charms in, and it was working real well. And then they added the Sunder Charms, and I was like, oh, this might not be the best or most efficient way to do this anymore.
Thunder Charms do tend to change things.
Yeah, but it worked. It worked very well.
Oh, that's beautiful. That was a very nice fast kill of that frickin' pack too. That's impressive. Y'all can go to hell, little goaties. As you can clearly see, you don't even stand a chance. Sit down. You don't even got a name badge. King Mag, I don't know if I said it. I think I got distracted. Do we post teams? I always create the teams on the day of, because we never knew who's going to show up late or sign up late. We always have a bunch of last minute doujinks coming in, like coming into the kinship and whatnot. So I usually make it on the day. I'll probably show up like 2 hours early and just spend a little bit of time making the teams. $9 mana charge. Wow. So nice having a high mana pool on the Amazon. I freaking chunked was like 40 points into energy on this character to start out with.
You got to.
Like if you don't on this character, it's a pain in the butt.
Yeah, does anybody in chat want like a towel set, some MF stuff?
I am overburdened.
Go. Stuff actually.
Another failure.
It's locked. I am overburdened.
I'm gonna four-way this dude, Jank. You watch. Because I was proud to four-way the dude, Jank. Because at least I know where the summoner is. So tell me you heard my hit single, Eye of the Toilet.
No.
It's on my YouTube. Yeah. It's pretty funny. A little bit of like I don't know, backstory to the Eye of the Toilet song is literally I was playing a game that involved like watching security cameras and seeing like weird things that were going on the security cameras, and one of the security cameras was in the bathroom looking directly down at the toilet, and somebody was like, you can see the eye of the toilet. And that spurred the song.
I don't know if I'm ready.
You should listen. It's a good song. It's great. It's absolutely amazing.
I don't want to open the app store. That's not what I did.
It's an amazing song. It'll get stuck in your head. You'll be singing it tomorrow.
No, not tomorrow. At work, cool. I don't care. I want to annoy everybody at work. It's fun. No, nobody said nothing. Okay. I'll give it to somebody.
I swear the Merc always prioritizes the immune to physical monster.
I am overburdened.
It's like in his blood. A white Shaco. That's right. Get him, Merc. Oh, God. I heard a raindrop and I let my heart leap for a second. I was like,
Could it be something worthwhile?
oh no. Game froze? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, wait. Oh, is it coming back?
You getting lucky?
I haven't. Oh, okay. It came back for a second, and I hit escape, and I was just clicking where I knew the save. Thankfully for the memory of knowing exactly where the save and exit button is. I just hit escape, save and exit, save, escape and exit. All right. Well, I guess I'll call it. I need to go to work anyway.
All right. You have a good night at work, Ginger. I'll see you tomorrow for the start. Or no?
Two
That's a lie.
days. 2 days from now.
2 days.
All right, guys and gals, it's been fun. It's been 11 and a half hours, so I'm going to call it a night. I think the game almost freezing up and me getting murdered was probably a good sign. Anyway, as always, thanks for watching, and buy one of my Kubus shirts.